morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. We're right here, and we're so glad you're joining us for the Overwatch League APAC Spring Stage Open. We're going through the lower quarters today. I got my Zarya main. You look cozy. I don't even want to know why I tried this hard this late at night.
Yeah, it truly must be very strange when you like start doing all the makeup at like 2 a.m. You're like, oh, this will be fine. This is completely normal. And we're going to be two completely normal and absolutely responsible casters here at the Overwatch League Spring Stage Opens East. Yeah, we're going to be at least 50% normal, and the teams are going to be 100% tryhard today because, Lemon, we are in the feared lower bracket, which means we're sending two contenders teams crashing out of the tournament, and we're making sure, well, not you and I personally, we're not going to be heading over there with a hatchet, but we're going to be making sure that they don't get into Real knockouts. You've got to win today. The stakes could not be higher for these teams. The tension is mounting, and the fear of losing is going to be all the more real.
And just a reminder on how this format cracks down. We got 3 spots for Group A, 3 spots for Group B, going to the knockouts, and just getting to the upper bracket final, no matter the result, you're guaranteed a knockout spot. So O2 Blast and Dreamers from Group A will have something there. But then you got 4 teams in this lower bracket that, like that you said, it's do or die. There's no second chances. We got Daft versus Honeypot up first, and then MDY versus SPG on the Group A side of things. So those 4 teams got to battle out for the 2 last spots on the lower side of things. So it's stressful out here.
Yeah, I know of these 4 teams that are in our lower bracket. I believe that only one will be able to make it through to our knockouts because we've already guaranteed 2 of our teams that will be going through because they won our winners semis. So only 1 will be able to claim a spot in Overwatch League, and 3 shall fall, 2 of which are going to be today. And our first matchup is it's going to be a little bit of national pride. Here's a quick look at how they got here, though. Of course, starting down in Open Division, teams moved over to Contenders, and then we had ourselves a couple of weeks where they managed to pick up some new tricks. A new patch dropped with a new control scheme for our brand new hero, Lifeweaver, in Season 4. Thus far, being a little bit underrepresented in the compositions that have been levied at us. But
he lifts you up.
He does lift me up, and he makes me feel good about myself. He's the moral support that we need. You're doing great, honey. And here's a quick look at the roadmap from our opens to our qualifiers, which are going to be between the Overwatch League teams. And then, of course, we have our knockouts. We have 6 teams that move through our Spring Stage Opens here. We'll be going up against our Overwatch League teams in a seeded order in order to make sure that someone goes through to the Mid-Season Madness Global Tournament. And that means a Contenders team, Lemon, could win it all.
Oh, that's some cope right there. Let's start at the level 1. Get to the end of opens. That's the primary goal. And then when you guys saw the qualifiers, so there's only 6 Eastern Overwatch League teams. So it's more about how they're going to be seeded from best to worst. So how they're going to sort out in knockouts based on those seedings, like you said. And then Mid-Season Madness, there's some serious talent here. I'm thinking Contenders. APAC is more stacked than ever. A ton of former Overwatch League teams are here. Here are the teams that are participating in the APAC Opens. You have, of course, 6 Korean teams, 5 APAC teams, and just 1 Australian team.
And we got to see Rhodes, one of our Chinese teams, for the first time yesterday, as I believe they were playing through from the upper bracket. And Rhodes versus Panthera, what a sight it was. An excellent match. I recommend you go back and watch the VOD. We have our lone representative from Australia, Honeypot. And as you can see now, Honeypot, down there in G5 in Group A, have to fight for survival. The only Australian team left is pinning all their hopes on this match. And honestly, Honeypot's loss to Dreamers, it could have been a lot closer. It could have been a lot less tragic, but as it stands, it's a modern Australian tragedy.
But you know what? Life is tragic sometimes, and it gets better, okay? Yes, Honeypot lost their first match, but that was only their first match. And this whole tournament is really interesting because we're comparing the power levels of regions. Like, everyone always says, like, the Koreans are the best, blah blah blah. But there's also 6 Korean teams, so we're trying to figure out, like, on the bottom side of Korea, like Dreamers, who are the last seed of Korea, how strong are they, let's say, against the top of APAC? And then Australia, you got your only and best representative here. And yeah, Honeypot fumbled against Dreamers, but Dreamers are kind of coming off as this dark horse.
Yeah, I think the Dreamers definitely are. They're playing above the level we expected from a winner of a last chance qualifier, right? Like, they were the last team to get in from Korea, as you alluded to before. They had to scrap their way in, climbing over the unwashed masses in order to ascend to the throne room. And I wonder if they're going to outpace some of the teams that managed to get through just from general bracket play. I believe SPG was one of those who thus far has had a slightly shaky performance. You'll see them later up against MDY, as you can see on our little schedule here. We are, of course, in the 3rd day along. DAF versus Honeypot, MDY versus SPG. We're going to be moving over to Group B, I believe, with Hex and ZP again.
Yeah, that O2 Blast versus SPG. I know there's so much hype behind O2, but that was going to be a match. That was O2's first match, and we were like, how human are O2 Blast? As in, like, can you put a dent into that armor? And there was very little dents being put into that match, not gonna lie. So O2 Blast sailed to the upper finals to face Dreamers. You guys saw on the schedule just now. That's going down on Monday. So mark your calendars, same time, same place. Monday and Tuesday, we'll be closing out our opens and deciding our 6 teams going to the knockout side of things when it comes to contenders. Here's your map set as usual. And yeah, Honeypot took their first L. SPG, yeah, they got wiped by O2 Blast, but it's also O2 Blast, which is the equivalent of, I feel like, the San Francisco Shock light in this contenders region.
Yeah, they certainly are the, in the quintessential American sports film, they are definitely the team of, you know, like rich tops who have all the funding and come in as the absolute favorites to begin with. They are not to be underestimated. No one's ever going to underestimate them, and we are expecting very large things from them, which is why SPG, I can't rag on them too much for getting decimated by O2 Blast. As a quick look at the overall schedule for today, a lot of APAC teams going up against it at the moment. We are seeing 4 teams on the left-hand side all coming through from APAC. And here's a quick look at the first roster we're going to be looking at today. Ooh. It's Daft. And Dank is interesting, as he is a former alumni of Honeypot, but he escaped. He escaped the big pot lemon. He flew from the clay over to some kind of alternative pot in Thailand in order to join this team when they were doing a little bit of reconstruction due to some players being a touch too young to play in Overwatch League.
Alternative pot, got it. Speaking of unfortunate things, Bangkok is facing some pretty bad rain right now, which means that Polly from Daft will not be able to participate in at least the very first map. So we have some substitutions, and this team is wacky. Like, you're looking at your notes, you're like, this doesn't match up. I'm looking at Clementine, who played flex support in the playoffs and now is on DPS. Ace, who played tank in the playoffs. Tracer yesterday. Ace is now on flex support. So Ace is quite literally the flex god.
Yeah, Aputo, also most well known as a damage player for Team Thailand previously, alongside Padapan. He was very much lauded as a DPS player. On the other side, we've got Honeypot, the last and best hope of Australia. Unfortunately, their series yesterday ended in a tragic C9, even though it did come down to some excellent plays like a little sleep, but we had to check out in the replays afterwards. Adam is someone who we are once again going to be zooming in onto here, because what Adam has to do here is decimate his little brother. He has to punch his understudy into the dirt and step over him in order to climb towards that owl knockout stage, which is so tempting for these contenders.
Yeah, the battle of Australian tanks. That's pretty fun. And how do you beat them? Well, you got a set of Koreans on your DPS line, Elva and Yang. I was a super huge fan of Elva's Echo that got brought out as an emergency measure on King's Row and ended up being a huge fight turner, and that was the only map they did win against Dreamers yesterday. But I felt like this team struggled in terms of coordination around their double flanker diva composition. When you're playing such a split up comp, it's the timing of how you come together that is so complex. And I think going up against Spectra and EasyHan yesterday was such a tough task, but you're going up against Ace and High Vision in this matchup, where I feel like because there's so much off-rolling, or at least players playing different roles all the time, this could be a bit more of a mechanically level playing field.
If I had to set the expectations of our viewers here to zoom in onto one player in particular, for those of you who haven't been watching as much Contenders, Elva and High Vision here over the last few days have both been incredibly impressive. Elva, in many cases, actually dragged Honeypot kicking and screaming towards some victories in our previous matchup against streamers, and High Vision really gave SPG a run for their money as a hit scan prodigy playing a bunch of Cassidy. This guy hits some nasty shots. We're going to be opening up, Lemon, on Lijiang Tower. The time for Overtalk is nearly complete, so we can begin talking about the game instead. And I'm really excited here to see if we're going to bring out Control Center early, because I'm not overly aware of how good Dank's Reinhardt is, but I'd expect Adam to be countering that with a Ramatra. I think that between these two players, Adam definitely a lot more off-tank focused, Dank a lot more main tank focused. That's why they were kind of the yin and yang of Honeypot previously.
Yeah, Bertlog, what, 6-time Contenders champion, one of the most winningest players of all time when it comes to Contenders, and he's mainly brought in for that Lucio. It's also surprising to see he has a good Zen. It's rare to see a Lucio player have flex supports like that. They like to play him for the speed and aggression that Honeypot are already presenting off of this. Well, let's blow up the Winston comp with the Torbjorn and the Reaper. Double shotguns, but at range. High Vision gets the first shot, went towards the point. Daft got a bit split up, so Honeypot converged on the front, trying to blow up Dank. Successful in doing so, and Honeypot will get the point first.
And 4v5s, they're tough to win, Lemon. In High Vision, I told everyone to keep their eye on him, managed to take out Bertlog. Unfortunately, at that point, Bertlog was just a log, man. He'd done his job. Got Honeypot up close where these double shotgun characters of Torbjorn and Reaper could start doing maximum damage. Dank swaps over now onto the Ramatra. And Adam might be quite keen to try and mirror this potentially. But remember, Ramatra is going to be taking a huge amount of damage when he goes in close to Pummel. Bertlog is now tanking. He's fletter deadlifting his team's net.
Oh, Elva is so low too, and kill confirmed. Yeah, that Daft brawl gonna be strong. Honeypot has to be so smart on how they utilize that bubble usage, and Daft being able to defend this point now with this comp is gonna be strong.
Just a tactical crouch there. Dank making sure the corpses can't hit headshots on him. Good tactical thinking from the Australian maestro. Of course, Dank knows all of these players incredibly well. A little bit of friendly rivalry between the lone Australian on Daft and the Honeypot monolith of Down Under Thunder.
Down Under, yeah, that's the name of a show, I think, but we're not going to talk about that. Coalescence first from Merit. Yeah, the new fade technique. He can go right in and get out of danger, but Merit wants to be part of the danger, and Dank will present Annihilation and the Kitsune Rush. 2 times speed on this left and right hook, but a Death Blossom in the middle of that did carve a good hole into Daft, as Honeypot only have the remnants of a Garden Gnome to go and push the point, and it's up to the turret to win the fight. There's
no way that Ace just flawless Elva in the 1v1 against the turret. I mean, Elva did not have the overload, but this guy's a Wrecking Ball Doomfist player, a Tracer player, who just comes out with the random Lucio flawless mechanics. What cannot Ace do?
Well, I know what Honeypot can do, and it's a Molten Core first. It's kind of getting hit by a shield. You'd love to throw that on the other side of that, so that didn't do much but protect them. Graviton Surge from Adam, countered by the Sound Barrier of Ace. High Vision with the Overclock. Spots Niang in a dark alley. I don't think he wants that smoke. Niang is there to give it anyway, and Honeypot trying to push from the front until they're cut off by the Death Blossom. I think the numbers are even until Daft go up by 1 thanks to booping Adam. And then Honeypot have to reset yet again. It's almost 90% for Daft.
I'm struggling to figure out what the value of a Torbjorn is in these fights, to be honest. Adam swaps over now onto the Doomfist. It's not a character that I've seen a huge amount of from Adam in this particular tournament. Maybe in his history, there's been a touch more moving over onto the point. That's going to be overtime triggered, and here's the Coalescence.
Yeah, hose him down, and oh, somebody got punched. Adam bringing it, and Honeypot up by 3 or more. Daft 99% will give it up, but Honeypot have to catch up by 70%, so they got to play this perfectly.
Yeah, Honeypot actually achieved almost a full compositional swap here as well. Moving over now onto a much faster Sombra Tracer, and already a touch of trolling from Elva, just making sure that Dank is not feeling overly secure and happy, but he almost has an annihilation, so if Dank can force a fight on the point here, it's going to be very much in his favor.
Kitsune, oh, no. Well, it is there, but Oputo, not so much. Daft don't have a ton of heals. They just have to play off of these accelerated cooldowns, and Dank was playing so up in their face due to being 2% away from the annihilation. Yang hits the floor with the pulse bomb. Honeypot close to EMP. Alpha will be back if they need to use that, but yeah, Daft lost too much not having those heals early, so Honeypot get the point back.
That flip, super important though, because it does deny Honeypot a large amount of percentage and buys more time for Daft to build up before ultimates that are almost ready to go. This means that Bertlog has so much pressure on him not to die here. He needs to be able to maintain this sound barrier, and likely will have to try and counter 2 ultimates with it. If you're Ace here, and you read Bertlog has the sound barrier, you can actually force it out by making a sound barrier engage, and then there's nothing to stop Clementine.
Okuda just evaporates after that EMP. High Vision hit 2, sound barrier from Ace, plus the annihilation. Dank sending it up above his High Vision, keeping those Honeypot healers at bay. Without Merit too, you kind of needed that coalescence because it's last fight. Oh. You know, that's unfortunate. Daft back on the point. Is there anyone there to touch? I don't think so. Oh, Merit says, I got... Oh. No, he ain't got it. He does not got it.
Oh, High Vision instantly stuck there from Yang on the entry, recalling as well out of Clementine's Death Blossom. A little bit of trolling going on in this lobby as Bertlog returns. Mr. Champion himself wants even more titles, but Dank's just going to give him 2 Fists of Fury instead.
Which is weird that Dank, or is it Adam, sorry, didn't have the uppercut or just charged the punch too much to go off the edge like that. Then Merit dies with Coalescence. Series of unfortunate events, but 100 to 99. I mean, Honeypot almost made that 30% to 100 comeback, to be fair.
Nearly, Lemon. Nearly. Unfortunately, in the end, it was a no. And I do wonder if Adam's gonna... Yeah, here we go. Mirror the Ramatra. Up against his former understudy. Here's a quick look at how this fight went down. Actually, this is one of the earliest fights. This was actually a... I hate to be a bully, but okay. Bertlog got picked twice early in the first 2 fights, and it did mean that Daft could control the fight super well by having Ace's speed when Bertlog was dead. That's what allowed Dank to get on top of so many members of Honeypot and cleave them without them having any means of actually outspeeding that. So Bertlog dying early, that can't become a theme. Cannot become a theme.
Battle of the Maze this time. 3-man anti, though, from... onto Honeypot, forces them to just concede that server control. They will re-emerge this time. Maywall from Clementine's a little too deep. Honeypot should be able to get around it, and Honeypot had theirs too, just to isolate Dank. He's in trouble, but Adam got slept and woken. He doesn't know whether to focus the Ana or the people behind him, but Honeypot focus fires so well to protect Adam and somehow keep him alive. Dank couldn't say the same thing. Tank duel won by Honeypot. Now they get to obliterate everyone behind him.
Adam finishes that with a triple, but honestly, Nyang opened that up so well with a shot onto High Vision. You can see High Vision sitting at 20% ult charge at the moment. Just cleared from the map so early, and it meant that Elva did not have to do much in the way of controlling an off-angle by sending those icicles over towards High Vision. Instead, could focus entirely upon cleaving multiple members of Daft, who had to try and stack up to get the most out of Ace's healing.
Honeypot with server control, waiting for the right split on this Dragon Strike. Yang dropped down to 1 HP, still lives. And I think Honeypot for this Dragon Strike right down the middle, splits Daft in half. We're playing still conservatively. Then the Nano delivered to Dank, but Ace shot at a distance, won't have the sound barrier, but Daft are up by 1. They have good forward control. The Bertlog's trying to join his tanks, and will be joining them in the Shadow Realm. Great shots by High Vision, and Daft will get the flip at about 40%.
Yeah, High Vision being able to survive that so much better, and Dank being nano there by Puto actually demanded so much attention from Honeypot. Alpha was almost permanently slowing him to make sure that Nemesis form couldn't catch up with any targets, and Bertlog got real close to try and get the control onto Dank. And while they did, or rather while they did control Dank quite well, it did mean that the rest of Daft was able to find more openings.
There's an opening. We just made one through the wall, and that's all the ultimates from Daft. Dragon Strike, Blizzard, Annihilation, Sound Barrier, and it's Honeypot using their ults late, getting all the kills, Daft not killing a single thing with all of that is astounding. Honeypot get the point back, and maybe a late stagger down on Puto would hurt a lot.
And this is one of the things that raises questions about how many roles Ace has played over the last few days, right? All three of them. Ace only gets a 2-person sound barrier there. I don't know if he was blocked off by a Ramatra shield or by a May wall, but being unable to spread that onto all the members of Daft is one of the minutiae that you really need to get value out of Lucio at the highest level, and it's showing that it's not the ideal hero.
Oh, Puto, yeah, gets stuck by either the Dragon Strike or the tank in his face, and without those Ana heals, you're gonna miss it badly, and Honeypot already had control, but they lost their tank, and it's 4v4. Without that tank, Honeypot just playing at range, getting the picks that they need. Matrix from Merit to see they can force back Daft as Honeypot just focus on those picks, and Yang delivers the Blizzard 2 as the last hurrah from Elva. Daft just could not keep the late sustain without Oputo, who will be back on the Baptiste, and all this stalling from Daft will get them closer to closing the gap in the score. Oputo's a one-man army, by the way, former DPS, 1v1 against the tank, and loses that.
Okay, Elva eventually returns while Oputo was trying his best to range all of that. Remember, Daft is still in control here, so their staggering in is valuable. In fact, Clementine hitting a beautiful headshot onto Elva. Someone needs to heal up Dank, but I don't know how far away Ace is.
Oh, the Blizzard, as soon as he earned it, Clementine trying to turn this fight around. It's working out for Daft. Sound barrier 2. There is the engage. Honeypot only have annihilation. Adam is gonna pop it as soon as Daft advance. There's a Maywall in his way. He will crack through it, go through the server side. It's Daft with point control. Annihilation to finish off this fight and get the map win. And Honeypot just couldn't execute their ultimates in time. No Dragon Strike, no sound barrier from Bertlog. He'll pop it now, but it's just too late. There's only supports remaining. Merit also tried to frag from up above and couldn't have that much of a splash. Daft just have to finish off this fight, but reinforcements are on their way for Honeypot.
Whoever moves in, though, has to face the fists of Dank, and they are flying furiously. Ace continuing to show off Lucio mechanics here as Adam has moved back onto this signature panic of a Doom Fist. Yes, the punches come through, but the kills do not until Merit comes into the fray.
Daft are kind of starting to choke this, I'm not gonna lie. It was just, what, 5v1, and reinforcements came in with the Tracer and the Sombra and more, and Honeypot clutched up at the end. That should have been Daft's map pick, or map win, I should say, his last fight coming up.
Every time Honeypot end up in this situation, fine, we'll play the good comp. If it means that much to you, we'll play the Tracer Sombra. The Doomfist is here and there, but Adam certainly seems to be good at it. Remember, Oputo here has access to the Immortality Field. That can be forced out early by a well-placed stick, and indeed it will be.
The Immortality saved. Oputo made a huge play. Amplification Matrix will force Adam to the staircase. Sound barrier from Ace hits most of the team. High Vision punched out. And Elva will finish off the kill. Honeypot don't have supports. All damage permanent at this point. 99 to 99, and Adam is going crazy. And Daft choke it at the 99 to 80. They just had to finish off the fight, and Honeypot forced the round 3.
Beautiful setup there from Elva as well, forcing out the early Immortality Field and actually grabbing so many members of Daft together in that tight formation, allowing for maximum value out of both the Seismic Slam and the Rocket Punch coming through from Adam, who I've got to admit, I said I hadn't seen much of a Doomfist, but I'd like to see more. Adam's Doomfist is looking hot to trot, and no more, actually. You know what, Leg Day? No, I don't think I will. We're gonna see the Zarya coming out now from Adam. It's been a pick of limited success here in the APAC Opens, but hey, you can give it a go. And Dank on the Winston. Conventional wisdom says that the Winston generally wins out quite often against Zarya, just being able to avoid fights that she wants to take quite easily.
Yeah, I think this open area, Adam's like, if there's a way I can punch myself off the map, I don't want to play the Doomfist. But it's Honeypot taking immediate control. Yang can frontline. He has the aid of the bubble. Oh, Clementine was so low. But the AoE Moira heals from Merit. He's back on that again since his time on Night Market. So We'll see if that coalescence will give them the value they need later on. But for now, it's Yang getting all the value with the support of Adam. Gotta be careful of these Bertlog boops. Also himself, because he dropped down to 1 HP trying to do so. Daft really haven't lost too many bodies from this fight, and they're actually split from each other. So Honeypot will focus down at least one battle. Adam is getting harassed by a Reaper. Now has to go back to Bubble and Yang, and this is just split focus from Honeypot, whether the front or the back. Dank is behind, and no one has capped the point yet. You got your first set of ultimates, the Coalescence and the Barrier and the Kitsune Rush.
He's already getting a samurai. That's bloody impressive. Aputo also. There's going to be the Death Blossom. Everyone moves away apart from Dank, who goes to Skyborn and then ends up in the grave themselves. I think that Honeypot here, they're out-comping quite significantly. I wonder if High Vision needs to get off Sojourn here, to be honest. Because Daft, they're having to continually take more frontline-focused fights because High Vision's not that mobile. And when you take these frontline fights, then that means Adam can stay around in the frontline with a huge amount of energy and take that brawly fight that Saya really wants.
Yeah, Honeypot can just play it so stacked. They got the AoE Moira heals, and you don't have an Ana to deny any of that. Bubble an 80% charge. Adam is a threat. The Graviton is too. Pulse Bomb, but the Suzu timing from Aputo was huge. Saves them from the explosion. Now, no, my God. I thought we were about to be on Reddit for a second. That would have been so funny. And it still hit his teammates, too. And Honeypot won the fight. That was wild.
That's crazy, bro. the choice of Bertlog to use a sound barrier there, this guy's got a separate little bit of mental processes from me. I'm not
He clenched for sure. Yeah, there's
the extra
no way.
PP hop, you know, to get that little bit of extra distance, grab it onto the railing with his little grippers.
Oh my God. Now Elva harassing the tank of Dank. Daft move on forward without much of hope of ultimates besides the Death Blossom, and Clementine is doing a good job of charging up that Zarya bubble shield, just trying to burst it now morally. Adam is charged up and is lasering everyone's faces down. So if you're gonna charge up Adam, he needs to become priority number 1. 100 energy. Zarya is a 3rd DPS on the field.
Daft are having some compositional issues right now. They finally move over towards a brawl comp, but they lose for Sojourn here to put High Vision on the trace. It would have been so much better with the Winston to begin with to get onto people like Bertlog. Now Merit ready to go with a Coalescence. You can try and force out an early Suzu here, and that will allow Elva some real purchase. No way.
Elva did wing it, and it still hits High Vision even through the Suzu. At least the timing was off. Death Blossom hits both bubbles of Adam. Coalescence for Merit to support the front line. The Graviton thrown. Death Blossom on top. And happy birthday, Daft. That's round 3 all done. 100-0 too. That death ball from Honeypot, that's scary.
Yeah, and I thought that we'd see the opt into the Death Ball a lot sooner from the side of Daft. They did so well on market, just playing that Ramatra and winning out against a somewhat unprepared Honeypot. Unfortunately, they had 2 separate strange permutations where they played a more frontline heavy DPS, like a Sojourn, when they were playing the Winston, and finally swapped over to the Tracer in order to be able to access backline targets when they went to Ramatra. So there was never any ability for the DPS and the tank in order to coalesce on the same target.
I was really interested in the Merit Moira pick. It's not something you really see that often unless your name is Finn from the San Francisco Shock, and taking some notes there. But ever since the Fade during Coalescence got implemented, that's now not a throw ultimate in terms of how vulnerable and a liability you are. And since there's no Ana on the other side, those were just so much AoE heals for a stack team of Honeypot who just barely died throughout that, and really good bubble usage from Adam. And got charged up to 100% because no one killed Adam. Everyone was so focused on Yang and Elva and like the Reaper duel. But it's also, you got to keep in mind that Daft had some kind of substitutions. They have some people playing off role, so maybe the communication isn't all there yet.
Yeah, the communication might be struggling a tiny bit, but there's plenty of time to try and figure that out, Lemon. We are in a 1st-to-3 series, which will continue after this break.
The battle of Australian tanks continues, and Honeypot are winning so far. That was kind of a wild Lijiang Tower. I had a lot of fun.
That was certainly a Lijiang Tower of all time. We had Adam throwing themselves off the map with an empowered punch. We had some two-person sound barriers. We had Bertlog with possibly the most ballsy sound barrier I have seen in my life. Like, the risk. The absolute... That's probably going on Reddit, even though he didn't die. It was crazy. It was a bit of tomfoolery, a little bit of goofiness coming out of Australia.
But Honeypot, that was their choice of map, right, to go on Lijiang Tower, and they just looked that good on the Zarya Reaper Tracer composition, and even incorporating some Lucio Moira. We talked about how cool that was. Daft, though, you know, they are facing their issues beyond just the rain in Bangkok and missing their Lucio player of Pally. Now they have Ace on that role, who's now played all 3 roles. We mentioned that, but it's the fight calling that I have issues with Daft with. Thinking about Control Center, where they choked the 5v1 fight of just killing reinforcements and then choking that, and then the map entirely, to shooting Zarya bubbles, getting Adam to 100 energy, and then not being able to really finish off a fight in kind of a cohesive way.
Yeah, just to make sure that no one's misunderstanding the context here, Daft genuinely threw this map. Like, at the end of the second round, there was a 0.001% chance that Honeypot win that. The 1v5 map somehow lived, and then the reinforcements come back. It was a gargantuan bit of silliness that cost Daft that map. Now they get to pick where we go, though. We're going over to Hollywood for our hybrid map, and this means one thing, Lemon. More verticality, more room to play double flex support, but I want to go on back to your point about fight calling, because like you said, with Pally missing, there's a good chance that Pally was a large part of those communications as the Lucio player. The main support often is going to be one of your primary callers who does a lot of fight planning and ult tracking.
Well, at least Daft get the choice of map, so we go to Hollywood.
Smile.
And I'm getting the vibes of trying to go somewhere Winton-esque. Something where a lot of high ground, something where the Zarya Reaper is a lot tougher to execute. I'm never gonna say you can't play it on this map because APAC brings it all out. I saw Reaper Torb today. I believe in anything. I believe in miracles. But this is definitely a Winston-based map that I think Daft will be the best at.
Yeah, definitely a read there from Honeypot. They know Dank super well, realizing where Dank likely wants to play the Winston here. I would not be surprised to see Honeypot swap over to a D.Va if they start to struggle, because the D.Va's a very effective bruiser up against the Winston. And while Dank was hovering, the Winston are actually rolling out on a little bit of close-range brawl to begin with for Daft. This might be unexpected for Honeypot, considering that Daft went to a far more vertically inclined map.
And not going to that kind of left side staircase to maybe zone off the high ground. There's no one that can really go up there unless you want to do some creative May wall techs, which can be possible. They're still in front of that building, but now maybe scouting that Honeypot aren't up there, and Yang is on this bottom mini. They're going to wall them off, and Daft are just going to anchor the point and say, come at us, bro. And Honeypot have to play that close to them is not going to be what they want to do. Daft already got a first tick, and you rely on vision for those headshots, especially who had a quieter performance at the start of Lijiang Tower, but this is his bread and butter.
Yeah, I've had my complaints about Clementine's Reaper as well, but Clementine's headshots of the May have been very clean, being able to take out these DPS threats real quick, whether it's for Tracer or indeed the Ashe as well. And now Daft, The question is, how far can you run this? Can you make a claim on the high ground early? If so, there's a good chance you can try and snowball forward here, as Clementine and High Vision, they're going to be very difficult to brawl out for a Tracer. It's going to have trouble getting up onto high ground by themselves.
Yeah, I wonder if this choice to go rush was maybe due to trying to play around Clementine's hero pool. That's maybe kind of the more newer player that you're incorporating to this roster. So if they're really feeling strong about the Mei, then you go brawl. But how do you brawl against a Nano Adam all up in your face? Well, he's hiding in the closet right now, and Honeypot's supports are on that high ground. There's an anti-heal hitting the DPS, and Adam, that was more of a scare tactic than wanting to go that deep.
I mean, I guess it did force the Nano out of Puto onto High Vision as well. Ace super low at the moment. Dare not use for Sound Barrier while antied, and everyone just leaves when Dank pops the Annihilation. We'll see you later, chum.
Oh, High Vision. That's not the roof you usually want to play under. You want to play under this roof that Yang is under, because then the high ground can definitely see you on the other side of that haze. So some mispositioning there from Daft, probably to react to some of the ults that came down, like the Bob, the Primal, and others. But yeah, Honeypot just disengaged really well.
Excellent fight planning as well. Realizing that Dank was going to retort to the dive from Honeypot using that Annihilation, just keeping everyone up on high ground with the exception of Adam, who could easily escape with a leap away. Now Ace's Soundbar is something that I really want to keep an eye on. Do you dare try and use it to engage the high ground with the elevator here?
Well, thanks, Sleep, and there's a Blizzard on the high ground. Just drop right down, I guess. The Blizzard is a spherical ultimate, so it will hit you on that second roof, and Merritt found that out the hard way. Daft played off that Blizzard quite well, zoned off the high ground, chased down the kills. There's some flanking happening from the Honeypot friends, but not much else. Daft will have payload control.
Far from guaranteed, though, at the moment. Dank doesn't have a huge amount of healing behind them. Still waiting for Aputo to return, and indeed Aputo doesn't get back in time. Adam chases down the little brother. Oh, and misses for jumper. Yin and yang, Lemon. Yin and yang.
It happens.
It does. We've got the Nano on deck at the moment from Merritt. The question is, where does it go? You're likely going to be placing it onto Adam. But I wonder if this is going to be another attempt from Honeypot to try and play a more cerebral game and force a counter Nano out of Aputo. Oh, that's a Nano skill there from Yang.
Your wide body got in the way. Adam said, where's my Nano? And this is where you report that on up. But Adam is okay. He's got Primal. They got the kills. You don't need the Primal 5v2. It's a little disrespectful, but I'm fine. I'm fine with it. I'm okay.
Did you see Adam hiding from that Deadeye behind that tiny pot? I beg. I know you mean this in the chat. Someone make Shaq behind the poplar tree, but with Adam behind them.
Well, Winston is big like that too, so I get it. Honeypot.
Same energy, Lemon.
Well, Honeypot, they got messed up last time they kind of crossed this bridge. Their disengage from this dive of Daft is good usually. Looks like they almost killed Dank too, but he's going to be back with a vengeance. He has Primal too. The Bob's on the low ground, and Dank doesn't care. He's going to go in even deeper, and Honeypot just can't stop him until the sleep. Merritt will get away with his own life, and Daft, or mainly Adam, went for a counter dive, managed to scoop up 2 kills and now 3 with Bertlog brawling with him. And Daft don't really have control of this card anymore.
Right click misses. Clementine actually gets a lift here. Adam's been absolutely shamboozled. What? Oh, there's no way. Adam. Oh, what? Okay, that's another observer frag coming through right there.
How did he? That's just so unlucky. That the zap doesn't kill that Tracer. That's annoying.
Exactly. It's unlucky, Lemon. Not a skill issue. It's a luck issue.
Not skill, just needs a buff. Winston is now a ranged hero next patch. You've heard it here first. Oh, pulse! It does miss. Dapper's still trying to get on this elevator, and now they're all split up from each other. Honeypot gonna converge on them. Suzu used by Aputo. And the rally not invested by Ace to maybe salvage this fight. They probably just thought this is scuffed from the beginning.
Yeah, they likely figured, hey, I don't think this is going to be our one. Where's Clementine at the moment? Oh, all the way in the back. They're actually near the defender spawn currently, which will give access to that elevator. But you need a distraction coming through from your team in order to try and mess with Daft's ears. They even could try and get a little bit of free push on Cart, Because it is in a fairly accessible position, but you mostly want your Winston to do that. Up goes for Tracer. She's on the elevator. Down goes Adam.
What happened to Adam? I think he got stunned up by the break rally of Ace. We didn't get to see it. 4v4. And Clementine, as soon as they emerged, they got headshot by an Ash, so you couldn't even get kind of some cart anchoring and maybe bring the attention down to the low ground, as you had mentioned. 7 seconds left for Daft, and they only got a Deadeye. Maybe an upcoming Primal. That's big ante. I think, no, Honeypot are okay. Nano available for Adam, or even the DPS. Deadeye. That was zoned, didn't get enough. Primal from Dank to push these supports off the high ground. Has isolated Burlock, but got lost in the sauce. Now Honeypot gets to heal back up their backline, and Daft are heading towards the end of point B, and they need to throw everything but the kitchen sink in there. That's a good sleep on Adam, and I think he got woke up, but in his grave. Daft have now Nano Dank 5v3. This should be the job done for the offense.
What a whip shot there from Bertlog, though. Keeps Dank at base. Still, Ace continues to fling around the mace. And that should be more than enough. Dude, let's talk about Ace's hero pool as well. Like, the Brigitte and Velucio are not easy supports to just randomly pick up. Ace's hero pool is frankly biblical. This is 3 separate roles we've seen Ace play, at least the top of tier 2 level.
Oh, just the fact that Daft got through in that fight is a point, but not capping point B is a bit of a struggle. But Daft clutched up. Oh, Clementine got backhanded there. So now when you win that Tracer duel, it might be time to send it if you're Honeypot to take an early fight, but Daft are kind of at the door, but Adam is going to engage anyway. Start getting up towards that nano charge there for Merit. That 5v4, did Burlock drop? How did he die to an Ana? Either way, you're going to throw an extra man in the picture, Bob, to toss up Daft, CC them, and stop the card progression.
Well, the peel is solid. Clementine won't be able to chase down Merit as they do pick up the Mega. And now Clementine's actually self-staggering at this moment. And there they go. Just a couple more seconds given over. And actually, Bertlog died to a well-placed anti there from Aputo. Evidently, the projectile DPS route still living on within Aputo. Remember, Ace is dangerous at the moment. Still with that stun. Bye-bye.
Oh, did that pulse? Oh, it got behind the shield of Ace, so only one healer for Daft. It's Aputo, who's got brought down low, and no healers at all in the last 8 seconds! And High Vision's Deadeye couldn't even find Alva, who got the execute at the end of the day. It's up to Clementine and Dank to keep this overtime wick burning. It is now into effect, and Clementine's trying to go around the left side. Dank from above. Daft spawns are quite close, though, but Honeypot are alive and well. All 5 alive. From down high and down low, Dank is dead, and now you got no front line for Daft. You will nano your carry. High Vision has to get these kills and pull through for Daft if they want to extend what they have. It's a headshot onto Yang and the nade onto the Ana, but the Bertlog rally keeps them up, and Daft won't go any further.
You do not beat the Bertlog allegations. An absolute carry when it comes to these brawl fights, even if he does occasionally get picked a little bit early from a maybe slightly too aggressive peak. Still, I think that Daft are going to be fairly happy with the overall progress they made on this attack when it seemed increasingly likely that Daft were going to be held on second point. Instead, getting themselves some well-manufactured fights. Here's a quick look at Nyang popping off here after stealing the nano like an absolute criminal from Adam.
That anti disgusting too from Merit. That's been another win condition. I was a big fan of the Moira, but when you have this death ball, it suits that better. Now just playing off of anti-heals is a good initiator for Honeypot's dive, where you thought that Daft and Dank were gonna go for the dive right from the beginning, but it's Adam and friends that look really solid too on it.
Oh, please be real. Please let the Doomfist be real. I know the Lifeweaver's a bit of a troll, but man, Adam's panic Doomfist. You know what? Maybe the Doomfist, it only gets power when you need him, you know? Like, if you're casually playing the Doomfist, he's of little power. It's only when Adam is truly at his most necessary to play Doomfist that it comes out at its full power. On the defense, we've got Daft rolling out with the Winston and the Brigitte here. This is going to give a good amount of support to Clementine in the Tracer duels, which thus far have been going overwhelmingly in favor of Elva. While Clementine, we know, is not the primary Tracer player for Daft thus far, it still has been a little bit wanting in terms of performance. That's an interesting scout take there as well from Adam, going all the way out on the Wrecking Ball, knowing that it isn't really pickable, and then getting pulled back by the Lifeweaver.
I guess it's, what does that save you, like 1 or 2 seconds if you use a Sombra?
Every
So
second counts.
we got a new Life Weaver tech, y'all. Take notes here. And don't do this in your ranked games for any longer. Honeypot on the dive. We'll try to access that top right high ground, and Merritt overstayed the welcome. I mean, you don't expect the headshot, but you should. It's high vision.
Yeah, try him. And you're never going to come up trumps, honestly. High vision just stalls this out, and Honeypot already down a minute from their scouting and poking. It's been mostly uneventful thus far as Dank just continues to harass this space. Oh, high vision could wrap around the back here.
Oh, jeez, you got the Reaper on the Ana. Pudo's in trouble. Can't turn and get the sleep in time. And Daft's defense lacking in the heal department, but certainly not lacking in the damage. They're actually up, and high vision. Dank's still up. They have access to Mini, and Yang will access the spawn room doors. Daft clutched up there.
Oh, let's go high. High is high vision, by the way. I call him that because, you know, we're close. Yeah, I know top tie DPS, but it's whatever to me. I do like how Honeypot are kind of all-inning on their dives, so they're using the TP and the triple blink from a Tracer just to get on top of an unprepared Daft, and that took out Ace real quick. Now Ace is going to try and rebuff this by bringing out the more consistent boots of the Lucio.
All right, Adam has cleared that high ground. It's forced Daft to the other. Going after high vision seems to be a goal. And Adam, at least successful in killing some, and Dank got punished. So we look at Honeypot without DPS, pressuring what they can and zoning and having the space, but only getting a tick out of it. Can they really hold on?
Clementine's almost got a pulse one. If it's well placed, if Merit has to use for Suzu too early by opting into a 1v1, this could be tragic. And there it is. Clementine does maintain survivability. And now Daft, move in.
Dank dives at the back with Nano and not finding targets at least immediately. Pudo dead on impact too. Supports being removed left and right. You got the primal. Oh, it's a Death Blossom. Don't want to make the mistake of accidentally booping that into your own team. And Dank is going to leave and maybe give this up to Honeypot to cap.
Clementine probably should have died a little bit earlier than this. Maybe we can try and blink out of the loving arms of the supports. Indeed, they can. As Honeypot, it took their time taking that first point. This is still a very winnable second point here for Daft, especially with the amount of personnel that they already have available up on high ground, and Clementine being able to get up there for free as well. Bertlog's feeding.
Oh, come on, that's just a good Ana. It was like, I'm a DPS player. Everyone remember that.
Everyone will remember that the hard way, especially Bertlog, who does have the soundbar, admittedly. Ace is going to be able to match this one out quite nicely. And the question now is, how does Honeypot escort Yang up into a high ground brawl where he can truly do a good amount of damage?
I think Honeypot just playing this payload and Dank's contesting it, so Honeypot have to fight something here, and that's where high vision is left unattended there by Dank, and Adam pressures him back, doesn't get the kill yet. 200 HP, jumps back towards his Honor, getting towards that nano charge. And then at a distance, they frag Dank, who couldn't get to the loving arms or even a nano from a Pudo. So it will be high vision that gets it, and he's obliterated. Got focused down by Alpha and friends of Honeypot. We're getting some steady progress halfway towards point B. And if Honeypot keep getting staggers, Daft's retake is going to struggle. But Alpha losing that Tracer duel is big. Daft can engage in. Pulse onto Adam, but the sound beer is there. Adam has slept. We'll wake up with Primal, and Daft's backline's in trouble.
What a perfectly timed somewhere there from Bertlog to try and save Adam. Running low on health now, though. The Nano comes through for maximum healing. Fists of Fury are flung in the Saloon Lemon. And that's going to absolutely carve through multiple members of Daft.
40 HP in a dream. How did he live that? And great juggle technique and then bounce on a Pudo afterwards. Honeypot will be completing B much faster than Daft. And that box of victory is halfway to C. Yeah.
40 meters stand between Honeypot and match point, keeping the Australian dream of the knockouts alive. Actually, it will end one Australian dream, but it will keep far more available. Adam forced to disengage here, but does have the information. That's what's much more crucial, because for Honeypot, this is all about planning. We only need to win a single fight. Ideally, you just want to force Daft to use multiple ultimates here. Ace to swap over to the Zen is super important as well.
Dank's pretty important too. He's got a primal. He's gonna prove it to everybody. Tosses him off the cart, and that's all he really did. just trying to buy time for Daft to get any picks and beat that chunky front line that Adam or Dank knows he can beat. Deadeye steps into the bubble. Yang does not want to mess with a nano monkey and Alpha while everyone's distracted. Finds a 2K at the back. Headshots only against the supports. I don't even know if that nano went off. Either way, it's up to Clementine and Dank to clutch, but there's just not enough players around. Honeypot clear this with 2.5 minutes and go to match point.
Elva simply brutalizes the backline there to buy Honeypot the singular push that they needed, Lemon. And while I was quite keen on the ace swap over to the Zenyatta, there simply wasn't enough room to make it work, really. They had to drop off high ground super early and also try and support the early Dank engage. If maybe they got a little bit more cart push, perhaps Ace can play at the end of the long lane and have relative safety from Retracer trying to force out that triple blink to even reach him for a duel. Unfortunately, with so little space to work with, the Zenyatta did end up having very limited angles and very vulnerable positioning.
I'm a big fan of Alva, as usual. I said it in the pre-show, I'm gonna say it again. That 2K on the supports was what turned the fight at the end. And the fact that they still had 2.5 minutes left at the end. And it's about also just the Annas and the Winstons connecting spiritually, physically, also with that healing. I know Puto and Dank didn't always, especially when Dank is going back with like 100 HP, maybe he needs to give himself a bit more wiggle room with just the mechanics that he has to face against Honeypot. So match point for Honeypot. And Daft they're fighting as best as they can. They're going to get one more map choice, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. That's the end of the road because it's lower bracket. We're going to send it to a quick break. We'll see you after this. it's match point for Honeypot. We're going to another map, but we've Daft has called some pals like that.
Yes, Daft have managed to call some pals. Honeypot, their rain dance that brought down the deluge upon Bangkok. It was of limited time. Pally has been able to return. That means that Ace can go back to DPS, which means Clementine is out. It's a smorgasbord of changes, but perhaps they will lead Daft to the elusive reverse sweep, which is now their only option to stay here in our spring stage opens.
I know, I'm trying to do like the mental gymnastics, so Clementine out, Pally in for support, then Ace goes to DPS, and we have a map. It's Rialto, and Daft have figured that out too, along with some substitution from Honeypot, Bertlog out, a Kraken in, going for the double flex support.
Yeah, Pally, the Lucio player, returns just in time for the double flex support map, which is unfortunate, but we know that Pally's got a fairly wide hero pool, almost as wide as Ace's. But I'm quite excited now to see the Elva versus Ace potential matchup on the Tracer versus Tracer, because let's be real, it's not really Clementine's job, and Clementine wasn't really able to hold a candle to Elva in the rounds previous. But now Ace might be a little bit more of a challenge, and if Elva doesn't evolve their playstyle to deal with a far more actively marking Tracer, Elva might actually do a couple of overextensions and get wildly punished for that.
Yeah, this initial point, though, the battle of the Widowmakers. I'm wondering if we're going to see some D.Va, some Sigma. It'll be a tough one. I believe yesterday Honeypot played a lot of Adam. D.Va was the Yang Widow, Elva Tracer, and then the either Zen Ana or Zen Brig. Depends how annoying the Tracer on the other side is. Merritt had enough of that, eventually went towards the Brig in the later stages of that map. And then on the side of Daft, they really like their dive as usual, where it's the Lucio Ana on attack, and then they like to kind of chill out and bring the Brig Ana again. Brig, really a good counter for Winstons and annoying Tracers, but High Vision likes Hanzo, which is an interesting pick. Sometimes Widows off the bat, and the Ace Tracer is what they usually like.
You reckon Merritt said, "Go, jump off the map, I will pull you back on my Life Weaver." Another one of Merritt's classic lies. And Honeypot and Adam, they fell for a hook, line, and sinker. On the other side, though, we are going to see Adam coming out on one of Adam's more prolific heroes. The classic off-tank of the D.Vas, actually very, very well regarded here on Rialto. The ability to move between the high grounds quickly, as well as head off the boops, or rather the dives from a Winston and bully him afterwards with a fusion cannon. Super important. Remember that there's always a chance where if Adam thinks that Honeypot have an advantage in a dive, they can actually wrap around behind Dank and boom them further in. Welcome to DPS again, Ace. Now get out.
That's not an Ace, that's a Joker after that one. Yang, that was disgusting. I'm gonna have to check your PC after that one. Oh, High Vision. You can't headshot me if I'm invisible. And then Dank also didn't respect the 1v1. All good. Daft have made the space. High Vision's going back for a health pack. Now a quick disengage to get the payload around this corner, and Honeypot will have to rethink this approach.
All right, Ace has returned. Oh, what a nice complex of damage there on Tamara. Excellent calls from High Vision. Adam's going to be hacked, and oh, we forgot to reload, didn't we? Crazy.
I hate when that happens. I over-reload, so I wish I had that problem.
COD player.
I know. Daft, I mean, they've already started off with a kill on Adam. There is a recontest available for Honeypot. Yang just has to get around this bubble. Ooh, Dank got a little low, but that means that Okudo's just that much closer to the Nano. Payload going to its final destination. Honeypot have Adam to contest and bully Dank in that bubble. Now the bubble is gone. Those supports from Pally and Okudo pretty close and vulnerable. And it's a stick! Double kill! Ace might have recalled into that either way. Honeypot get the hold at 2.5 meters.
Ace did recall into that one as well. It just delivered their own pulse from, I believe, to Merritt. Still excellent retake there coming through, and a lot of it came down to Adam getting an early eat on the sleep dart from Okudo. Great presence of mind with the defense matrix. Once again, High Vision. Gonna be doing some scouting here to make sure that this Widowmaker is accounted for and no one overpeaks.
Oh, you hate being hacked. Oh, well, I guess you also hate missing some of your shots. That should have been a one duel. All good though. Honeypot anchoring the point, and well, there's a Nano Monkey. Two-main anti though from Okudo hits Adam and Merritt. Kraken gives the nano to Adam, who just is playing their life so well. They hit a 2K, they got the self-destruct. They might not be able to pop it because of the hack, yeah.
Or Niang might need to carry here. It is technically, I believe, a 3 versus 1 at the moment. But hey, if anyone can do it, Ace can. Linking back into the health back, and Elva tries to cut off the means of escape. One of the really cool things that Daft did in that fight is that they actually have Dank jump in to force out the Adam boosters in an attempt to try and stop Dank mid-air, and then after the boosters are used, High Vision actually engages onto Niang, making sure the heal can't come through.
Okay, 3-man EMP from High Vision, rally in response from Merit, Soundbeer from Pally, and the Primal Rage. Daft got a ton of sustain to get these last few meters locked in, and it's about damn time. They had almost a minute left, and Honeypot is just gonna die on this cart.
No! No, they're not!
Yang.
They're not Lemon!
Oh, no, C9, it's all good. It's all good, all good. No one panic.
There was some panic there. There was a lot of panic there. Oh my goodness, Niang is having himself a map, doing it for Australia. But there we go. There's the cart taken over. And a quick reset here as Honeypot will let things fall back into shape. Ace is like, me Widow too. Me good.
Oh, he is good. Okay, there's a diva behind. We're scared. Sitting in the Winston bubble makes you feel nice, safe, and cozy. Okay, it's gone. There's a D-Mech Diva, Tracer around, and Ace is getting peeled for well. He's got all the homies nearby. It's just Daft are taking their sweet time pushing this cart, so keep in mind on that time bank.
Yeah, that time bank is far from pretty, especially for the second point of Rialto, which is a defender's dream, honestly. But remember that Ace is going to have a significant advantage when it comes to information, because High Vision can gather it for free without risking their body due to this sort of thing called invisibility.
Oh, but Honeypot have the ults. They'll start with the nano onto Adam. And it's kind of harassing this Widow. Still didn't confirm that kills. Really good heals from Puto and Pally. But Elva made their way into the back once those cooldowns were gone. Honeypot's damage really hurt, and so does Elva on this Tracer. Holy cow.
Elva's having himself a day, and honestly, Elva was kind of the carry for Honeypot yesterday as well. Really trying to drag Honeypot through some maps where without Elva, it would have been a very different story. And Elva is playing their heart out, knowing that there are going to be plenty of Overwatch League scouts who are going to be watching these teams, knowing that, hey, if we need a quick fix in the middle of a season, maybe this is the person we're looking for.
We don't need to see Niang get beat to death by a Primal, and oh, he's going for Merit too. He got an EMP from High Vision. He honestly could have let Dank handle it. He had it.
Wait, Adam's still here. Just stand very still. Their vision is based on movement.
I keep mixing up Dank and Adam, but yeah, Dank had it is what I meant to say.
Dank had it. Adam had the cart. You know, every Australian
someone had
something. Yeah. Easy to believe. And Ace holding on to the infra sites here, just waiting until it's going to be a dangerous proposition for Honeypot to try and contest the cart. So keep them at bay as Dank can take some very measured pokes here.
Okay, Dank falls back for heals. Sound barrier available. Oh, jeez, it hit Ace just in time before he got dove on. On the other side, you have a rally from Merit. Looking for CC. Does identify High Vision, but translocates out. Honeypot defending this cart well. Daft falling back. You see the chase is on for Adam, who has the self-destruct, can play his life off of that. Now as the cards fall, both teams have lost one. Only a Kraken can heal Honeypot, though. They don't seem too bothered with where their spawns are at. Adam got nanoed and then self-destruct. Bit of a miscom. But, you know, we all wanted Adam to live. Even a Kraken too. But High Vision close to EMP. Honeypot haven't decisively won this fight yet. But with Dank gone, Daft have lost some belief.
And when these fights start to break down, that's when we're going to see Elva at their most dangerous. Apudo trying their best to be sneaky here. And indeed, it seems like they may well get away with this. EMP grabs too, but there's no one here to really follow up. Elva's going to try their best.
Yeah, there's a miscom. Niang went for EMP, but Honeypot knew there were some people on the cart they had to clear off first to deny the overtime. Daft powered down two. Kitsune rush. Salver only hits the two that are left, and Daft, it's not looking likely they can go to point B with the members that Honeypot have left. And that'll be all she wrote. Honeypot defend.
And now Daft, they have their name written in the Death Note, Lemon. This is their last stand, potentially, in the Overwatch League Spring Stage Opens. If they can't hold Rialto to a lesser distance than this, they are going home, and Honeypot, the hope and pride of Australia, will manage to slog even deeper into our bracket and continue a terror-filled run. Was I correct on the Death Note thing? Am I a manga now?
You're not. You're the man, but not the manga. At least you said it correctly. So your trip to California got you something. So
let's go. I'm popping off.
Daft, they could have popped off harder though. Not getting to point B, not getting to the end. We've seen better from them when it comes to Rialto, and just that miscom on the EMP from Daft there when there were some people on the cart, some people away. Either way, Honeypot, the box of victory at point B. They want to hit the 3-0. Daft can defend this just based off of defending point A well. That Widow duel crumbled very quickly in favor of Honeypot.
If you're going to show high vision carry, now would be the time. Daft need a hero. And there are 5 members who are all ready to step up and fill that role. Once again, Yang is looking to absolutely terrorize any who would potentially show their faces here. Wouldn't be surprised to see Yang swap over onto a Tracer, but seems like for now there's going to be a bit of a commit to the Widowmaker, just seeing if he can get any early progress. Why not? Elva at the moment just scouting the enemy team comp. Apudo just hitting the floor nade, you know?
Eye vision on the Hanzo. He's done this in previous maps before. Able to just get back to the high ground, not waste too much time. Oh, and hit shots like that. That's not bad. It's also a good tank buster once you get the storm bow out. Identifies Elva's in courtyard. So Daft know there could be some flank potential, and Elva is a terrifying Tracer to go up against. So high vision will mark that. As Honeypot hope to bully Daft off of this high ground, and Nadiva's a great pick to do so, but not with Merit not teleported to you.
Elva setting up behind, super important as well, because it forces the Brigaders to pay more attention to the Ana. Ace is going to be the one who actually moves in to try and match this Tracer, and finally, a Tracer versus Tracer that Daft could potentially win. Yang under pressure and just leaps into the Winston.
At least you got the pick onto the Brig if you're Nyang, so if you were to die there, it would have been 1-1 trade, and Adam is, well, harassing the back and kills 3 by himself, just kind of ending off that fight. And Honeypot probably have 1 more to go before capping A, and Ace at least won't get staggered for now.
Ace can rocket in from the back with a pulse bomb, though. That needs to be accounted for. Nyang takes out a Puto early, and Daft are on the ropes already.
Suzu?
Ooh,
no!
that's good!
Merit didn't hit the Suzu. I wonder how far he was. Maybe he was supporting Adam on the front lines, but a 2K pulse bomb is huge for Daft. And that'll bring Honeypot's time bank down to half.
I said they need a hero, and Ace has elected himself to fill that role. Adam could even be staggered here potentially by Dank. You don't want to be using your Primal Rage, so you've got to be very careful about which kind of fights you take. That Primal Rage is going to be incredibly important to try and tank up on the cart when Adam is likely going to send multiple members scurrying with a well-placed self-destruct.
Daft back on the high ground, supports near the cart. Dank deciding to fall back, use the Primal to deal with these stragglers in courtyard, and got Merit so low, teleport forced out. Dank didn't know where he went or where his supports were. Not in range of the Nano, which Opudo desperately needed to communicate. So we'll go to high vision instead against Adam's Nano. Self-destruct! Good shot from high vision. Escapes just barely with the self-destruct. Throws the Dragon Strike on the cart. And Honeypot are already resetting. Only 90 seconds left for Honeypot.
Oh, Daft are doing it, Lemon. Daft might well start a reverse sweep here. That was so much of Honeypot's overall war chest invested in that fight. 4 ultimates used. And now Yang has swapped over onto the Hanzo, ready to meet high vision at their own game. A pair of Tracers, a pair of Pulse Bombs, a pair of Titans. One looking to drag their team further into the lower bracket, one looking to rescue them from the coffin of defeat.
Ace has been spotted and marked. Looking to place this Pulse Bomb. Oh, 25 HP recalls. Won't have that for a few seconds. Daft playing at the end and now having the Ramatra to bully Adam, who drops low, got bursted immediately, and Honeypot get antied. There's just nothing they could do. But the silver lining is that Honeypot lost that quickly, so they'll have another fight.
Ace is back. Thailand, did you miss him? I know that you did. Ace wants to chase out Elva, just force out a couple of those blinks, but for now, just play it safe. You don't want to be the one to lose your life with only 18 seconds remaining after this miraculous hold. Elva caught, if they can force the recall. Excellent health back steal. That's huge from Ace.
And then you got the recall out of Elva, so he'll have to play a bit slower. Last fight for Honeypot, or Daft will pick up a map. And it's Dank anchoring there on the Ramatra. Takes a few headshots, or at least one from Yang, and that'll force him around the corner. That's all they're going to do, is Daft are going to play slow at the front of the cart. Honeypot working towards ults. The Dragon Strike from Yang could be what they need to zone off the cart just enough to get these last few meters. But Daft Annihilation. Honeypot don't have an answer. Dank waiting for the ultimate. The pulse bomb in the middle. Ace gets some splash damage in, but couldn't recall in time. Annihilation from the front of Daft, and Honeypot just burned to death. What a defense from Daft. What a map. And they'll stay alive in the series.
Showing exactly why they picked Rialto. Ace has returned to the DPS role, and he has done it in style. Pally, incredibly important, but it's got to be Ace again and again, saving these fights with a well-played spell storm. His stick percentage on the defense must be something like 80%, and must be getting like more than one kill per pulse bomb. The efficiency so high. Ace is the only name I have in my mind right now because he is driving Daft towards a potential reverse sweep. And Honeypot, they're going to start sweating a bit.
Yeah, now that Daft have their core roster back, a name that I thought of was Dank. The choice to go to Ramatra at the end just so you can be on the cart, be that brawler that's going to win against the Winston, bully him out, and that was a main punish factor onto Adam. And then you waited for the Annihilation, a big win condition for Daft, and that is all she wrote. A beautiful map from Daft and a full hold against Honeypot, which is impressive. So it will be Honeypot's choice of map coming up. We're going to throw it to a break, and we'll see you there. It's 2-1 for Honeypot, but Daft, they're still in it, baby. They still got that dog in them after that Rialto. The full kind of nuts.
Is there a program to start cloning Ace? Because I'd like to be an early investor. I could do a few aces for my team, whether it's on the Lucio or on the Tracer. Ace is looking hot today, and he needs to. Because whoever loses this series, Lemon, goes home. No more second chances. This is the second chance. There are no third chances in the Overwatch League.
You're gonna make him blush with how much you're hyping him up. He's good at the game and hot? Well, I don't know about that, but we do know Honeypot has a choice of map coming up next. We'll find out shortly what that is. I can just look at my notes. New Queen Street, where both these teams lost this yesterday, 2 days ago.
Yeah, and the Honeypot loss of New Queen Street should have been a win. Let's be real, but tragedy struck at the least opportune time, and Honeypot are going to be very keen to redeem themselves here and likely try and follow the program from yesterday, which was having Adam on that Diva and playing a lot faster with the Sombra Tracer. But you know that Daft, they love that Sombra Tracer mirror. They're happy to have Ace just go absolutely bonkers on the Tracer, and High Vision set up these dives with the hacks.
At the dive where High Vision, when he's had enough of double flankers, he'll usually go Tracer himself and force Ace off of it to go Sombra. So it's nice that High Vision and Ace can share that hero pool. Lucio Ana is always the name of the game for Daft. And then Honeypot, Ana Zen with the double flex support. Where Zen, you know, sometimes that always gets changed to a Brig if things get a bit hairy with the flankers. Elva and Yang looked good yesterday, although I had a hard time keeping up with them. They played so damn fast. So we'll see what kind of chaos is in store for us on New Queen Street.
Yeah, these push maps, they get fast and furious, and we might see Pally returning to the Lucio they're known so well for. I do think that Pally's been a backline stalwart on the Brigitte as well. We saw both over on Rialto. Still, some teams have been enjoying the Zen here. I do believe that yesterday Honeypot went up against the Zenyatta, and that's why we have both a Kraken and Merit in here for Honeypot. It allows them to play that double flex support. On the side of Daft, Pally's obviously got a little bit of a wider hero pool when it comes to these support roster, and they are going to be rolling out to try and give some advantages to Ace on the Reaper and get on top of Adam real quick. But I feel like Daft are going to get collapsed upon real quick. Pally's going to be like the big target, or High Vision.
How can you protect High Vision? Well, now on the Sojourn instead of the Cassidy is a change from their previous match, which was 2 days ago, and at least you can get away from the dive by just jumping away forehand, but charging up that damage is what kind of is a drawback for Sojourn versus the Cassidy. And I guess Ace took too much heat at the beginning of that, trying to go after Adam, of course. And Adam, now that he's free from his shackles, is coming after everybody. And Daft have lost a few in that first fight. Ace, namely, a hack on the Pally to stop him from moving. Oputo's getting chased down by Nyang, who recalls right before any stupid headshots come in. And Honeypot are in control.
Adam just marauded through the backline, bullying anyone who dares to come into their vision. Adam can basically just run absolutely free here on New Queen Street. Only Ace is going to present a huge amount of threat to them. And, oh, tank staggered. That's real tough, Lemon. This is going to give so much extra push here to Honeypot.
Honeypot know that there's some people in gym. Good boops from Adam. Yang has a pulse bomb too. Could be traveling towards the back to hit them, while Daft are obviously looking forward. And Ace gets picked off again. Really being conservative with his Wraith form. Now Adam has been nanoed, chasing down everyone outside of this gym. And Honeypot get forever progress on this. And Daft just haven't had a good fight yet.
Yeah, yet to really find any purchase here, and it feels like they're not getting any access to this slow backline. I wonder how much value Pally's actually bringing on the Lucio if they're not going to manage to get into these more squishy supports, and that's why Ace has swapped over now onto the Tracer.
EMP from Elva hits 4. Puto with the Kitsune Rush. Honeypot have to be careful how they approach this fight, because Daft, they hurt a lot, and High Vision proved just that. Adam not going to use the self-destruct, just going to reset with the team, and that'll be Daft's first fight win.
Yeah, and critically just before the checkpoint here as well, and that means that Honeypot still are going to have to tank a butt scratch if they can make it all the way through and don't unlock the first spawn. And this is what I wanted to see. Ace on the Tracer, because the ability of Honeypot's support lines to defend themselves, it doesn't have quite as much as before. We see an attempt at a pulse on, but everyone steers clear. Good reactions from Honeypot.
I think Ace just didn't have time to throw that properly, hearing the charged up orbs from Merit. Sound barrier from Pally, and that's the value of the Lucio you wanted to see. Daft can send this, play their tempo well. Adam is still fighting despite the sound barrier because he could depend on someone like Merit in the late transcendence in this fight. Elva has translocated out though, and Honeypot got split from their healers who were set up in the top right window. And Adam's still not going to use the self-destruct, most likely, unless he wants to buy time. I think he's in sight from a Kraken. Nano's almost online, so Adam might want to send it on this fight. Yeah, he's going to use the self-destruct. It's the Force Primal back, and high vision headshot Adam while he couldn't get back into mech. So Honeypot don't have a tank for this retake.
Caught in a corner, thought he was in cover. There's going to be a Niang Nano coming on through. High vision distorted and absolutely eviscerated under the pulse pistols of a Tracer. And maybe a Pluto's next, but Ace back up.
Couldn't get the finish, or Niang couldn't get the finish on a Pluto. So close to doing so. Merit picks up 3K. He'll make do for that. Maybe. Oh, does Pally get away? Nah, just take the L. Don't stagger.
Just ults for skates, and now the bot should be able to grab this check. Any bot grabbers? There we go. Found them. We should give over the
bot grabbers. Enunciation's important.
Yes, low enunciation is important.
It's late, okay? I'm just making sure. There's the pulse. It stakes high vision. Kitsune rush from a Pluto. Gonna throw this right on the cart, chasing down Yang, but Adam eats the pulse, and Honeypot fight back. That's the power of the Zen Discord and the power of Merit as a single human being. Another 3K from the Zen player, and Honeypot got the bot again.
This kid zens, and he zens hard. That's going to be the checkpoint given over, and that forward spawn is increasingly important for Honeypot because they don't have the luxury of Lucio speed boosting people forward. When their supports die, their supports are dead for a long time. I'm happy to see High Vision swap over now onto the Sombra, but I think it might be a little bit too late.
Ooh, Ace, recall force, and still up, stuck on that wall, and that's a safe place, I guess. Adam's gonna keep him in the doghouse. Sound barrier versus the Transcendence. Honeypot, pretty healthy too. Merit keeps fragging. I wish we had access to stats because this guy's nuts. Self-destruct from Adam. May go into the Mega Pack room. No, not really needed. He's just gonna get back in the mech front and center. And Daft reset again, and Honeypot 65 meters plus.
It's Merit's map. We are simply renting it. Honeypot managed to finish that off rather cheaply as well. Justice. Oh, hello. Passing in the night. I smell another Sombra around, and that means that the Sombra might well be close to Elva's translocator here, which could force some... yeah, there it is. Translocator's gone. Elva might have to slow down their roll a bit here as they look for an EMP.
Okay, throws it up. EMP, only the supports though. And Dank throws the Primal to peel for them and does so perfectly. Honeypot don't have any supports. That's a squash bug right there. Honeypot tried to salvage a fight with Nano Wing Adam. Not going to work out, but an 83-meter push with 4 meters left is a very solid start for Honeypot.
Yeah, 4 minutes though. This is far from unwinnable for Daft. They really need to win this next fight, though. Unlock that forward spawn, start building up some momentum of their own. High Vision's got an advantage on the EMP and is going to try their best to avoid the attention of Niang here to get easy access to this backline, which could be actually absolutely crushed under the pressure of an EMP dive with nothing to really counter it.
All right, does High Vision want to go inside of this room? It's scary to be in here, especially with Merit. He's been spotted, unleashes it. Does he have backup? Daft get involved, but Honeypot is so safe on that high ground up until Ace climbed up there, claims 2 kills, and Honeypot don't have healers. So that'll be Daft continuing their journey, without Pally and Okudo, so this can be dangerous. As the dust settles, we're seeing just more members, maybe 2 or 3 of Daft alive, so momentum push not in the cards.
Yeah, unfortunately, Adam got an early check there onto Elva, and High Vision is going to be forced to translocate away real quick while Ace takes most of the aggro. And that's still going to be a denied checkpoint here. And the second that this bot can cross over that checkpoint on the other side, those forward spawns are going to return again, and Merit and Kraken are going to bring up their uptime.
Dank getting bullied by Adam in the bubble. Wanted to engage while Elva translocated out. Okudo delivers the nano to Dank, who squashes Merit. No supports for Honeypot. And this is a back-to-back fights for Daft. Although losing their supports last fight, they weren't able to kind of keep pushing. That's what I meant by momentum attacking. But Daft have banked themselves a ton of ults. They got to go back to the neutral and the forward spawn, so still down by 40 meters.
I believe Nyang is still alive in the back at some place, though, and that could make for a dangerous rollout for anyone who might well be staggered or cut off from the remainder of the team. You can see that Ace has managed to find the engagement here and will try and cut off Nyang from the remainder of the team as the bot starts pushing once more.
Adam doing some spy checking for High Vision and Ace. Soundbear from Palian. The Dank Primal Rage locks down Elva before the EMP could be used for Honeypot, which was a big win condition for their retake. Adam hacked, but healed back up due to the transcendence of Merit. Pulse hits Kraken. Self-destruct from Adam. Wants another life and catches both supports before they could head into the mini room. This is winnable for Honeypot, and this will hurt Daft's chances to get back in the lead. Yeah, Honeypot have won this fight, and Daft got to go back to square one.
Daft did not trust Dank's bubble. They thought it was going to be broken. And while it may have been a well-calculated thinking about when the bubble was going to burst, their own path put them directly where the bomb was going to be able to destroy them. Honeypot now, once again, in control of the bot. Will simply try and take this mid-fight to slow down Daft's roll.
1 minute until Honeypot take the series and Daft are out of APAC opens. And Daft all depend on High Vision. Their carry again, but it's Elva that has the EMP. First difference of 10% is huge. The impact felt by Honeypot, and the sleep on the Ace is disrespectful. Honeypot back on the bot, and Daft 35 seconds.
And to claim that forward spawn once more. High Vision, so much of Thailand's hopes rest on his shoulders, being detected. The EMP, good to go. This needs to be a clinical and clean fight from the side of Daft.
EMP for High Vision, no answer. And at least you're getting rid of the answer if there was one from Merit, but he's quite far away from the Transcendence. Maybe knowing that the Transcendence is available, but High Vision gets hunted by Alpha before they can grab the mini pack, and Daft don't have an EMP to depend on. It's only a nano onto Dank, and he has to keep this bot rolling. Daft enter overtime, and Honeypot one fight win sends Daft out of the bracket, and Adam is a menace on the front on this diva, even with the pistol, the Glock, and Daft are out of this block. Honeypot take the series 3-1.
No repeat of history this time. Australia rises up, and it does it in style, taking the new Queen treat that plagued them yesterday against Dreamers and sending their former teammate and brother-in-law, let's say, down into, well, contenders once again. Daft will be spiraling out of our spring stage opens as the first team to be eliminated, Lemon. But Bank can at least rest happy knowing that he did not eliminate the chances of Australian contenders.
From 5 APAC teams down to 4. And it's sad to say goodbye to Daft because with how strong of a showing they had against SPG, I thought, wow, they've really improved so much because a lot of people had this precedence that SPG would have this one-sided affair against Daft, but Daft proved, okay, you can make big teams like SPG sweat. Yes, you drop down to the lower bracket, but Honeypot were this big unknown coming from Australia. They play the game differently. They play the game on ping, too. But of course, you know, having Korean DPS helps that situation out a little bit better, but Daft made it close, you know, the Rialto comeback, the full hold, but just couldn't get a good start on New Queen Street. And then you had this kind of 80-meter start from Honeypot that was too difficult for them to overcome.
Yeah, I think that Daft throughout today, especially when Pali wasn't in, were plagued with a couple of compositional issues and a lack of executive function to really move through these compositions as quickly as they needed to. Let's not forget that Lijiang Tower was 1 kill on a Baptiste away from being Daft's map, and everything went so wrong for them in that little moment. However, Honeypot, we can't argue with the consistency that they brought to the table, the ability to clutch up from those kind of moments. That Daft fumbled is a hallmark of a fantastic team, always being able to exploit whatever mistakes and weaknesses someone else shows.
And that's someone, your player of the match, Adam. Zarya Menace, the 3rd DPS on Lijiang Tower. course, you had the Winston brawl off before and showed his brother Dank how to get it done. And Honeypot really depend on him to be that driver. And he connected so well with Merritt, and that was the big difference I noticed on Hollywood. The way that Merritt and Adam were always in LOS of each other. Adam didn't have these unnecessary deaths due to Dank and Oputo not always communicating in that regard. Then Adam swapped to Diva, and just Dank could not live with that Adam presence.
Yeah, the Diva plus the Discord all it means that Winston's going to have a real bad time, and a real bad time was indeed had by Daft over here on Nuke Wintry. If they'd swapped over to the Sombra Tracer a little bit earlier, I think there would have been a much greater chance there, Lemon. But unfortunately, simply some poor decisions being made, like that one there, fleeing through the doorway instead of trusting the Dank bubble. Sometimes the comms between the tanks and the support simply weren't as clean as they needed to be.
Adam had good reads on when the fight was winnable too. I never saw kind of a wasted self-destruct in that series. And I mean, the one there was killed both supports. So Adam turned that fight kind of accidentally. You don't really expect self-destructs to be doing much, but that was an open area. Congratulations to Honeypot. They move on to the lower bracket semifinal to face the winner of MDY and SPG, which is the match coming up. And of course, we're covering the Group B lower quarters after this of Veryl versus Panthera, Wallplay versus NT. There's been roster changes galore. And I'm wondering who's going to survive out of MDY and SPG. But for now, we know Honeypot can continue to represent Australia.
Yeah, Australia can rest easy for the moment. When Custer and Uber wake up, someone can give them the good news that Australia is yet to be decimated here in our spring stage opens. And honestly, it's a lot of pressure on Honeypot. They are the sole representative of their region, and that's a lot of pressure to put on any team's shoulders to be the only ones. If they mess up, all Australia goes down. But on the flip side, Australia is a region that has been yearning for that kind of representation for a long time, and they finally have their chance to compete with a bunch of Owl teams. And I think Honeypot's like 1 or 2 wins away from getting into those knockouts and showing what they can really do.
Yeah, now that they're in the semi, they have to win the semi, and that's it. They just have one match yet to go, because no matter what happens in the lower bracket final, those 2 spots are available. So Honeypot just have one more yet to go to keep Australia in the knockouts, or to give them a chance to go to knockouts. So our break is ready. So stay tuned, everybody. We have MDY versus SPG coming up next. welcome back, everybody. We got match number dos. I know we were practicing our Spanish yesterday. People weren't a fan. Whatever. MDY versus SPG's coming up next. Top of Apex, second place MDY versus top 4 of Korea with SPG.
Yeah, SPG are not coming up with an incredibly high seed from Korea, but they have been able to take out Daft with some difficulty and then get absolutely curb stomped by O2 Blast. But that's kind of what we expected as we're rolling into this. We've got ourselves our team graphic coming up soon for MDY. Not as many big names on this roster for those who might be looking for like XL players.
There's a lot of
like
names.
We see a bunch. Yeah, there are quite a few names. All of them, of course, hailing from China. This is one of our Chinese teams, alongside, of course, Rhodes and SkyShow. Seems to be the big name on this roster. Everyone's thinking about this hit scan prodigy, and SkyShow's going to have his hands full moving into this, although has been quite a terror thus far.
Yeah, I think Big Devil had his hands full in that match against Dreamers. He was pulling out the Pharah, the Torb, the Tracer, the Hanzo. Big Devil was flexing everywhere around a SkyShow. SkyShow gets all the credit, but what about Big Devil's flexibility? They'll be starting off together along with Eaglet, who's been playing a lot of off-tanks, Zarya, D.Va, some Sigma, but it's hard to get a good gauge on how good MDY were or are, because they got rolled by Dreamers. I got to pass that match, and it wasn't very close.
It was it was quick, at least, Lemon. It was a
Quick
summary execution. Yeah, it was a guillotining of a match. And Eaglet is going to have their hands full here, because you're going to have the match pace with SPG, and SPG, they love to go fast when they've got one particular tank in, and that is Milgaru. Milgaru loves to play the Wrecking Ball, actually has a Reinhardt in their back pocket as well. On the previous Lijiang Tower, they played against O2 Blast. But MDY, they're going to need to have pristine communications in order to try and rebuff any fast dives from Synpressor Gaming. That's where iChan and Promised are going to be under the most stress.
And MDY have this core roster. Those are the main starters you see on your screen, along with SPG, which you've already talked about, that kind of 2U Milgaru rotation, where 2U is usually the one starting, including on Control. So I'm curious to see what map, I believe the second seed there of MDY got to pick. So that probably has an effect on Milgaru playing over 2U, because 2U came in for Zarya, D.Va. On the other side, we're looking at Aid and Aldo. Aid is a star on this team when it comes to hit scan, although I thought he was the best at Sombra especially. You might recognize Aldo from Toronto Defiant, who mostly plays Tracer and Reaper on this team, along with Hyunjae and Wu Chan, who flex from Lucio, Kiri, Yanakiri. They really play it all.
Yeah, I think Aldo also has the secret lore deep in the Liquipedia caves as well, of having been on the 2020 London Spitfire. It was an ill-fated roster. Very few people remember it. That was actually where Krillin got some of his initial experience as well, before becoming more of a mainstay in Overwatch League. And we're going to be heading over to Lijiang Tower to begin with. This is where SPG, they actually started off fairly well against O2 Blast. I won't take that away from them. That was also on Lijiang Tower. And we're expecting to see Milgaru's Reinhardt return on the old control center. We might see a little bit of Symmetra alongside it as well. SPG love themselves a little bit of brawling when they're not playing the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, MDY picked Antarctic yesterday, or well, against Dreamers, and that didn't work out. They even brought the Pharah. They knew exactly what Dreamers were cooking up, so that's why Big Devil brought out the Pharah as a kind of retaliation. Seems like MDY like to cater their composition to their competition. And going on Lijiang Tower gives you the flexibility to play anything from Rush, obviously on Control Center, to Dive, and really anything on Gardens and Night Market. But yeah, you're going up against a tough team of SPG, who are the clear favorites on this, and especially if you struggled against Dreamers, I'm worried about how you're going to do against SPG, unless they just learned a lot since 2 days ago.
Well, they've had time to iterate, I suppose, Lemon, and I'm hoping that SkyShow is going to be able to put on quite the SkyShow today. As a rollout, I do believe we're starting off here on Night Market, if I recognize that fish, but who knows, I might be pranking myself just a touch.
That's a big fish.
That is quite a chunky fish, an absolute unit of a carp. Maybe
Devil
they got
on the
it from the Koi Pond. Oh yeah, they are starting off on the Pharah here. This is going to allow for some great early poke, but hey, you can try and outpace that with a Symmetra. SPG are going to find their openings here, and Big Devil is going to have to hit some meaty rockets.
SPG don't have the best of answer to a fire. I mean, the icicles are nice, and I believe it all, though. I'm just saying on paper, May doesn't go well against Farah, but getting at least a body shot on the Big Devil, you heal back up much faster. They actually, SPG teleport out of the point to chase down one kill. They confirmed that on the H-Chan, but then MDY takes shelter in the point, but you could have avoided that pin. And sometimes you get kind of a magnet into that. But either way, SPG, take it back.
Just deer in the Rhine lights, unfortunately, there. And SPG may have slightly weaker poke, but they do have enhanced mobility with both Lucio's speed and the teleport here. I wouldn't be surprised to see SPG just take some pot shots. Wu-Chan, of course, the most reliable hit scan on SPG at the moment. Remember, guys, shoot the Mercy first.
I'd love to see Eaglet be involved in just getting around this SPG comp. Okay, SPG, they've spotted a Hanzo, and a rush comp does rush, especially with the help of that teleporter taxi. SPG come back quite quickly. Milgaru almost didn't come back with any friends. He did get healed back up. MDY weren't quick enough to finish off that Reinhardt, especially with Skyshow swapping now to the Tracer. Amp Matrix from Wu-Chan to see if they can deal with that Pharah any better. And SPG back on the point.
I like that Skyshow swap over to a Tracer as well, getting rid of the only TPable dive target that MDY had. Now SPG are going to be forced to do a little bit more potentially in trying to take these poke battles. The Barrage is available. An early force out here for Immortality Field is going to be a big opening for Big Devil. If only the rest of MDY can create the space for this to work. Eaglet's on call to try and soak it in the defense matrix.
Oh, this is ballsy, as you like to say. The Suzu not there from H-Chan. I thought they were going to want to wait to connect on that. Blizzard, Molotov was thrown earlier. Now the Photon Barrier. SPG, because they've held for this long, they've just had more ultimates to throw at this fight. Now 70% plus.
The defense matrix, unfortunately, unable to eat the beams from the turrets. A turret killing a barrage is a little bit of a unique proposition, but these are well positioned from AID to make sure that any ingress from MDY is going to be punished and slowed. The slow is particularly important, especially on someone like Skyshow as they come in on the Tracer to make sure that they can't get quite as much purchase as they'd like with full health and might force out early recalls.
MDY just keep looking from the outside in and haven't really gotten in yet, and they continue to not be. H-Chan, I think, got walled off from being able to get back to his team. Valkyrie, Eaglet can't get back into mech. You pick Hyunjae. Did that get HX? Not 100% sure. 99% to 0. Well, 8. But also mostly 0, as SPG can now shatter for funsies, and SPG take the first round.
Hyunjae did a small amount of trolling. A little bit of tomfoolery, just wall riding in towards what was a static bomb from Eaglet, which might have been one of a few kills that MDY managed to grab in that round, with the exception, of course, of the double barrage kills that Big Devil bought before. It's a quick look at the replay. This is AID absolutely popping off, getting the turret kill onto the barrage, and then being able to freely just beam through everyone else. This is not actually the ideal wall that comes out here from AID, maybe rotated one too many times, as it could be easily walked through. Unfortunately, MDY kind of lacked the overall consistency in their engagement. They just went through that wall one at a time. But if they'd all just ran through together, they could have easily overwhelmed AID's Sing.
Emil Garu, at least back on the Hammond. He's gonna try and get boops off this bridge. MDY are like, nah, let's not even risk it. This is just stupid. Let's go to White Room. That's the smarter and safer push. AID, meanwhile, while MDY were rotating, is charged up to 100 on the Sojourn. Gotta be careful. This can pierce through multiple targets, and MDY are just taking so much damage before they can get to safe cover. And although gets the chase down on Big Devil, SPG are 5v4. AID continues to be at 100 charge and is confidently charging into the back because he gets the Suzu from Wu-Chan to enable him. SPG with a clean team fight win.
This is the kind of singularity of purpose that you love to see from a team. Remember that AID can consistently keep the rail topped up by hitting that Baby Diva and then put it to use against Big Devil. Excellent play there from AID. And good follow-up as well from SPG. Milgaru is an absolute monster on this Wrecking Ball. When it comes to the techs, when it comes to the swings, one of the best that you're going to see, making good use of that grappling hook. And MDY, they've got a whole new kettle of fish to try and beat out. Wait, where's Eaglet going? Huh?
Vibing.
What's he doing over here?
Chilling. Nothing. But you know, MDY, they got a nano coming up, so things will happen. I promise. I'm not sure if it'll go well, but a nano Eaglet and a chase down onto Aid is what I'm expecting. SPG just gotta keep letting Aid shoot things. MDY, if they keep crossing without looking both ways, Aid will claim a few more skulls and you nano Eaglet to go after these DPS. And he's got the assistance of Big Devil. They finished off Hyunjae before the barrier comes out. But the mechanical difference, I mean, SPG have barely lost anyone. And MDY need to call in a coach. Got to get the Kovacs going. Because this is not working out.
What is Eaglet doing? Like, honestly.
I can call him if you want. I mean, I don't... It's probably long distance charge on my phone, though.
They just zooming over to a point like, guys, good luck. I'll be over here just getting farmed by this team. It honestly, I'm trying my best not to be unduly mean here, but it makes absolutely
cranky,
zero sense. I am cranky. It is 9 a.m. I've been awake since 1 a.m. and I'm watching Eaglet feed his brains out onto point.
Is he okay? We talked about this like day. It's feeding when you go in by yourself and you die. It's a strategy if you go in together. Eaglet just ain't got eyes at the back of his head where he's seeing Aid pick off his DPS. Eaglet's like, I'm sending it.
I mean, the thing is, even if the DPS did come with him, he's got a Brigitte Anna. When he flies through that window, there's no LOS for Pax. There's no LOS for Anna. He can only dip out and get a nano. He can't fight on the outside of there because there's no one to support him. It makes negative sense. Like, this is what Eaglet was doing on the previous map, but it made sense because he was going on to a point when the Symmetra TP'd away and destroyed the TP and destroyed the TP to make sure they couldn't come back and they'd steal the point away. But now he's doing the same thing when there are 4 people there. Why?
Okay, I'm a feel for my tank player there. As a fellow tank main, when you do things and your DPS are just, I'm gonna be nice, ain't winning. You're the one who looks bad. I mean, Aid has to, or not Aid, Eaglet has to play forwardly because when he went to White Room without making that shortcut, he took too much poke and then died. So what happened was that Promised got disconnected. Promised is now back. 75% though for SPG. Oh boy.
We'll soon be released from this hell. 80% now. SPG, plenty of ultimate to work with. Only all those going to be missing one. And Sky Show moving back over onto the Cassidy. Eaglet, just make sure everyone gets to the point safely. Going across this, oh, okay. There's the overclock.
Uh-oh, everybody run. Oh, especially run, because now there's a Deadeye from Sky Show just to stop Milgaru from pounding them all the time. 99% overtime, and SPG up 3 to spare. Mines on the point to stop them from touching Sound Barrier, and we got a banked up Kitsune rush. Someone just went flying to Jupiter. I don't know who got booped there, but SPG making this a quick one on Lijiang Tower. Hi again.
Hi. They lost one fight in White Room and they're like, well, that didn't work. There is simply nothing more we can do. Guys. Please. Just...
Go call them up. I'll grab their manager's phone number now because your blanket's on too tight like that. You look like you have a lot to say.
My blankie is unwashed and I am an upset child right now.
I don't want to smell you right now. You stinky then if you're wearing unwashed blankets.
We are literally an ocean away.
That's true.
MDY need to clean up for map 2. That is the nicest thing I have to say.
Yeah, there's Sky, minus the show. You got Small Devil, and you got Eaglet doing his best. What? MDY do have the map choice coming up. Lijiang Tower didn't work, but maybe they can drum up something nice for our next one. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
Until myself.
what's up? I've calmed him down. Yeah, I gave him his juice box. His hair was just a mess, so we fixed that up too, and now he's a much happier little English boy, aren't you?
Yeah, I've had my juice box, I've had my milk, I've had my nap, and I am once again zen, and I am ready to continue here. Because guess what? Now MDY gets to pick a map. They can play towards their strengths, and that's important. MDY, coming out a second seed of APAC, we expect them to be better than teams like Daft, and I assume that when we see them lean into their own strengths here, we're going to see a lot more of Sky Show, especially on Hybrid, where you get to play defensively a lot more. There were a lot of problems to be had on Control with how well Sinpressa just played the objectives. Milgari was in absolute control of every single engagement that happened off the back of TPs or off the back of grappling hooks when playing the Rhine and the Wrecking Ball, and that meant SkyShow had no real room to work with. But on Hybrid, it's a bit of a different story.
Absolutely, and I just wanted to mention the fact that winning that first fight on Control does set the pace. Milgaru just being present on Hammond, forcing the other team of MDY to have to go through White Room proved to be too difficult of a task, and Aid had all the space in the world to keep getting first and second bloods every single fight. So MDY, now that you don't have this chaotic or snowbally of a game type as Hybrid, and this is their choice, MDY, you're hoping they're going to look a lot better. Last time we saw them on Blizzard World, so we won't talk about the series score, but we'll talk about the compositions, which was Eaglet, Zarya on offense, and the Sigma on defense. SkyShow has a big preference towards the Ashe.
Yeah, and SkyShow has an excellent arena in which to play Ashe on Blizzard World. So many wonderful sight lines, and you can move between the verticalities super easily using the coach gun, as well as potentially stymie something like a Winston dive if SPG were to lean into that, but they're unlikely to do so, as TU has moved in place of Milgari, which means we're likely going to be seeing some defensive Sigma. TU's best hero, I'd say, is probably the Sigma, unless you go on account with Junker Queen, which is we're unlikely to see in this kind of competitive echelon, I'm afraid to say. TU's going to be difficult to move past, but not impossible. And because TU is going to be more of a static emplacement, it is going to allow SkyShow and Big Devil to potentially claim themselves a good amount of space to actually try and take some duels with Aldo and Aid that were previously beyond them.
Yeah, I like the Hanzo, the Brig, and the BAP. You got a lot of poke with BAP and the Hanzo especially. Just get SkyShow in a position to get a first pick, but seems pretty committed to this. Hits the second shot onto Aid. That's an opening for MDY. But with the Sigma comp, it's slowly but surely you're inching your way forward.
There's a little bit of erosion there onto the shield of Hyunjae is moving up towards. No one dare show their face. Eaglet very confident here. Missing the rock, yes, but still forcing to use a seed over some of that space and buying the room for MDY.
Yeah, usually SkyShow only plays Widow on Rialto, at least from the sample size we did see, and decides to commit to it, even with a Sigma shield, which usually blocks a lot of your line of sight. Aid finishing off the last few people, and SPG, despite getting first blooded, still hold on.
SPG, they just said it's mechanics time. A bunch of players took 1v1s, and every single one of them managed to be won, even with that opening pick that you noted earlier from SkyShow, a double body shot. And it all started with Eaglet and TU actually getting simultaneous accretions onto each other, which allowed for the fight to start to break down as those Sigmas were no longer able to control the space and keep all of these individuals at bay, keeping them from each other's throats. Guys are looking for another opening pick, but only finds the shield of Sigma.
At least a Genji, you can... If you hit that body shot, you know, if headshots kind of elude you, you got a Genji to finish those off and get the dash reset. At least you're praying, but if Big Devil doesn't get it, doesn't get the dash reset, you're worried about accretion, a flail from the Brig, SkyShow hits a headshot, so who cares? MDY with that first blood, it's an opening, but two just throwing rocks in between the gap and hitting H-Chan all the way at the back. That's frustrating for them. Promise pops the rally. Surprising that's with the first ultimates. Rally to rally. Remember the stuns on this patch, and although Liz looking stunning on the battlefield, Pulse is promised out of the rally, and MDY just don't have the healing to keep going.
Clean clip from Aldo. A second harkens to them. Remember, the overall healing for MDY is going to be significantly lower, and that's going to mean that Eaglet is kind of at an unfair disadvantage in this tank battle. Both Aid and Although can put significant amounts of damage into him, but Skyshow is going to be mostly concentrating onto the backline of the more squishy players of SPG. 2U should be able to win every single one of these tank duels just off the basis that the Discord Orb is going to be difficult to apply through that shield, and Hyunjae is going to be able to match any Brig Brawls.
Oh, grab floats. Looking for friends. Just got one. Eaglet blocking off the rest of the damage. Don't even need the Transcendence. Really good split from MDY. Here's the counterattack. Grab Flux. SPG also very split from each other, and you miss it onto Aid. And you land on his lap saying hello. Hyunjae with very good peel. SPG get first blood. MDY only got one tick so far, and they got a blade for the next one.
Big Devil beaten to death here by Wu-Chan, and while there has been a tick gained here by MDY down to a singular minute, Eaglet swaps over now onto the Xayah. This is going to be an excellent way to try and brawl against 2U. You can get a lot of easy charge from those very predictable incoming hyperspheres, but Wu-Chan with the window here could be a real issue that has to be dealt with. How do you erode that space with a Xayah?
Not very well, especially with Brig Zen heals. There is the blade not countered with a Transcendence. That's an enabler right there. I want A-Chan on my team. I'm up to whatever you're up to, man. And SPG, they're up on the high ground. MDY have settled up camp on the point, or at least they're hoping to do just that. Never mind, they don't have DPS. Although we'll be back once he grabs Mega. MDY, second tick earned, but no time left. SPG emergency picks are out. Doomfist and others. SPG have the rally, and everyone from MDY has to worry. 2U receiving some of that healing. Going forward is Hyunjae with this rally to get the stuns on this backline. Promise pops his, and MDY cap it in front of SPG, who went all the way around back.
Yeah, just Aid now looking for an ace, of course. As is tradition after losing the control of the payload. It seems like Eaglet swap over to Xayah here has at least been well fated. Good use of the bubbles is keeping Eaglet at very high energy, and of course a couple hops here and there to threaten those who would dare profane this high ground.
Oh, yeah. That'll show you for being on the high ground, but that'll show you for throwing a grab. SPG are currently winning the fight 3-1. But I do like that MDY swapped up their support line. I thought the Brig Zen was just going to make Eaglet look worse again, and you were going to start flaming Eaglet for maybe not having an Eaglet problem. But at least the Nano will make him look a lot better.
Hey, he can't wait. Over to the Diva. Now he definitely can engage by himself if he so desires. But that's okay. The sightlines are a lot better here for Eaglet to try and make a deep dive, with I-Chan being able to keep them contested. Nice eat there.
Hey, see the value of the Diva. Let's go. And the backline's dead. Every time MDY look like they got a first kill and things are snowballing their way, it's SPG who say, psych, it's time for us to win now. But I do like the Diva just to get the chase down onto the Doomfist. I like Aid hitting everyone's foreheads. I wish he would teach me that one.
You do classes? You do tutoring? You get a consultancy fee on the Hanzo? Eaglet for now. Just chasing off those who would dare to move ever closer. Remember that SPG is such a multi-threat team. If you focus in on one, like you get the solo grab onto Aid, SPG are happy to take some 1v1s.
Really? Okay, that gets 2U low enough. Sound barrier doesn't save him. I appreciate the effort. 2U is probably secretly mad. Both Briggs having a dance in the middle of the field. Skyshow is nanoed, and Big Devil doing his best to dodge away from Although hunting down for A-Chan, and MDY with the closer respawns. It's working out.
Good roll there from Skyshow as well, keeping himself alive during that pulse bomb. Unfortunately, it did roll it into I-Chan, but hey, you gotta look out for number one, you know, Lemon? Gotta look out for number one.
At least you got one out of spawn room, and MDY takes them a while to win a fight, and I gotta see Eaglet pressure Although and Aid a lot more, especially Big Devil's really struggling in that Although Tracer matchup. Oh my god. Old Briggs just going at it. Deadeye from the sky. MDY doing okay. Just gotta stick on the cart. The defense is behind them. Don't worry about it. They can just come to you. And SPG getting poked out at a distance. MDY can just keep sailing on this cart, but this Doomfist is a pain in their side, literally.
The low overall healing of both Hyunjae and Wu-Chan seemingly not a problem at this point. Yu looks for a punch, yet to connect. Hyunjae moves over to Moira now, and an attempt at a zoning self-destruct from Eaglet will buy them an extra meter, yes, and a fresh mech for Eaglet, but still looking for any of their friends to return as a dart away for a health pack from Big Devil before rejoining the fray.
Oh yeah, Skyshow says, I got my unbranded sneakers on. I'll bring the supports. Eaglet said, where? Mod check. I'm looking for help. All those fragging. And MDY just 1 meter away, but not possible. Only getting 1 kill this entire fight. Skyshow up on top. Has a good position, but you need to be on the cart when it's overtime. So MDY not getting point B.
Intelligent swap as well there from Hyunjae, moving over onto Rihanna, knowing that they would be absolutely unbothered and in their lane towards the back of the point B, able to freely heal anyone from SPG who wished to contest the cart, and of course, many of them did. However, MDY, this is an uptick in performance. That much needs to be clear. Eaglet looking a lot more in sync with the rest of the team, and we've finally seen Skyshow bring some value to those Skyshow tickets that we all purchased before this matchup.
Just the fact that Tuyu is so confident in himself, in the team, to lock Doomfist, because that can be a hero that can be punished very easily, you know, by an Ana, if a Tracer and a D.Va coordinate well enough to chase you when you're out of cooldowns. But SPG's dives are just so superb. The way that Tuyu and Aldo are just on the same page. And again, Aid looks amazing when he can just sit on the high ground here. This was this very high ground that SPG spawn camped MDY on. And it was up to Eaglet to put on the pressure. But I know, like, in this solo tank game of Overwatch 2, it's all up to Eaglet to have the confidence, the determination, the know-how to pressure high grounds.
And SPG playing an incredibly low heal composition. The Lucio Brigitte, it's been a while since we've seen it. I think the last time we saw it was Jotes. And that certainly had its weaknesses. A nice early dink there from Aid will give over a touch of additional ult charge, which will be carried over onto the Hanzo. And SPG just doing a little bit of tinkering with their composition before committing to a fight.
Really disrespect Wife Lever like that. He gave you an elevator and everything, and Aid was like, nah, I grapple, I'm a man. Like,
oh, a petal platform? That's interesting. However, I don't remember who asked.
yeah, like, who did ask? SPG looking for an answer towards this point, and MDY, it took them almost to the end of their time bank. So SPG trying to match that, trying to do better, of course. SPG putting all of their focus into Eaglet to get the DMAC. H-Chan pocketing them well. SPG have now overtaken the high ground. Aid getting pushed back, and that's the type of presence we needed from Eaglet, but now he ain't got no armor, but he's still up.
Oh, excellent separation here. Skyshow should lose the 2v1, barring a massive mechanical outplay, and there it is. Skyshow excellently rolled to the high ground and self-isolated. And I believe Big Devil got slept there, so instantly headshot by a good sleep from Wu-Chan.
Yeah, this started not going MDY's way when they couldn't keep Skyshow on that high ground, and being a Cassidy, you only got a little tumble. A cute kindergarten backflip to get up there. It's not the Hanzo, it's not the Sojourn, and that's a C9. I'm covering my eyes. Eaglet got slept too, and then he can't even kill anything with the nano.
I'm gonna have my happy British boy arc and say it's only a partial C9. Because Hyunjae, I'll give him credit. Nice boot. Actually keeps Eaglet back, stops him from touching the point. However, MDY should have had someone else able to touch that, especially since they had, I believe, 4 players alive at that point. Now there's 4.5 minutes left to try and get through point B of Blizzard World. This is by no means undoable for MDY. Skyshow moving over from a Cassidy to a far more explosive hero in the Widowmaker, but this is going to mean there's a lot more freedom for Tuyu with the lack of consistent damage that Cassidy usually brings to the table.
Hyunjae got an anti, falls back. Wu-Chan gives his life for the nano to Tuyu, harassing these supports, but Promise kept the rally. That's how much trust he had in himself to keep his fellow support healed up. Skyshow gets hunted by Aldo, and Eaglet's about to lose the mech. Please don't use self-destruct. Oh, well, if you live, you don't need to do any of that at all.
Excellent healing coming through from I-Chan. Skyshow with the infra sights as well. This is going to allow for Big Devil to really weigh up their engagements and have great threat assessment before they make their moves.
Eaglet. I love just more presence from this diva. Eaglet's doing a great job. Skyshow has sights, but all of SPG are hidden in that right room. And next is experience. But SPG have 4 ults. So it's about how you're going to engage on this card. Starts with putting, it seems like all of their focus on the Eaglet, who still has the self-destruct. You kick off with an A Dragon Strike just to push Eaglet down. Receives the nano, goes after 2U. And now shifts the focus to aid. And I wish Eaglet and Big Devil would play more together. It feels like Eaglet's going in a lot on their own. Has the self-destruct to get back in the mech. Has the rally from Promise to not get back in the mech. But the vibes are still good for MDY.
Vibes were immaculate, but shield is broken. Moving into the backline. Pulse bomb comes through. Skyshow yet to connect. It needs to be now, but unfortunately, Aid says there's no chance, mate. I'm done with Blizzard World. I want to go to a map number 3. Big Devil, the next to Lion on up, but is beaten to death by 2U.
I didn't mean to lie about the vibes. I didn't mean to do that.
Rancid vibes, Lemon Kiwi. Rancid.
MDY. Yeah, just not being able to get back in the mech there just killed a lot of that defense. But also just Eaglet, the one-man army, doing everything he can and catching strays from casters because he's just not able to play with the DPS. And that's where your Tracer and your Diva, if they can just be on the same target, it's a lot easier.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'm being too tough on Eaglet. Maybe the thing that really needs to happen is the Eaglet headset, or rather, the Big Devil headset activation. Because you're exactly right, Lemon. The Diva is of limited usefulness when the when the DPS are down here mauling you. You're not going to be able to get those solo kills. And to be fair, Eaglet did have a chance to get a solo kill on the Hanzo with a nano that they ended up aborting for no apparent reason. But hey, you know what? I'm not as good as Eaglet at Overwatch. I'm willing to acquiesce to that reality. They may well have sensed something that I did not. Big Devil, though, needs to start listening to Eaglet. They need to get onto these targets together and get some 2v1s, because at the moment a bunch of 1v1s are happening and that's no good.
That's not good. But who's doing well is SPG, who are on a match point after that win, and you know where you gotta go. Chat, you're going to timeout. See you on the other side of this break when you've learned your lesson. We are one map away from sending our second APAC team out of the bracket. I was going to say home, but playing from home, remote vibes are off.
Yeah, MDY are the second seed coming out of APAC, so the flaming comes from a place of love. I want to see APAC do so well, but their second seed right now is not really holding a candle to the fourth seed coming out of Korea. They got smashed by Dreamers, who came through the last chance qualifier, technically the fifth seed coming out of Korea, I believe, maybe even the sixth. And okay, Blizzard World better than Lijiang Tower. So if we can extrapolate this trend, things are going up. The stonks of MDY are going to be rising, and they get to pick yet another map, Lemon, as we head over towards Escort.
Like, where was the MDY that beat Viral, that beat Daft? We need the playoff buff to be happening. And SPG, you're doing great, sweetie. Don't change a thing, except against O2. But O2 is kind of shock light, so we're all praying for the teams that have to go up against O2 Blast. Havana is MDY's choice coming up, where maybe they felt really good about the sniper matchup, where, hey, if the other team is very far away, maybe SkyShow can have time to pop off.
Yeah, give SkyShow more and more time to hit those headshots. SkyShow right now, he's try-show. He's trying. He's really trying. And the more time you can get for SkyShow to try and hit those shots, the better off you're going to be. I'd love to see MDY actually space their support line a little bit better so that one of them can play with SkyShow. You'll often see sometimes a Kiriko or a Lucio play alongside a Cassidy in order to make that kind of like a two-person hit squad who can move around quickly and try and secure off angles and flanks and really pressure the resources of an enemy team, forcing things out using things like the sticky nade. However, at the moment, MDY, they're stacking up their support line a little bit too much for my liking, especially when they're not going up against tanks that are really going to be diving in like a Winston, who demand that constant whip shot presence around the Ana. And they need to be able to modulate their positioning regarding what kind of tanks they're going up against and what threats they need to respond to.
What's threatening to me is these trumpets at 1:30 in the morning.
It's bopping, man.
I swear I was listening, but my eardrums are getting bursted by the Bonadrum. Did we have to pick this one? Is there a quieter map? Maybe a less bright one we can go to?
Okay, Lemon, let's get you to bed.
I'm you like 3 maps later on this one. But Sky Show versus Aid, maybe this can wake me up real good. Sky Show off a right door. This is a sketchy door to just be jumping out of. This mine will protect Aid, of course, but yeah, usually Widows on defense have that right door locked down.
Alright, so using his happy place here. Basically, Sigma all the way through this first point, and there are very few other options. The double sniper, though, does mean that Devil's going to be able to inform Sky Show very well of potential sniping opportunities using that Sonic Arrow, and that's going to be an advantage against Aid, but Aid's already hit a headshot on Eaglet. It's already 65% of the way to Empress. He's dominating, Lemon. He's dominating.
The fact that Aid just like doesn't care about Sky Show and it's just killing tanks is really funny to me.
Didn't ask.
Sky Show's literally on top of the gas station saying, "Come at me, bro." I respect the grapple shot, real close to hitting that. Eaglet still needs some help pushing the front lines, and at least getting HN close to the more amplification matrix would be a trendsetter for MDY.
Promise needs to transform, or at least try and find this Discord orb onto 2U to have a big impact on this tank door. Although, is going to be potentially afflicted with that. Remember when Orvo gets... oh, never mind, 2U's just going to pop off. Yeah, I've got time to talk about this. Why not? When Orvo gets hit by the Discord orb, that does mean that Big Devil can kill him with a body shot, which might be an important breakpoint to note when it comes to modulating that trace. Oh, God. Aid is just playing with so much confidence right now, so much mojo, and that's exactly what you want from your snipers. Some big, confident fraggers who will take those peaks.
Now I'm going to keep sipping my water.
Yeah,
Eaglet.
Keep on sipping.
Eaglet's having a good time. He's got his safe space. He's got 4 walls around him. Sky shot. So yeah, might as well. Let's go with that. Because he just hit 2. Headshots only. SPG down 2. And they're still brawling in the tiny room, maybe out of fear of Sky Show and what else he can do. And he's dueling now against a BAP. Oh, and he still hits the 3K. I love that.
There we go. Activated when needed most. Sky Show grabbing 3 kills in quick succession, and now Aid is having to be a little bit more careful about where he points his tippy toes. Eaglet's eroding these positions real quick by claiming these doorways, making sure there's no free peeks here for Aid, who I believe at the moment is sat up top waiting for some cover.
Ooh, grab flux though? Eaglet is just that much far ahead of that game. That's what happens when you just brawl forever. Aid putting a lot of that damage into Eaglet. Promise removed from the fight. Rally initiated from the defense, chasing after MDY, who's split. And now Aid gets his revenge.
Dude, that ultra-wide shield just running towards you is so scary. Aid hits a bunch of headshots. Down to only a minute here, and 2U is making sure that every single centimeter of progress, not just on the payload, but with the players, is having to be paid for in blood. Remember, the accretion still available, so if anyone dares to overpeak, they could be wombo comboed.
No one can hide.
And there's
Okay,
the double
everyone
infrasound.
sees each other. Everyone's eyes are in fact open. So are mine. I'm watching. For MDY are going. Dragon Strike right behind 2U. Just gets shoved right in it. Immortality from Wuchan to save him. Still gets gobbled up. Hungry dragon. MDY got the rally though. Oh, can you hit the headshot against the Tracer? We won't find out. MDY about 17 seconds left, and their backline's in trouble. It's up to A-Chan to keep Eaglet kicking at the front, or else they're gonna be kicking the bucket.
Sky Show can guarantee a touch here though. Wuchan getting staggered is not good news, and 2U, dare you use the gravitic flux here in a wild attempt at contesting? Surely not.
Ant Matrix. No one look at it directly in the eye. Oh, just barely dodging that accretion. That was scary. Good grab flux from SPG, getting MDY low enough. And with no supports, that is all she wrote. MDY will be full held, and that's the danger zone. Not the copyright song, but the fact that you don't get point A and you're on match point doesn't bode a lot of confidence.
And this is MDY's last chance in the bracket as well. We're here in the lower bracket. It's do or die. Play to survive. And MDY are going to have to play their hearts out here. Big Devil, I need to see some more value. We saw a big kill onto TU with a Dragon Strike that was given additional information. Here's a quick look at Aid and although popping off with a multitude of headshots. It's been a good map for the snipers. With a secondary DPS, although definitely shining a lot brighter than Big Devil, especially in that final fight, holding their own on the cart for so long in what was effectively a 3 versus 1 while Eaglet was looking elsewhere to try and deal with TU.
TU with love. SPG on the attack. Although behind on the Graflux generation, not behind in terms of how this map may go, how the series may go. But we can look at the double sniper matchup, where I think between Aid and SkyShow was pretty close. It was more about just getting the momentum from MDY. Usually there's supports of Achan and Promise going down to the Aldo flank, who eventually came back out on the Tracer. So that was fun to watch.
Yeah, I've been enjoying seeing at least some of the individual talent on MDY get a chance to show off just how good they are. Promise is going to have a lot of room to work with here, at least on the Zenyatta. It might change the dynamic of the tank matchup, because Promise was having a lot of trouble with their approaches on the attack, being consistently harried by Aldo and Aid from their concealed positions until the time was right. Fairly bloodless as we roll out here. Remember, Big Devil. Make sure that SkyShow knows exactly where all the enemies are using the Sonic Arrow.
Okay, I see SPG pushing through the left room to avoid... And basically just LOS away from the snipers of MDY. Smart push from SPG. Barely survived that one. People got critically low, mainly Hyunjae and TU. Not getting a lot of ult charge, though, because you're avoiding so much damage. You're not getting any amp matrix going, and as soon as you come out of that room, you're getting just slapped in the face by MDY, so SPG will reset.
Look at all those Zen assists. This is exactly what I wanted to see from Promise. Now that he has room to work with, and is not constantly having to move through sniper sightlines, Promise can set up these fights super well. Oh, Eaglet. Here's the wall climb. Eventually finds the Genji. And wow, that was a bunch of damage coming through real quick. TU is slowly getting rid of space here, and Eaglet, where's the support?
Yeah, Achan was on the... Oh, he's actually on the right side, not on the high ground, so completely LOS Eaglet. Just being there with Big Devil, as a friend should. Graflux and a Genji, that's kind of mean. I think they have families, I think people are watching, you don't have to do all that, you know, that's a little too much. But SPG got 2.5 minutes and box of victory in their sight.
I would love to see Promise play with Big Devil instead of Ichan. Ichan not being there to support Eaglet was either Eaglet grossly misinterpreting where the support was going to be available, or Ichan thinking, hey, Eaglet's going to die, so nothing I can do about that as a Baptiste of an immortality field. Yeah,
2 minutes. Only one fight that SPG needs to win to send MDY out of opens and advance to the lower bracket semifinals. You need to see Big Devil presence or Eaglet on the cart. Seems like they are there. Amplification, Matrix, and all those still trying to find his way towards the Widow to close the gap, which is difficult for Genji to do on this map, as Hyunjae still thinks it's winnable without Aldo and Aid. The rally just to support TU, and they all get blown up by the 2 ults of MDY.
I think that, okay, that was a complete ego rally. For Hyunjae to pop that in a 3v5 with no DPS up and TU not even close to a Gravitic Flux, I think Big Devil may have over-invested there with a pulse on, but hey, if you get the kills, you get the kills. Now SPG are going to have to scramble to try and make this last minute count. MDY being able to counter Infrasight with Infrasights here means that Promise are going to be able to get some excellent charge shots. Can definitely get much more value out of this than Hyunjae on the brig.
All right. This is coming down to the wire. This is not starting off well for SPG. But they have time to get him back. The Amp Matrix will be a good zoning tool to shred that Eaglet shield. SPG coming up to some ults too. They have to conserve it for as long as they can.
Yeah, just building up towards critical mass. As much as they'd like to, potentially force out an Immortality field using their Amplification Matrix and then following up afterwards with a Gravitic Flux. Aid very cautious about some potential incoming Big Devil damage.
Just, who cares about this Amp Matrix? I'ma handle this myself. Rock come out of the sky. Someone has to touch. Big Devil, where you at? Nowhere. MDL at the end of the day. SPG will be moving on to the lower bracket semis.
And this is about as clean as we expected from MDY. Dreamers was an absolute stomping of MDY, and after 2 days of trying to plug all of the potential leaks in this sailboat of strategy, MDY still come up a little bit shorter, unfortunately. And SPG, this does renew the faith in them a little bit. They didn't drop as much as one might have expected in what should be a fairly even lower bracket matchup against the second seed out of APAC. We did see a couple of ego ultimates, but maybe getting a little bit silly after going 2-0 up. I wouldn't blame SPG too much for that.
Yeah, I know just in the APAC region, it's been kind of touted as Rhodes and then second, third, fourth, fifth seed. Because Rhodes are just head and shoulders above, like in their separate tier. Then you have this fight between MDY, Viral, and Daft, where MDY surprised a lot of people in playoffs. They weren't really predicted to get the second seed. It's been usually between Daft and Viral, if not more Viral. And MDY, you know, beat Daft in a game 5 in the lower bracket, beat Viral 3-0, and then went to the finals against Rhodes, where Rhodes would beat down anyone from APAC. But MDY surprised a lot of people. They had this big question mark on them coming into opens, but I don't question this player of the match. It's Aid. He's a huge star on this team, and whether it's the Sojourn, the Symmetra, or the what was it, the Hanzo on Rialto, it was a good time. Or Havana.
Yeah, it was a good time for Aid, a very sad time for the personnel of MDY. And to be fair, MDY, they've got plenty of time this year to return towards prevalence in APAC, but at the moment it's all about Simpressa Gaming. They are one of, well, 2 teams now who are trying to vie for that last spot coming out of this group, and they're going to have to try and beat Honeypot to do it. And Honeypot are no laughing matter. That's going to be an absolutely beautiful game. I believe that's going to be on Monday next week.
Yeah, same time, same place. The winner of that semifinal gets a spot at knockouts no matter what happens. And then we got the upper bracket final between O2 and Dreamers, which is going to be exciting. But of course, we got 2 more matches left today, y'all. So I hope you're strapped in, caffeinated, maybe having lunch. I don't know what happens on the other hemisphere, but Viral versus Panthera, and then Wallplay versus NT. And I know the matches yesterday were super close.
Yeah, APAC currently 0 for 2 in our playoff eliminations. Perhaps Group B will be a little bit more forgiving, but with NT and Panthera standing between APAC and continued survival in the lower bracket, it's not looking amazing. But you know what? Anything can happen. I mean, I'm super excited to see Panthera play again after being hit around a little bit by Rhodes. That was an excellent match. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of Panthera. And I think that Viral, there are big expectations for this team, and I'm hoping that they can fulfill them.
Yeah, to represent APAC like that. And I know this whole open, what everyone is thinking about is who is the stronger region. We're starting to see two teams from APAC have left, and even the bottom of Korea, thinking about Dreamers and stuff like that, they're surprising a lot of people. SPG looked a lot human at the start, then got back on their high horse. But we're going to get back to our next 2 matches. We're going to throw it to a break. When we get back, it won't be us. It'll be Hex and ZP bringing you through Group B. Or not.
We are back here at the Overwatch League Spring Stage Opens. I'm ZP, back once again with Hex. And Hex, today is a little different. Now the teams are on their last life. Win today or be knocked out of the tournament entirely.
Yeah, the stakes could not be any higher. Of course, yesterday the stakes were high. If you win, you're in. That's always nice. And now you can kind of relax, maybe try out new things as we go forward through the rest of the tournament. But now we're in the lower bracket. And if it's double elimination. All of these teams have one loss already under their belts, another loss, and you're going home. So it's going to be an uphill battle for a couple of these teams. I mean, we've seen these teams before, so I mean, let's get into like our very first match is going to be Viral, the representation of the Japanese region, in the APAC region rather, but it's our last Japanese team, and they're going against Panthera, a Panthera team who probably looking to redeem themselves a little bit after, losing last night to Rhodes, which is a really fun match. But Panthera is a team that, look, if they get knocked out, that's crazy. No one would be expecting that. I don't expect that result, but hey, it's Overwatch. You never know. Viral versus Panthera could be really interesting, but Viral did get 3-0'd in our first night of broadcast against Team NT, which we'll see later this evening.
Yeah, I mean, Viral's one of those teams that, like, clearly within their own region, they've had a whole lot of success. As mentioned, their run as a team throughout the Japanese Overwatch World Cup trials. But, certainly going against a team like Panthera is going to be pretty difficult. Panthera looked very good, even against Rhodes, where, Rhodes got the better of them. The fact that later on that series they were matching aggression via aggression was a feat. But here we go. This is Viral. In case you forgot who is on the team, and again, there are some players on here that were impressive from time to time. Like, there were flashes of brilliance, I thought, from Cloud, flashes of brilliance from Nico and Kyuki. But it's one of those things, again, where it's a team you look at and you go, I can see how this team can be really good, but you're not putting it all together throughout an entire series of Overwatch as consistently as you'd want against some of the better teams in the game.
Right, and I think when we look at these teams, on paper, as they were, it's a mismatch, right? Panthera should be a better team overall, so we look at what's the win condition. It's a player that could really step up and make things difficult. And I'm kind of looking for Kyuki here, right? Playing the Sombra. I anticipate we're going to see a lot of Sombra. Pretty much, we've had a lot of great hero variety, but if you really get down to brass tacks, it's been like a Sojourn, Reaper kind of brawl composition style versus a Tracer Sombra style. Wrinkles here and there, map dependent, but I think Kyuki is going to have to play a really, really good Sombra because I think you can force Panthera into that style like we saw last evening. Speaking of Panthera.
Yeah, speaking of Panthera, this roster is stacked. I think the one question for me is, do you have Becky starting at the very beginning, given Becky's heroic performance later on, or are they going to go, with the different starting roster? That to me is a question mark. But you think about what Panthera was doing well yesterday. Nice, definitely had a lot of great moments on the Sombra. Fate, it's one of those things where I think Fate got a little bit too much aggro in the reception to the last series, where they're going, oh, Fate's dying first a lot. It's like, yeah, but Rhodes was also going out of their way to specifically target Fate and take him out of fights early. I think Fate will look a lot stronger here today, and also the support play. A lot of really well-timed ultimates yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the support, in my opinion, and I've said this so many times before, and sorry to bring up, other sports, but supports are like offensive linemen that if you don't call their name, it's probably fine. Like, you don't really want to be calling a support's name a ton. Obviously, you can have big plays, but we're going to go to Lijiang Tower first. And I think one of the reasons you don't see Alien really is because Alien was the long-range hit scan and kind of the hit scan, and Rhodes forced them off of that role last night because they were just being super aggressive, going straight at it. So you can't sit back on an Ashe or even a Cassidy at some point. So they had to end up mirroring Rhodes' composition and their style. We'll see what they want to roll out with here. I think that Panthera may just start trying to really hone in their Tracer, Sombra, Winston composition, because I think it's been so prevalent and so important. But again, a lot of this is map dependent. I think we're going to see a lot of the same styles that we saw yesterday at Lijiang Tower. I think this is going to be a good feel for Viral, because we've said it time and time again that control can be a little bit wonky, a little bit, up for grabs. So maybe Viral can come out and get something going here. Panthera, it does look like it does look like Panthera's going to run the Tracer, Sombra, dive tank, and Viral looks like they're going to go the other direction when we get these Sombra or these Symmetras to switch to their regular heroes. Yep.
Yeah. And that means here the player you really want to look at for Barrel is Nico, to see if Nico's going to be able to find those railgun shots early on to set things up. For now, though, Fate just swinging around. It's going to be an engage from KSG moving in towards Panthera as Becky has none of it. Oh, man, that was Becky and Fate just collapsing on the KSG. Heavy focus fire onto the Winston. And you're down to main tank to start this fight and stuck in a house hex. Not ideal.
Yeah, I think Becky kind of, I mean, not that people didn't know who they were, but I think the people who were enjoying watching this had a coming out party. Becky absolutely on the carry yesterday when they were able to sub in, kind of turn the tides for Panthera against Rhodes. And yeah, just really early control here. It's just Flash and Styles right now.
Yeah, you have the quick swap from KSG onto the Diva. Nico finds Railgun shot on the Yangjun. Both supports for Panthera dead. So this could be a quick reflip the other way. I really don't think Panthera wants to stay down their supports, but the reengage should be coming in fairly quickly on the same note. Nice. He's barely able to get away, but, you know, I mentioned if Vero's going to do well here, Nico's going to have to land shots, and as I say that, how about a little bit of Kiriko action?
Yeah, nice from Cloud. Well, what happened there is Vero was able to identify that both supports were just hanging out in White Room, and with the style that they're playing, the last thing you really want to do is be stuck in a small room against this composition, because Nico's just going to fire in shots, but mostly they're just going to speed boost the Reaper in, able to get that done, take down both supports. That's how Vero's able to flip it. They're still in control now. EMP comes out.
The EMP comes out, hits quite a few. Cloud down immediately, and the fall through for Panthera was really great there. The EMP came out, and the dive, there was no delay. Everyone was all in, and it just resulted in an incredibly quick fight. I mean, it was over maybe about 2 seconds after the EMP hex.
Yeah, and I really do think, and maybe I'll be proven wrong, especially when we go to different maps, but I would expect Panthera to really try to hone in on this style of getting the Sombra and the dive to work perfectly, because a couple of times last evening when they were losing fights, the Sombra's a second too early, and it doesn't sound like much, but in Overwatch, that's weird.
Catch you later.
I don't know if that was a knockoff or not, but either way, Fade rolling around the back, has the mines at the ready. And Vero, once again, they're getting corralled a lot here in this game. One time in the other house, this time on the outer approach to White Room. And Panthera's doing a great job of taking fights on their own terms. See Slay here on the Zen. Fate rolling in, and a lot of for Panthera to be pretty aggressive on engage if they want. Actors on the QP. They go to the back. Boss not ready, looking for Slay. Meanwhile, Fate drops the mines, gets mint. Slay's Transcendence was forced out by the Reaper teleport, but if you're Panthera, you're still mostly okay with this. Everyone's very healthy. Feral, meanwhile, very, very low. Death Blossom QQ finally goes off. Is gonna get anyone? No. Meanwhile, Becky connecting on the Pulse Bomb, and a lot of good control coming out here from Panthera.
Yeah, Becky just, instead of reloading and finishing that off with regular distal pulse pistols, just ended up throwing up the pulse bomb because that was a very low target in Nico. Now at 87%, this is going to be a very tough re-engage from Beryl. They are going to switch Nico over to the Tracer just to get some touch onto the point. We're in the neutral right now, though. No one's got ultimates to work with, but Panthera's going to be fine with this. They're just going to bide their time and wait for EMP.
Yeah, QK gonna do a little bit contest on point. Cloud bounce,
nice.
Yeah, Cloud's been
That's
a
the
bright
EMP
spot here
now.
on the character. Yeah, it's a really good opening for Barrel. Now they get to do the 5v4. They need to solidify this before Nice comes back into the fray. Both teams string up poke. Barrel getting poked way more. She's gonna get demeched. QK level 2 on the side. This still isn't bad for Barrel.
Yeah, I mean, they completely re-switched their composition, so Barrel's going to be behind it when it comes to ult charges because they're adapting late. But Yuki has really made up some ground here, taking out a lot of these key targets, and now they can't, like, Panthera can't go in yet. They have to wait. So if Nico can hit a bomb here, then I think they're going to equalize on EMPs, and then it's going to be a matter of which Sombra's able to execute better. But I really think this is the best composition to be running right now. Teams have defaulted back to this for the most part.
And I think you're absolutely right to highlight Nico here. I think Nico is the path to victory before Nice gets an EMP. You have to get it before then, and they nearly get Slay. Slay, though, still alive. EMP from Nice gonna go down. Not the biggest of EMPs, but still might be enough. They used to get rid of KSG. Panthera holding onto a Pulse Bomb. See Becky here off to the side. Doing a little bit of Tracer with Tracer. Now Rowley gonna come out here from Yangjun. And Panthera, they're just looking to solidify on point, and they do.
Okay, but as I mentioned in the pre-show, Vero, once they figured out that the composition wasn't working, they were able to switch to the Sombra Tracer And as I said, if there's going to be one person who can equalize things and bring it back, it's going to have to be Kyuki on the Sombra, right? The Sombra was important, able to bring that fight back. I do have a little bit of concern of if they're going to run Sombra Tracer, Nico's going to have to 1v1 Becky on occasion. And Becky has really looked good. I mean, last night when Becky came in, it looked like maybe 5 minutes of warm-up, but then it was just server-dominating performance.
Yeah.
All right, let's see something goofy here. Oh, there's always one stage on every control map where you're going to see different combos. You're going to see kind of weird stuff, and it's always this one for Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, just bring on the Rhine v Ram, as it were. I do like the Bastion pick here. I mean, Bastion's still a lot of damage in these moments. Does go down, but threw so much damage to the KSG. It takes down KSG early, and now who's left to challenge the Rhine? They can just get space. Nice goes in off the flank, and overall, you take that trade if you're Panthera.
Yeah, they're able to isolate the Ramatra, who was on the outside looking in and has to use the block early. And block is nice, keeps you alive, but it means you're not doing any damage. You're not providing really any utility for your team. And Becky will give their life for it, but put up so much damage, it led to this.
Ball coming out here. Fate is going to walk back after. Meanwhile, we look again at the Bastion. Becky is looking to throw in the damage. Fate finds QP pretty early. Both teams down 1. 4 on 4. Becky staying near the point. Overall, Panthera pretty healthy here thus far. Vero still looking for decent way to go in, and Fitz is going in deeper. Moves over. KSG, though, finds Becky. And this is where Vero actually can go back in. Really close to getting Annihilation up here in just a moment. I think that's a plan for Vero here. Actually, wait for the Annihilation. Go in, and ideally no one gets picked before then. Nice setting up on the Sin, but Annihilation should be good to go here in just a second.
Nate's in a little bit of trouble there. He's going to try to get out, but he will be cleaned up by Nico with the arrow in the back. The Annihilation comes in, but looking at the Bastion will go down again.
Yeah,
I mean this might be a switch. Yes, Bastion and Sim both have their ults, but they're not very good ones necessarily. I mean, Bastion's especially. Bastion's ult is not awesome. Sim's ult is vastly underrated in my opinion, but see if they can get something going.
You just said all that. I think Becky just heard challenge accepted. This is going... Well, I generally agree, but yeah, you never know in this case. Here we go. Bastion ult coming out. Is it going to get anything? What's it going to
Hey, gets the Mei ice block down.
Hey, and gets the Mei. Like, gets the Mei outright. Yeah, so, hey. Don't knock until you try
I
it.
will eat my words. Sorry, Bastion.
Becky heard you. But here we go, Panthera. Numbers advantage here on the point. They hold on to the shatter. Shouldn't need it. As nice, just microwaves off on the left side.
Yeah, Sim has always been a decent pick on this board.
And sometimes you get a decent pick on the Sim counterpoint.
Yeah. I mean, Sim wanted to spam the projectiles down the corridor. You have to know that there's going to be projectiles coming your way as well.
Yeah, equivalent exchange. But not really. I mean, Hanzo's log still doing a little bit more, as it turns out. So Panthera down 1.
Could be a huge shatter there. There's nothing to stop it.
I think Fate is the difference maker. He's walking forward. Oh, he's tasting it right now. He's licking his chops. Moving over and goes, but wait, don't need it. Just hammer Cloud. That's enough.
Well, now the question is, how does Feral end up breaking this? Because they're going to be able to set up with a Bastion up front and just a shield there. It's going to be so much damage. And this is how you try to break it. You just start spamming logs down as Hanzo, but Tracer goes down to 6.
Oh, wow. Bait's deep. He's real deep. You think he's looking for a shatter here. You see the beat come out. Bait finally drops a shatter. Gonna get 2 immediately off of his. Hanzo goes, no, I'm gonna jump on over. I think he's still wall climbing on the side, but the fight is won regardless when you force Hanzo onto the adventure there. And also the round. And Panthera, pretty solid showing there. And, you know, I do like the note you made on Control Center. It really is the alternate comp area of Lijiang, regardless of what you play in the other 2 rounds.
Well, like Oasis, it's university, right? There's always one kind of stage in each control that's like maybe doesn't fit necessarily, but it's cool because you have to be good at different metas and different play styles to be able to compete and to shut out a control round 2-0. But like, yeah, I mean, the Control Center, you see Junkrats, you see Sims, you see Maze, things like that. So not a super surprise. The Bastion worked well enough. I mean, as a deterrence, like I said, when Ramatra's in, he doesn't really have a shield necessarily the uptime that you want, or a defense matrix or something. So the shield goes up, it gets burned down, you force out block, and that's not what Ramattra wants to be doing. You want to be able to walk forward and get that damage in, and Bastion is a kind of a solid counter to that.
Yeah. Either way, Varel did have a few moments of life. To me, Hex, the two people are looking at, it's the two Qs for me. It's Q Key and Cloud. And
Cloud.
I think if Varel is going to turn the series around, those will be the two players they lean on. But we are going to be taking a short break. When we come back, we'll see if the Qs can do it for Varel. It's been one map hex, but Panthera is looking strong to kick off their series here versus Veril, and it feels like they've changed their style a little bit after that matchup versus Rhodes, where, you know, before they were running Alien to start things out, now they're bringing in Becky, and they're really kind of picking off where they left off yesterday.
Yeah, and I think, like, you know, when it is going to be somewhat one-sided, that you don't want to say Panther is like using it as practice, but I think I really do think that Sombra Tracer is the most important composition going forward, is what you see run on a lot of maps. There are certain points of different maps where you need to run long range hit scan on a defense for a little bit, but then once those get over with, like, Sombra Tracer works on pretty much everything. So I think they're taking the time to really hone that in, because this is a map, as we go to King's Row, that you might expect Alien to sub in for, because you can run the Hanzo, which Alien is great at, or a Widow, but they're keeping Becky in. Now, Becky is a versatile player, and obviously, like, they can keep who they have in and keep running it. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't necessarily think you're going to run a Tracer Sombra on first point defense, but then as you move on, Tracer Sombra becomes more viable again and again. It'll be interesting to see. But I mean, I think Veril really just has to rely on, you know, the players that we mentioned. I think it's going to be a lot up to QKey to see if they can do anything on the Sombra, because I imagine we're going to see some of that here. So yes, Panthera won the first map 2-0, but actually Veril looked better than I thought. Like, they did win some fights, you know, and obviously on paper sometimes you look at these teams, you're like, I don't know if they're going to win a fight. So Veril does still have some fight in them, obviously, you know, fighting for their lives, fighting for their knockout lives. If they lose tonight, not only would they, you know, I mean, they're down out of it, and I guess probably next time we'll see them is World Cup.
Well, yeah, it would be World Cup, or I do think the overall format, a lot of these teams, if they have a good contenders performance, could get back in for July, I think. I'm not entirely 100% sure format-wise.
There's a lot of Overwatch to be played in the next 6 months. A lot. On all different levels.
Either way, though, right now, both these teams focused on the here and now, because that is what is important. It's going to be Panthera out here first on the attack. Nice, looking for an opening pick on Widow. Doesn't see it, goes to Tracer. And I don't think Fate is going to be waiting a whole lot here on the dive, especially with Tracer Echo, which is one of the most aggressive compositions you can really come out with.
Yeah, so, I mean, how are you going to deal with this Echo? Of course, you know, Sojourn can be an answer for this, but already see Veril getting bullied back into the corner. This is where you have to play against someone who's in the sky, whether it be a Pharah or an Echo. You have to take cover.
Oh, Nico's under so much pressure right now. Gets poked down, gets hit with the Bionade. No finish gonna come in there, but does force Veril back even further. And Panthera, they're just waiting for that one good final dive here. I think they're gonna rotate up to high ground. Oh, Becky gets caught! Nico off on the railgun. And this lets Veril perhaps push a little bit out. They get low, healed all the way back up. Veril's back at full strength. Nice, gets caught! And Nico really keeping Veril in this with these railgun shots from Sojourn.
Yeah, and I can already hear the chat and see the Reddit thread of like, oh no, Zarya. But I think Zarya is really good here, actually. It helps you deal with the counter dive, and you can stay a little bit further. It helps you counter the dive, and you can stay a little further back. Also, that beam does have some range on it. It will help you deal with Pharahs and Echoes, and especially with Becky getting a little too close with no help around him. That's what happened in that last fight. So Becky's going to have Duplicate ready. We're going to have Pulse Bomb. We're reaching the ultimate phase of the game. On the other side, Nano's already out. Nano Zarya, 70 charge, too.
Yeah, I think Veril would like to win one more fight. Taking the initiative to Zarya is one way to potentially do that, but now the ultimates from Panthera are going to be coming in. Becky and Nice both had pretty quick builds here. The Nano's ready to go. Nano goes on the Fate. Nice nearly goes down. Is able to get away. And Fate right now on the Nano so far. Veril's able to disengage. Now they're going to use the beat, go for the counter engage. They bioed Fate. They're focusing him. Don't really care about the Primal one way or another, but Nice gets the back. Make sure Nico can't be the hero this time. And goes for more. 2 pickoffs from Nice in the moment. QKey going to try and Death Blossom here, the equalize. Moving over. Nice, though, is just ripping everyone apart in the back.
Yeah, Nice with the 3-piece so far, and now that's going to be Zarya all alone. Double bubble doesn't keep you out of trouble in this situation, able to clean that up. And I mean, that's the really dangerous thing about this Panthera team is, like, Becky is, you know, a very, very good tracer, but you have the versatility of Nice being able to play this too when Becky wants to play, you know, a Genji or an Echo. I think Echo probably Becky's best hero. And yeah, you see it right there. And we mentioned this a little bit yesterday. a Pharah or an Echo doesn't always even have to be super effective. It's just annoying. It's a whole nother axis of attack that you have to deal with. Somebody's going to have to put shots onto it. So.
Yeah, and if you don't respect it, it's going to kill you. Nice though, gets a Bionade early. Becky, meanwhile, again, the focus on the Nico. Target number 1, and nice, just uncontested cleanup in the back. Panthera mostly winning this off the neutral here, Hex. And you think about how Point B Kings Row works. Yeah, they're going to get the stagger, and they're going to get a lot of key progress here in an area that's hard. Oh, no. Oh, it just gets worse.
Yeah, no, speaking of Point B, I mean, I've said this every time we do Kings Row, like, your first push onto second point is so critical, because the walk-back time, you are losing at least a minute between fights if you're not going to be able to capitalize on your first push, which is why you see Panthera pushing forward, trying to create as much space as possible. 1x on the carts, so see if this connects.
Oh! Ana nearly dodged into the pulse spot. That would have been tragic.
Grandma's got jukes.
Here we go. Holding her in the back, overclock, ready to go. And Nico's under so much pressure, gets hit with the Bionade while Nice is on the hunt. Now Fate gets the nano, dives in, has Primal in reserve. Oh. Goodbye, Nico. This is bullying of Nico, by the way. Nico's getting hunted by like 3 people at all times as Fate dives the rest of his team. Unreal.
Yeah, I mean, you're just not going to let one of their best players beat you, right? It's the old adage of, like, we're just going to make sure someone else beats us, but let's give Slay some credit there. Really nice sleep, big play Slay.
Well, it was 2 things from Slay. It was the sleep and the Bionade on the Nico that hit, so Nico really could be part of the fight. And Nico's had enough. It goes to Tracer, and with all the bullying of the Sojourn, I think that's what you got to do.
So Panthera is able to get the point on their first attack. Very important. Becky's going to have this duplicate up. We've seen Becky duplicate Anna's in the last couple, last night's series, so we'll see the target here.
Reaper goes for the Death Blossom, not going to get too much. Fate, meanwhile, is diving in the back, gets Cloud early in the fight. Now Primal's all the way back to the payload. Death Blossom cloned by Becky, and he liked the end of last night there with the Death Blossom. Says, you know what, I want to spin again. I'm going to clone a Reaper.
When your copy gets a better Blossom than you. It's like having a twin that just is better at school than you or something.
Yeah, it's not great. But here we go. Fate just waiting, going, please come out that door. I have an electrifying experience for you. As Mint does have the barrier in tow, but Meryl needs to do something to stop this unrelenting push from Panthera.
There's the beat.
Yeah, beat comes out. They need to get at least 1 pick off here. And they get Becky, that's a pretty good one. Niso has the bomb at the ready. Nico connects with his bomb in the back. If you're Panthera though, you're okay backing off here. You've gotten a lot thus far. And if you're Meryl, you just don't want to give up any picks as you try and solidify. Nice.
Self-destruct.
Still around.
Yeah. They end up having to use self-destruct, but I think it's actually an enormous pulse bomb onto Slay during that fight, because Panthera is a team that will take a 4v5, and that nano was just about to come down on Fate, in my belief. I think that'll be the initiating factor for this next fight. And, yeah, KSG, no self-destruct either. KSG hacked.
Cloud coming in the back, Kitsune rush, ready to go. And Kitsune is going to be used pretty early here. Meanwhile, Fate gets nanoed once more. Should be able to build up a primal off this. Barrel trying to follow the Kitsune, take down Fate. The shotguns are firing real fast. And Fate's just like, yeah, I'm not going to get ult before anything if I don't leap out here. But here's the problem. The Kitsune is gone. Panthera's going to leap back in. This time, Fate, primal, going for the jungle in the corner, sends Vince to the grave. Kyuki into the back, and Panthera's just swarming all around, and this is going to be capped.
Yeah, it should be eventually, and we will get there. It was actually really nice from Viral on their defense. I love the preemptive Kitsune rush from Cloud, knowing that, yes, they didn't get Nano out, they didn't get Primal out, that'll be their initiation, and to put it right down in the hallway, and the pathway rather, and stop them from initiating. I mean, that Nano got absolutely nothing because of the, double shooty shotguns, and just the fire rates, but Becky doing some mean stuff here.
Yep, and also the fight part about this play too is Fate corralling people back into it. Becky is like, I need a Death Blossom play. Fate, send them my way.
Yeah, I mean, they killed the opposing Reaper, then became the opposing Reaper, then Death blossomed a little bit better. But Beryl had a couple moments there. Like I said, I think the preemptive Kitsune was really nice, but I think they need to know when they've won fights, because there was a moment like losing the self-destruct, and they end up using ults where they don't necessarily have to commit, is something that, if it gets cleaned up, could be a little bit better. See what they want to run on their own offense. I'm all for the offensive Torb, I just don't see it happening. And then Panthera, to the surprise of no one, is going to run the Tracer Sombra.
Yeah, I think
So
Panthera, you don't change it up here. You like what you've been running, and you mostly stick with it. I mean, I guess there's a little bit of a change in the sense of, they're running Echo, but overall, they're still running a very similarly themed composition.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting defense, too, because, it's a dive composition, and you expect it to be aggressive for the most part. But really, you just give up some space, you don't hold this choke right here, you let your flankers harass, which is exactly what's happening right now. Then when Beryl makes a move, like after they speed boost, then you pick a dive target.
That's exactly what they're doing right now. And then they are sticking up the Torb, which can be a sneakier threat at times that people give it credit for. Kyuki chasing supports here, trying to do a little bit of high ground maintenance. Meanwhile, Beryl's getting dove on quite a bit by Panthera. Fate nearly goes down, is just barely able to leap out. That's why Fate, again, people looked at Rhodes last night going, oh, he's dying a lot. It's like, no, Rhodes was just bursting more than the norm. Fate's pretty good at the disengages, as it turns out. Here we go again, more pressure onto the high ground from Kyuki, who immediately leaps off. Did not like what he saw after the teleport. Becky is so close on the build here, 85%. And this fight, very first fight, could end on a pulse bomb, or you just clip Nico down. And that alone is going to put Beryl in a tough spot. Pulse bomb's still up, I mean, they want to finish a fight with it.
It's been so many of these anti-heals. The nades have just been clutch on it. So Nico got antied and then cleaned up immediately. And part of that is when you're running a Zarya, you don't have anywhere really to hide. Once you're engaging out in the open, one person's going to get a bubble, but somebody's going to get purpled.
Yeah, and it does feel like Nico's been catching a lot of the purples. Again, he gets purple, just for good measure. That was happening to Nico when he was on Sojourn. I mean, I don't know. At this point, you have to almost wonder if it's personal between Slay and just like Nico's just covered in purple all day long.
I mean, he's been one of their stronger players, so, someone else has to beat you. That's kind of seems like the strategy here, and I love that strategy. Take away one of their best players and say, who else is going to step up? Who's got anything?
Hits two, and it's enough to take down Nico first again, where, the process is simple. No matter what hero Nico is on, kill him first. Becky, meanwhile, finds a pulse on the Zarya. It is a slaughter in the back after the EMP, and Hex time quickly becoming an issue. Beryl down to their final minute 50.
Yeah, only 2 minutes, and really Veryl's been trying to just roll through Hotel and try to play it like a defense, right? They're trying to swap it out, which is fine because Panthera's composition wants to play like an offense, so they're completely fine with it. They'll let them go through Hotel and give them hope there, but now they're just going to contest at the choke and don't love it. They lose nice early.
Yeah, losing nice early is rough. They have to give up the choke because Molten Core is everywhere right now. The floor is lava. High ground, though, still being very well controlled by the supports. They pop the rally to keep it. Don't really want extra invaders from Beryl up there. KSG, meanwhile, the Graviton is ready. Looking for a good area, but getting a good grab here is tough when people are split between low and high. Yuki, though, says, no, the high ground's going to be mine. I'm going in for it. Death Blossom, good to go. He's going to challenge the Brigitte and Ana. Is he going to get anything from her? He does get the Brig, gets slept right after. So Panthera still has some stuff they can use off this, but oh no! Becky gets caught by Cloud, and the point, I think, will finally be going the way of Beryl.
They will end up grabbing this point, and I think a lot of it was just a little bit of greed from Panthera trying to fight in that choke early on. I mean, like I mentioned, it's fine to let them come in and set up through the Hotel because then your composition operates better. You're able to stick on the high ground, Fate's able to jump in. It turns your defense into the offense and vice versa, rather than fighting at the choke, and they ended up losing key heroes there, so eventually everyone else just gets cleaned up on the back end. Now we still have this grab, we still have Coalescence. I mean, super brawl comp from Beryl right now.
Yeah, and also for Beryl, you think about the time, they really need to win this next fight. Hack tempo is nice. All eyes, though, have to be on KSG here. The Graviton to potentially set this up. And they need to get the grab, really, before a huge EMP comes into Nice. Like, that's a timer to me. Can KSG find this before Nice gets another 7%? And right now, you look at KSG.
Panthera's low.
Actually,
everyone's
very,
low.
very low. Yeah, they have to give up some space here just off the poke alone.
Yeah, and still Veryl's able to hold on to these. And, you know, I'm going to defend the Zarya in this situation. Not only is it good for your Reaper, you're engaging that combination, but also Zarya is almost impossible to hack. If you keep a bubble up, you start the hack. And
Four-man EMP for the back from Dice, and the follow-through is immediately there. You know what, though, Hex? We knew the EMP
I said
would
hack,
be pretty
not
decisive.
EMP. EMP is different.
Yes. But here's what I have to say. The upside for Veryl is you lose the fight so decisively, so cleanly off the EMP. You do have the Graviton for the next fight. You've never had a chance to throw it away.
It's always been the swing of like the enemy is forcing you to have a good economy because you're not able to use your ultimates there. So there's the silver lining of that playbook right there. So they're still going to use, I mean, Grav and then the Molten Core go really hard.
You gotta think the Grav's coming up soon, and Molten Core has already come on out. And it gets into the Grav. The Graviton catches enough. 3 immediately following its Cole, its Grav, its Molten Core, and it's a whole lot of white in the kill feed. That's going to be more than enough for point B.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to get this second point, which is so critical. Now their spawns are going to move forward. On the other side of things, Panthera, they will have, you know, Becky is on the Echo. Becky wants to copy here, probably a Reaper.
Yeah, I would think Reaper. I mean, also Diva at times isn't the worst copy. Or, you know, you really like Torb. I would enjoy a Torb copy, but I do think Reaper is probably most likely. Yuki, also good to go. Sitting here in the payload, it's also to be respected. Becky, meanwhile, takes down the Torb in the back. And here's the clone. It is on the Reaper. Or the fight is... Yeah, it's kind of late to that point. It's like, did you need to do that? You're staring at them in spawn. They're staring back at you. You know, I think the timing definitely could be questioned there.
Yeah. Okay, so KSG is on this Diva now, which is helpful. The next big play you want to look for is when Nice hits this EMP. 149 on the clock. It seems unlikely Viral will beat Panthera's time. But a good showing so far.
Yeah, and, they get Slay! Nice cannot drop the EMP here. If it does, it'd be a terrible maneuver. This is going to give Viral really good positioning for the final team fight. Panthera's still going to have options, but this is excellent, and Panthera could very easily mess this up if they don't play perfectly.
Yeah.
And look at this ambush here. This brings me back, Hex. This has been happening forever.
Just waiting on it. They have no clue. Well, Youngjun's good.
Oh no, they now have a
corner check. I love a good corner check.
Good corner check is gonna make Kyuki have a more difficult job here. Nano though gonna come out. Fate immediately gets Cloud right after that. Now just walking forward on the point. The opportunity Viral had is thrown to the wayside, but you know, it's easy to underrate it, but the corner check actually pretty important there. That could have been a different play.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, another big purple. Nico goes down. I mean, so far, Slay has been my MVP. Slay is just hitting so many nades, and it's easier to hit nades when the Zarya's up there, but now he's hitting nades through a Diva, and pretty much every anti-heal bio nade has come down. Panthera's been really great at capitalizing on it. Becky has just got this sixth sense, blood in the water, able to finish off targets.
Yeah, also, there might not even be
corners.
a good final fight here, because if Becky lands this pulse bomb, it's all over but the crying. Becky, waiting. Here, potentially flanking the pulse bomb. They're very aware of where Becky is. I think they know the pulse bomb is coming. Here we go, Kyuki. Up over the top. Good damage going in the fade. Gonna shrug it off, the heal. Now, 3 seconds left to go. Reaper gonna be teleporting in. Fate holding on to the Primal. Kyuki got caught by, Kyuki went to the back, the camera went away, and Kyuki left. So they have to do this without the Reaper. Beat drops. Feral still with 4. Becky hanging on to the pulse bomb. Nico under pressure here in the back. Nico, this is tough. You gotta think he's about to fall. He does, and Panthera just washes over Viral. And Hex, it's gonna be Panthera here taking map 2 unless a true miracle comes into play soon.
Yeah, that is not going to happen. No miracle. Panthera will take a 2-0 map lead. I like some of the changes that Viral was making there. I think getting off of the Zarya, not just because Zarya has been much maligned by everybody lately, is smart, but I think people maybe overvalue a bubble Reaper, right? I don't think it's that good. I think if you really want to still empower your Reaper, well, D.Va can too. D.Va can go in there and matrix the Reaper and let Reaper still get something done there. So I think that it's a better pick to go with the D.Va overall, the utility, getting on high ground, things like that. So I think Viral is making some good adjustments. Look, that was close enough. Like again, it was better than I expected. Out of Viral against Panthera, and they just had a couple of plays. And as you mentioned, if they don't check that corner, Panthera, it could be a completely different fight with the Reaper there. So they're close. I mean, I still, the Viral's got a shot at this one yet, but as it stands, Panthera up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth going back to that fight, not because like the Reaper there is like the absolute most impactful thing, but just kind of a reminder that you think about the time situation at the time. If Viral was able to take that team fight, you know, we're going into extra rounds and that's it. You know, so much in Overwatch can really just kind of go down the one fight, one play, but it was heads up play by the Brig to go in here and be like, I wonder if something is here. And
it's how do we lose this fight? We lose this fight if there's a Reaper back here. Let me make sure that doesn't happen. So it's smart play.
Exactly. Well, it is Panthera up 2-0. Viral now going to be fighting for their tournament life. No more maps left to give. Can they find a way to bring it back, or will they be knocked down entirely? We're going to see in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League, where we've been watching Panthera put on a clinic versus Veril. And Hex, we've talked a lot about substitutions with Panthera over the course of the tournament. You know, the idea of, taking Alien out to put Becky in. But now, let's go with the curveball. What if you put Alien back in and kept Becky in, and you took out Neist instead? Because that's exactly what they're doing as we head into Havana.
Yeah, I'd say that we're going to Havana is what I would say to that. That's what that indicates to me. Alien will play very likely the Widow, and Becky has the Tracer, and oftentimes we see a Genji on Havana on an offense to put some pressure on things like that. On the other side of things, though, Veril is going to make changes as well. So Veril, back against the wall, maybe last map in the tournament possibility, they're going to bring in a Plankton to play tank. Plankton will probably play the Sigma here. It's kind of a specialist, but Plankton will come in on Havana to play tank for this team. It's happened before in the tape I've watched on Veril. And also they are going to take Yuki out and bring in a player called Mihawk. Mihawk is their sniper specialist. So what this tells me is that it's Havana. We're going to see Widow matchups, and then the other damage dealer for both sides will either be a Tracer or a Genji. It's just kind of the very specific map meta that we see on a lot of escorts, but Havana's seems like the hardest meta, that you kind of have to run a Widow on first point on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the long sight lines you're dealing with. Also, given that's happened in multiple matches and, has been happening for a long time, it's kind of, it's kind of straightforward. It's, there's a tank substitution on Havana. Well, clearly you're bringing in your Sigma player. And sometimes it's the only time you're bringing in your Sigma player nowadays. So.
Yeah, the Sigma specialist is something that I find endlessly fascinating. And, maybe Plankton will have a better Sigma than Fate. Fate's Sigma is up and down at points in time. So it's possible, I don't know. Havana's been such a strange map because I don't think we haven't seen the end of Havana yet in this tournament. I don't think I've seen the end of Havana outside of quick play in over a year. It's such a defender good map, especially first points. Like if you get first point, it seems like an achievement, and if you get halfway through second point, it's an achievement. So we'll see. I'm willing to be surprised. It's a fun map. It's a good map, but it's very difficult for the offense to finish it out.
Yeah, I mean, defenders love this map. Attacking on it, definitely difficult as an Alien. It's a nice little angle there. Looking for an early pickoff for Panthera. Mihawk, meanwhile. Widow v Widow. Looking for the option, and just going to decide, we're going to go over, check the other window. Meanwhile, Becky, as expected, still on the Tracer. I think the question for me is, where does Panthera hold this? And I think they are just going to hold where we see them right now. I don't think they really want to give this up too much, and they're going to put faith in Alien to find a pickoff.
Yeah, it's such an interesting map, especially for the defense, because you think you hold the corner and everyone's beside you, but really this map lends itself to people kind of squatting up in different sides where you'll run. Wow, that's a huge pickoff. Slay is down. Slay was all alone. Where was his squad?
Well, the squad wasn't there. Nico was a new squad and stabbed him in the back is what we saw instead. Meanwhile, about to get Sigma played here. Plankton going in on Fate, likes what he sees, but Immortality Field has to come out to save him all the while. Meanwhile, Alien down. Cloud able to find them. Becky, though, immediate avenging. And overall, Panthera dealing pretty well in the trade-outs. Trading out enough that respawns are able to come back in. Yangjun gets 2, and Veril's gonna be completely back to the drawing board here.
Yeah, and what I was saying is that there's almost a very specific defensive setup where you'll have one of the supports with the tank on the right side where you see Fate hanging out right now. Becky's going to be back here on this left side near the carts with another support. Slay kind of went somewhere else. And then the Widow is usually on behind the Zenyatta on this high ground. It's almost standardized that every team plays this style with kind of this 2-2-1 setup.
Alien in the back, looking for a pick. Fate, meanwhile, just being the goalie here, saying, no, you shall not pass. But again, gonna get challenged a little bit by the opposing Sigma. Here we go, Flux charged up from Fate. What's going to be used? Mortality Field forced out by Nico. Not a bad engagement here from Veril. Fate right now, still trying the one in the back. Becky comes in, drops a pulse bomb, getting up with Immortality Field. And it's Panthera getting poked down a little bit here. Gonna have to concede a little bit of ground. Veril stronger as they move in. Alien still struggling to find a pickoff. And Nico having a really good round here thus far relative to before.
Well, they lost Slay again a little bit early there. Not ideal, and now Barrel's going to take all this space here. The Infrasight is popped from Alien, so it's going to be an advantage in the sniper duels. The window's popped down on the other side.
Your Barrel. They drop the window early, as you say, and here comes the clutch from Plankton. We'll see what it gets, if anything. Does catch Fate on the other end, force out the Immortality Field, and he's still going for Fate. Plankton's been chasing Fate this entire time. Mihawk, meanwhile. Oh, nice! Finds Alien! A split-second reaction, and that's huge. Now Mihawk doesn't have to worry about a Widow hitting him. And meanwhile, what about the point? What if Panthera got pushed so far back they couldn't get over to the point? And you know what happens now in the rest of this kind of irrelevant.
Objective-based game. You know, Fate and Slay are going to clean up the counterparts on the other side of things. I think Nico might get chased up. Cloud, meanwhile, off camera, cleans up a couple. Becky, yeah, I kind of felt Becky was going to win that one. You know, this... Okay, good. Cloud cleaned it up. Because if you watch the first two matches tonight, which I'm sure a lot of people did, leaving a Tracer alone behind it really ended up costing teams a couple times. Like, you know, there were a couple times where a Tracer was a mile away behind and they tried to ignore it, and then a giant pulse bomb comes in because you forgot the Tracer's behind you. So you need to clean that up. Can't let that Tracer sit back there. Barrel getting some good push, though.
Yeah, it's not bad at all from Barrel, the play that ended up working out. I mean, I still go back to that pick from Mihawk. That was next level. But now Barrel looking to take the outside approach. Point B, not easy at all. 4 attackers are going to. Panthera also completely stacked on ultimates here. For Barrel, a good fight is just draining things out as Becky going, the Tracer on the payload. I'm going to contest that. That's what I'm going to do right now. Just get off. I will keep chasing you. That's what's happening.
They're still
right
doing
now.
it. Both these Sigmas are just...
They're dancing.
They're just hitting it through this doorway. Like, they're just bouncing balls through the doorway. They've been doing it for like a minute.
Look, sometimes this is just peak Sigma v Sigma gameplay. Okay, now I can't unsee as I just look at it. It's like bounce, bounce, bounce. It's still going
That's why
on.
I was laughing like a minute ago, and then we went back to it. It's still happening.
It's still going on. Look at it. We're getting the free cam view of it at the same
Well, here's
time.
I mean, that is a very important spot right there. That item is critically important, so that's why no one wants to give it up. And now Plankton's going to step in and try to do it. Window comes in. They should be able to take it now. But
Flux comes in. Comes out after the accretion misses too. So really good timing on the way there. Kitsune rush from Cloud. As Barrel looks to equalize this. Ults for ults right now. Becky wins the Tracer battle. And meanwhile, it's Sigma v Sigma. They want to put an end to this fight that's been going on for so long. This Plankton's going to get forced back a little bit here. Slay coming in going, you know what, I'm Zen. I'm going to do this. And Becky goes, no, it's going to be me. As Becky finally gets cleaned up and ends what is a very long fight that, unfortunately for Barrel Hex, drained most of their time.
And most of their time, most of their ultimates too are now out of it. The extremely strong door frame holding up to the abuse from both Sigmas, but now we are below a minute. Both Widows will have Infrasights too, which kind of negates either advantage. Panthera will have a window here, and defending window is usually much better in position than the off-ending window. Barrel, I mean, I think a lot of this comes down to their damage dealers. Can you get a bomb? Can you get a pick?
Right now, you gotta be looking at Nico, who has been playing better this map in particular. The bomb is at the ready. And yeah, I mean, right now, everyone sees everything. I've seen everything.
It's too late. I've seen everything.
Becky going here into the back line. Yangjun getting the cleanup. That was truly a team effort. Barrel losing a lot there, and 10 seconds left to go. I don't really know if they get back to the payload. It's not going to be high quality as Becky just wins the duel at the end for good measure.
Yeah, Nico did get a pick there early on Alien, but it was the only pick. You know, he got the pulse bomb, but at what cost? Still, given the history of this map, at least in this tournament, and I don't know, in my mind, in a lot of tournaments, that's a pretty good offense. Getting it halfway through second point is a pretty solid offense. So we shall see. I mean, the big takeaway for me is I think Nico's a good player, but Becky outclassed Nico on the Tracer for the most part. Got the better of those 1v1s, and just the patience of Fate to sit up there and never really go in, and just never just denying that high ground on the Sigma. Because is the Sigma question, like, you know, Fate is really going to have to play all the tanks for Panthera. And the question is, you know, can Fate play Sigma at the level that some of these Sigma specialists can? And I think a lot of it is understanding that, you know, Fate is an aggressive tank and whenever else he plays. When he plays Winston and fall, like that's Fate's style, is to be aggressive, to get down to 20 health and then get out of there. And Sigma plays very differently, so it's nice to see Fate just kind of copy the homework and keep that high ground for his team and really just kind of stymie the attack of Beryl.
Also, X, I want to bring it full circle here where, you had the long talk on Havana about, like, wow, you don't really see point C ever. I can't think back to the last time I saw it. Well, in this match here, we're not going to see point C either, so that continues to hold up.
Okay, we'll see Lifeweaver here for opening shot shenanigan.
Yeah, the role of Lifeweaver right now in competitive play, drop the pedal.
They didn't even do it. They didn't even bother with it.
It's just like, do we really want to do? Nah, I mean, I have a grapple click, man. Just get off them. And here we go. A new door frame has been decided. Becky is showing incredible.
I like this offense, though.
Yeah.
They're just pushing through house. They're taking a different angle, right? They're not running up Main Street, just different angle. Meanwhile, Becky was just pushing the cart, and Cloud finds him.
Yeah, it was really big upper body strike to Becky up until you get a Zen Orb to the back of the head, is what we were seeing there. But, losing Tracer while the rest of your team hasn't committed yet, she'll be back pretty soon. And it really is the door frame again here between Plankton and Fates. I can't. Now you framed it in this
I'm
way.
sorry for putting it. Yeah, sorry to draw everyone's attention to it. It made me.
No, I mean it.
Yeah,
it's illuminating. I just, we've casted Sigmas doing that before, but now just thinking about the fourth door frame the entire time. But, Nico on the Hanzo on the back, Alien on the Widow. It was a little bit of a quiet game for Alien last time around as Becky up to some shenanigans right now, waiting for the signal.
I mean, it was kind of quiet for both Mihawk and Alien. Oh, blink too far, but able to get the confirm.
That was calculated, wait for the right opportunity, and now doesn't have to worry about the Widow. Looking for some support instead. Immortality Field forced up pretty early into the fight. Mortality Field is down. Mint getting very, very low. Panthera right now. The payload moving. And Becky, all the room to work with right now on the top. For now, just taking free damage where he can get it now. Locked into the Hanzo. Looking for the Hanzo. Plankton's going to fall. Fate taking out his opposing number, and it just floods with green. It was just a constant stream of poke hex, and eventually it hits the limit.
I really am appreciating Becky's Tracer style. We had talked about this too the other night, like how to get better at Tracer, in my opinion, is don't die and don't overcommit, and we saw a prime example of it there. There were so many times where Becky could have chased down the Zenyatta, who was all alone, and Becky saw that it was all alone. It just did some damage. Could have double blinked onto the Hanzo, didn't, just did damage. Just stayed up top and did damage. Being a Tracer being a threat is so much more important than just actually getting the kill. Like, it's just a masterclass of patience.
You unironically want to live rent-free in your opponent's mind, because if you're thinking about you, they have to at least check you, and they can't really pressure everything else. And we're back to the favorite spot on the map, the Sigma door frame. Mihawk,
Oh, it's Nico.
Going in, looking for Mihawk. This is not a good spot to be in for Mihawk at all. Heavy pressure though coming in for Becky. Becky has to respect the pressure. Fate Nemo gets Mint. Slay on the finish. The front line for Panthera looking good, and they don't have further to go. 3 meters. Varel, no one's left to contest. It's just Mihawk. That's going to be it. Panthera
Becky's not in the kill feed there, but just annoying the Widow, and it draws Zen's attention as well. Zen's got to throw the healing orb back. That means there's less healing up front. And I mean, it's just being the constant nuisance in the back line. Being alive is your best attribute as a Tracer. I mean, Becky, the last couple of days we've seen just turn it on. And I think in this meta particularly, where Tracer doesn't really come out of the game ever, like you're going to run Tracer Sombra, or I mean, I guess there's a few situations where teams are still trying the Sojourn Reaper, which I think is not the best comp, but it works sometimes. But yeah. I think Becky is putting on a masterclass, and Panthera will stay alive. Unfortunately, that means that Team Varel is now out of the spring stage opens.
Yeah, and one thing, when we're talking about Panthera and, how Panthera even got knocked down here is that I do think back to that matchup last night versus Rhodes and wonder, what would it have been if Panthera was playing Becky and fighting Rhodes bit for bit the entire way through? Because Becky was such a difference maker in the set. Becky didn't come into play yesterday versus Rhodes until the final 2 maps. And that's also, as we're talking about Becky, player of the match. And really well deserved, because it was just nonstop pressure for Becky the entire way through, whether it be on Tracer, be on the Echo. It was a threat that Panthera was playing super well with.
Yeah, I don't think you'll see Becky come out very often, if at all, because even when Panthera wanted to run the Reaper when we got into rush matches, especially Coliseum yesterday, Becky's Reaper was rock solid. And it means even a hero that he plays when he doesn't play Reaper, because he just gets the Echo in there too. So right now it's Echo, Reaper, Tracer, and then if you need a Genji, Becky would stay in on that too. So it's really been a very strong performance from Becky. And you're right, it was surprising that yesterday didn't start necessarily, but looking really, really solid and absolutely deserving a player of the match. And Nico's a good player, but pretty much lost every single 1v1 that Becky forced Nico into.
Yeah, I mean, Becky's presence on the map, again, it's fearsome. And you can see it at times where, again, I like the idea that so long as Tracer is alive, you're paying rent to the Tracer in your head at all times, because Beryl, they were constantly split and having to worry about where Becky was. Certainly the supports and Mihawk over the course of this. Meanwhile, you still have the entire frontal fight going on. Plankton just, eternally fighting fate in a battle that, really could have used more help.
Well, it was that point right there too, that first point offense, that I really just admired Becky's play. Not only just getting the Widow, because that's your prime target. Number one is Tracer. You're on Tracer to deal with the Widow on Havana, and the double blink up there to deal with it. But then there were times like he went after the Zen and got Zen to half health, and then Zen's around the corner, and someone who's worse at Tracer or less patient, or there are Tracers who make the super aggression work, like Striker comes to mind, but just waits on it. It's like, okay, well, now Zen's out of the fight, put some damage on Hanzo. Now Hanzo's got to back up. And there were just times where a less patient Tracer would have died, and it just ruins your whole flow of the fight. You see the mental game and just the decision making, which makes the best, like, it elevates great Tracers over good Tracers, is that decision making. And I think we saw a great example of it there from Becky.
Yeah, and Panthera, right now, probably my favorite in this part of the group to advance on into the actual, Overwatch League spring knockouts proper. But, we still have matches left to go and a lot of twists and turns. I mean, no one thought Panthera, well, actually some people might have, but, a lot of people didn't necessarily have Panthera getting knocked down this low anyways, which means that you never know what's going to happen in these matches till it's actually played, which is why you should stick around. We still got one more match left to go here today. It's going to be Wallplay taking on NT, and we'll see which of them is going to take it. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League Spring Stage Opens. I'm ZP, back here once more with Hex. Final match of the day coming at you. It's going to be Wall Play versus NT. And, you know, Hex, we were just talking the break. The Wall Play logo always throws me for a loop because I just want to say wall face. It's a wall and a face, you know?
I think it's really important that these teams are going to get to play in the Overwatch League for the most part because we need some new logos. And so there's a lot of really cool logos. I like the poker face logo. Rhodes is just an outline of an island, but I think Wallplay does perhaps have the best logo. I don't love their chances to move on. So let's, Wallplay, they've got 5 players on this team. It's Singapore and Vietnam. And look, they got 0-3 the first night they played. They got 0-3 against Panthera. Obviously, it's a tough draw. This team finished 5th in the APAC Open for contenders, or the Open Spring Series. So this is their squad. And so R3K is going to play damage for them, has played tank for them in the past. They moved around a lot of different pieces, and they made some changes very recently. Most importantly is bringing in Sagi, SGY. Sagi, you see there, one of the known heroes is going to be Junkrat. I don't know if we'll be able to see it played, but I think when we look at win conditions for teams, I think Sagi, in a very rough showing for Wallplay in general against Panthera, Sagi was pretty much the only one showing up in the kill feed, so perhaps we can see that. If I'm Wallplay, I don't know if I try to match NT on composition directly, strength to strength, and maybe they will pull out some different things. So we'll see. I think that's their best chance.
On the other side, it's going to be NT, and, real quick on Wallplay, you say, oh, it's just a Junkrat getting kills, but that's the only notable thing. Man, just bring it back to Houston in Season 1, why don't you? But here we are on NT, and NT, there's a lot to talk about here. I've been super impressed by Arpen's versatility on tank and general impact for NT thus far. And Hidden and Premier has been a DPS duo that really has been growing on me the more we've seen of them. Obviously, they did get knocked into the lower bracket, but across the board on this team, there's bright points. I could even talk at length about Xe, where Xe had moments where NT was just getting fights carried by support pickoffs led by Xe. I mean, this team is good, Hex. They're just not ultra consistent.
Well, that was the thing. I was going to bring up the narrative again in case you haven't watched the last couple of nights, but the narrative surrounding NT is that they have a super high ceiling. They could beat almost anybody, but it's just a matter of consistency. Can they consistently bring it? I mean, you can even talk about Lego. Lego's had some great Lucio play as well. So like the talent on this team is up there with the best of them. Unfortunately, in the upper bracket semis, they had to face off against Poker Face, and we know Poker Face is a very, very strong team. They did end up taking a map against Poker Face. Their first matchup, they did 3-0 Varel. RIP Varel's now out of the tournament. So, it is one of those things. On paper, you would expect NT to move on. NT only took 5th place in the Contender Spring season for Korea. So not super up there, but it is a team that I think if they move up forward through tonight, they will play Panthera. And if I'm Panthera, it's one of those teams that you don't necessarily want to play because they're dangerous. Yeah. They may not be the favorite, but it's a team that you're kind of bummed out because they could do something,
I really love that you brought that up because whether it be sports, esports, there's always that element of teams no one wants to play where it's like, yeah, they might not be as good on paper, but man, anything could happen in one series, and don't want to do that. And as we're about to get in game, we get a pause. That's fine. We still got stuff to talk about here, so it goes in game to camera. It's all good.
I mean, the team that you don't want to play it's a team with a ton of talent who just maybe hasn't put it together yet, but they have those flashes, and they've got players that can carry you. Like, I'm not a huge basketball fan. I'm probably alienating some of my audience, but I'm from Milwaukee, and the team you don't want to play in the NBA right now is the Heat, and the Heat are putting on a clinic against the 1 seed in Milwaukee. So it happens all over sport, and there is always like that team that's just dangerous with the wild card because we've seen Premier just have insane performances. Like you said, you've got a support that can carry. Arpen, if you get them on the right map in Antarctica, will just doom you all day, and I think Arpen has been really good. As you mentioned, the versatility. The only hero he doesn't play on tank is actually, guess which hero Arpen doesn't play on tank.
Sigma.
That's Sigma, but they do have a tank specialist in Bono who will come in and play Sigma. So this team, they only have 6 players, but they seem to have a strategy, and we're going to get right back into it. But as I said, we'll see if if Wallplay can find an interesting strategy or if they're going to try to mirror match it. Already, it looks like they're going to opt towards the Reaper play, and Soggy will go to Tracer.
Yes, I mean, meta-wise, what Wallplay's playing is completely standard from what we've been seeing. However, you gotta look towards the mechanical consistency here. NT, a little bit of pressure from
We talk up Arped, and then he just has like the worst grapple into a wall ever.
Yeah, you know.
It happens. It happens.
Just go back. It's a short cooldown, X. It doesn't matter.
Calculated. Calculated.
But Wallplay right now just stuck in this outside house. NT, more presence on the point. Now Wallplay gonna dive on in. NT actually getting poked pretty badly. Start things out here. Wallplay stronger on the point. But as I say that, Kame gets picked. Arpen was able to get to the back end. Arpen's been all sorts of deadly right now. 2 early pickoffs from NT. And Arpen gets super low, still rolls away, and Lego cleans up the rest.
Yeah, completely one-sided there.
Still going.
Totally fine. Yeah, so Arpen with the first opening kills, and you wonder if Wallplay's going to make some changes here. R3K is now on the Mei of all things. You would think maybe against a ball you would try to get a Sombra in here and just complete the mirror match. Not sure about the Mei in this situation. Getting some damage in.
Slowing down the ball a little bit. Soggy was able to find Hidden early on, so not the worst early pick for Wallplay. They get to go in on the 5v4. Soggy nearly gets another. Getting poked down a little bit. Pulse Bomb, though, ready to go. This is where you try and find someone here in the back looking to challenge Exy on the Kiriko. Pulse Bomb. Hidden comes in. Yeah, Lego was able to find R3K, so NT now up 1. EMP on deck. Arpen just dives into the Kiriko, and they drop the EMP anyways, Hex.
Yeah,
it's all hands on deck from
unnecessary.
NT.
Yeah. Somewhat unnecessary. There were already 2 kills, but I mean, just EMP the rest of them. Why not? NT is still going to have 3 ultimates, including both support ultimates too, because it's been so one-sided. And when these fights go as one-sided as they have, it's so hard to crawl out of it if you're Wallplay. Your best thing is to maybe bank ultimates or try to force out ultimates because your economy is in pretty bad shape. Soggy, I think, are the only one with some kills so far. Let's see how they want to try to enter here.
Soggy puts some decent damage on the Exy. Exy, though, getting healed up. Arpen is struggling to get away. This is where they can interrupt the flow ball a little bit, but Arpen just going to walk away and almost bait Soggy, I guess, because Soggy was going for the chase down. Hidden had Arpen's back. Now Arpen's healthy, good to go. Beat's going to get dropped. Kitsune on the way. And Wallplay running out of time here on the point. As we see NT still at full HP, and Wallplay just struggling to get an opening pickoff as Arpen eternally healthy and continuing to assault. But this time, gotta get frozen, and finally they deal with the menace. It's a decent start here from Wallplay, but Hidden. Pulse Bomb drops it, looking for the Mei. Doesn't need it to finish off the Mei. Gets revenge from Arpen, 99%, and I don't know if Wallplay's gonna be able to stay on this for long.
No, especially with the Sombra coming in to hack the D.Va and then probably hacking the Lucio. If the Lucio sticks around a little bit too long, it's just the D.Va here with a shred of HP left. Not going to remech. That's a very clean first stage from NT. Arpen being the standout there. There was a couple things towards that end of that last fight. It was interesting because they blizzarded it, and Arpen could have just rolled through the team, but opted to roll through the blizzard instead. It was a little interesting. But there was a play from Hidden that I really like from Tracer plays where if you miss the stick, you go to where the person has to evade it from. So you pulse bomb to the left, and then the person has to go to the right, and you're going to kill them either way, right? So you zone them into your line of sight, and it's a nice little micro play from the Tracer. Wallplay has the Pharah here, and I like it. I like when teams know that perhaps we can't match up on the mirror, and here's a strategy. We saw this earlier this evening with the Pharah on this map. It didn't work out at all, but I still liked it.
Yeah, and I mean, with what NT's running, they're running a composition here that can't really challenge the Pharah in terms of killing it outright in a lot of spots here, so they're going to have to play avoid the Pharah, use the terrain against it, and maybe swap up after if it's really being a big issue. But if the Pharah is playing well, this does give Wallplay potentially a momentary advantage, but it comes down to how good Soggy can be on the Pharah here. Meanwhile, Arpen gets bionated early on, decides to cool the aggression a little bit, but as I say that, Lumi gets demeched, finished off. And Soggy can try and even the score here, but so far, if you use the terrain well, it can't be hard to land good rockets.
Yeah, and there's not going to be a big clump. Also, the hack, the Discord. Sagi's going to have to get out of dodge here. Also, with the Pharah against the Sombra, we do have an opportunity to see the Pharah get EMP'd off the map, which I always find amusing.
So that happens every now and then. Arpen, though, looking healthy. Well played, trying to get presence on the point. Arpen going to contest it. While that's going on, Hidden just annihilates Kame on the high ground. And it's been a little bit rough here for Sagi so far, where Sagi's been shooting rockets, but the rockets haven't been converting into eliminations here so far, and NT's just going for everyone, not the Pharah Mercy.
Yeah, and even Xe is feeling pretty brave right here. Hits a volley, and it has been the one who's put the most pressure on this combo. And Zen is actually a key component to taking out a combo like that. Getting the Discord onto the Mercy is so incredibly important. So that, you know, obviously if you don't have the burst damage of a Cassidy or a long-range hit scan, a Discord and a well-placed Tracer can take down a Sky combo.
Jay had to pop the Valkyrie there just to stay alive. Meanwhile, on point, Premier's going to EMP. It's going to result in 2 immediate eliminations. Post-bomb from R3K, but why? Like, you've lost so many people that you've gotten the pick, but it's not going to really translate into any appreciable momentum. And NT's filling themselves right now. They're chasing the Pharah Mercy to the ends of the earth, right to spawn just about. And Hex, with 80% left, I feel like for wall play, with the map about to go against you,
is Arpen behind them on top of their spawn? Yeah.
I think so, yes. It's at 88%. And, you know, when you're thinking about how do you get out of spawn versus how to get to the point, the map might have gotten away from you at some point.
Yeah, and NT's done a really good job in their economy. The first stage and the second stage look exactly the same. Finally, a kill from this combo, but not able to touch the point. So, to finish my thought, what I really liked about NT playing there is it seems the DPS have carte blanche on when you get your ult, use your ults, but the other 3 are holding it for defensive purposes. And we saw this on the very first stage too, that you'd get maybe an EMP that you don't need out. Pulse Bomb is whatever. You don't saving Pulse Bomb. It's fire and forget it. But EMP comes out. But every time that you saw the ultimates used from the damage dealers, it was always the tank and both supports save their ultimates. Like, if we need them, we'll do it. But for the most part, they didn't, because the damage ultimates were coming online so fast and getting so much done. I do appreciate the effort by Wallplay to try something different, because I think it's recognizing that you might be outmatched if you try to mirror it up. And so there's 2 answers to when you're outmatched on paper or in the server. You can go mirror and be more aggressive, stupid aggressive. I think that works sometimes. We've seen it work in the league. We've seen it work at every level of Overwatch. Or you can try a composition that might throw them off. And maybe you're hitting every rocket and you can get something done there. So I appreciate the effort. It didn't work out, but we still have a couple maps to go.
Yeah, I mean, wall play, again, I also appreciate the fact that they went for the Pharah, because, as you say, if you're landing rockets, it can work out, you know, and at the very least force the other team to change compositions to deal with it. But the problem there is that it wasn't deadly enough, and NT at times would just ignore the Pharah Mercy and take down everyone aside from that, and then it's just like, well, you have a Pharah Mercy and no one else. So
which is the valid strat too. Like, if you don't want to change compositions, like, I mean, it's been a valid strat against Pharah since the closed beta of Overwatch, right? Like, just ignore it and kill everyone else. And it used to be when there were 6 people on the field, but now it's like, if you kill 3 other people, it's a Pharah versus, it's just not gonna work. So it's always been a valid strat. Also, that Pharah Mercy Pharah Mercy constantly discorded, never in a good spot, always had to get out, so that you're using Concussion Blast to retreat rather than initiate, which would be kind of preferable. So didn't work out. I respect the effort, but NT up 1-0.
And we'll see if NT can make it 2-0, or if Wallplay can even things up. Map number 2 going to be starting sooner than you think. Okay, we are back here. The Overwatch Spring Stage opens. Kings Row going to be our next map. Wall play versus NT, where if you're just tuning in, NT had a very dominant round on Lijiang Tower. Wall play, you know, they tried to vary it up a little bit, run the far mercy, roll the dice, and hope it would throw NT off guard. And NT just came in and decided, you know what, we're going to ignore the Pharah and still just outplay ya on every level. So, NT looking good here, but, you know, anything can happen in a single series, and, you know, if there's any map where a team might have some strategies a little bit off the cuff, it can always be Kings Row. Now, you might be wondering, is like, wow, you know, give Hex a little bit of room to talk. Unfortunately, this time around, the internet gods have struck Hexagram, so I'm going to be doing a solo cast here, take it down a little bit at times, but, you know, it's been a while. It's not only casting Overwatch in general, but having to go full-on solo. But hey, you know, on a individual level, I'm just happy I'm not the one DC'd again, because usually when this happens, the technical gods smite me. But either way, I got gameplay in front of me, so I don't have to fill on a screen the entire way through. NT versus Wallplay. Take a look at what the teams are setting up here, and gosh, I hope that this is what Wallplay is going with here. It's a Junkrat, and this is nostalgia. There was a point where you'd always see Junkrat Kings Row way back when, and now's not going to be the time on attack because Saki immediately pops out of it. Never can trust what's in the spawn, but that does make sense. Wallplay gonna be going up on the right-hand side to start things off here. Bionade hitting Gloomy pretty early on. I just heard a notification. Hex might be back soon. I'll wait till he can just cut me off to be like I'm back. But until then, it's all me. As Hidden starts getting poked over the top. Wallplay noticing a little bit of weakness, trying to dive in on NT to deal with it. Wallplay still pretty healthy. No, Jay gets hunted down, and it's Exy. The battle Ana, if nothing else, takes that Exy support v support. NT still looking pretty strong here at a full 5. Lumi under pressure, gets bioed, gets demec'd. Gonna be out of the fight super early. NT now just a little bit of cleanup. D.Va versus Reaper here in the corner. Arpen finishing out in style. So NT able to deal with the pressure. Wallplay. Wallplay did come close to getting a pick off here or there at the very beginning, but NT bending back. And Hidden, oh, taken down by Kame. A little bit of bloodthirstiness from the Kiriko this time. And you look at Wallplay, they're immediately going to dive in off that early pickoff. No hesitation whatsoever. From here, though, pulse bomb ready to go. This is one way of beating up. Looking, gets a stick. Is a kill gonna come of it? No! I think Suzu might have been involved there. And now Arpen, meanwhile, gets the nano, says, I'll do it myself. Rolls in on the D.Va. Gets one here so far in the tanky-tank battle. Premier, meanwhile, coming into the corner, chasing down to Lucio. Kame under pressure, continuing rush on deck. 2 for Wallplay. Wallplay keeping really good pressure here. It's kind of turned to a brawl, but the one thing that doesn't change is Arpen. Finally, though, Arpen gonna get demec'd. Drops self-destruct, get back in. It's looking like it. He does. And even as members of NT get picked off, Arpen continues to be solid in what has been a never-ending fight here thus far. Hex,
Yeah.
Are you back with me?
Yeah, I am. All that for not even a drop of blood from Wallplay. I mean, it looked so good for them. They were getting so many kills. I tuned back in. Sorry, my internet had a little bit of a hiccup there, but it was some of the best kills that we've seen from them. But Arpen, as you're right, able to keep it alive for the team. And now, I mean, NT is in a great spot again.
A little bit of Death Possum inside the building. Enough to get rid of the Brig, but, you know, right now, you gotta deal with Arpen. Oh, wait, Arpen didn't go down! Arpen was down like 20 HP and got away! I was about to say, it's like, well, that's a good start. And this time, though, Arpen is gonna get D-Max, but we deal with the Pilot D.Va. Kame is able to get Premier. Kame's been putting in good work consistently.
Yeah.
But, wait. Even has the points getting captured here. Do you throw the Bob in for a delay? Soggy goes down! The guy tested. Here we go. Yeah, the Bob's coming on in. NT does not want to give up point A. I like this. I like the gamble that they're going with here. And respawns are coming back in. This is actually really good as Hidden is bugged in the corner.
But it took them way too long to deal with Hidden. It took 2 people about 30 or 15 seconds to deal with him. Meanwhile, the rest of NT gets back in the point in good position.
Yeah, it's not the greatest for Wallplay here. They just use beats, don't really get much from it. NT fully reestablished on the point. Only 35 seconds left, and This King's Row could be ending with a whimper rather than a bang if Wildplay can't get something going soon. Hidden here in the back looking for Lumi. Lumi eating a whole lot of damage. Don't want to get D-Mac in this moment. Hidden. Oh, great spot via dash. Just snipes Jay out of the sky. Mirror gets the health pack. Bomb off on the point from Arpen. Takes down Sagi. The point is so close to being capped. Gets so far here, Hex, as NT continues to hold on. D-Mac gonna happen here. Lumi.
Just Premier.
Yeah.
I think they will finally get it. Yeah. And they haven't really been able to deal with the Ashe. I mean, they're rushing it, but Ashe is extracting their pound of flesh before being able to be dealt with. Lumi's just been a couple seconds too late on a couple of these moments where Ashe was up in the window. We'll see if they stay on Ashe here for a while. It's always good on first point because you get to hang out in the window and just shoot whatever you want. But it's pretty good for NT that they did lose that fight, but they didn't lose it hard enough that they're not going to be able to hold this archway. It's one of the better places to defend on King's Row is his first point. Sagi lurking.
That's wrong. Good to go. So, I think he was considering putting an ARP in there, but as the fight goes on, Hidden's able to land some headshots on our 3K, follows through on the Lumi, doesn't let Lumi get away after the D-Mac. And I gotta say, I like the Ashe play so far. I'm biased. Ashe is one of my favorite heroes, but when you're hitting your shots on Ashe, it is a very impressive hero, Hex.
We'll also give credit to Arpen too, because every time Ashe has been pressured, Arpen has had just really solid peel for it. So it's been nice, and it's a combination of the Ashe themselves being able to coach gun long enough to stay alive, so that Arpen is there for the heal, and now NT with a very aggressive forward defense hold.
Yeah, NT is also, they are rich right now. 4 ultimates in reserve. Wildplay at least needs to be threatening enough to start draining this so they can consider getting through this point B choke. They only have a minute left to go, so this needs to be a productive fight in draining resources at a minimum for Wildplay, or this one is already over. Nano Boost gonna go to Arpen, and oh man, Arpen just gets to exert his will this game here so far, even forcing the Reaper back for a moment. Now, that does get a resource out of NT, at the very least, from Wildplay, but with 50 seconds left, they need a little bit more. R3K into the Bionade, getting protected by his Diva all the way, 100 HP. Hidden, meanwhile, looking for a sightline over to the right here, Hex, and Wildplay is running out of time.
Yeah, the Bob is always going to be a great stall tactic. I want to see where Premier went. It looked like they were trying to go on a backside flank. But so far, it's just Wildplay's not been aggressive enough with the Ashe.
No.
Great Bob.
Oh, yeah, that's one way of getting things started. You get the support with the Pulse Bomb. Wildplay now, more room than they had before. 4 ultimates in reserve. 13 seconds left to go. And you want to talk about must-win fights? They're going to need to do this to get point B, keep the match going. And they have the tools they need. But here we go. NT looking for the engage. R3K. Death Blossom. There we go. Kitsune was used by Kame. Wildplay dives in, and NT just disengages. They don't fight, and it's the Kitsune gone. Really nice rotation by NT. Exy right now. Waiting. Can drop the nano. It's on Arpen, and here we go again. Arpen just diving after it. Can be answered by the beat. Wildplay goes for the counter dive. R3K gets in deep. Uses the Death Blossom. Finds Lego. And I like how Wildplay's played this so far. 2, 3 down. They're going to get point B.
It was really, really smart by R3K. As soon as the nano went onto Arpen and you saw Arpen zoom in, he's like, well, don't mind if I do. Just walked right past him, able to get the Death Blossom and get some value out of it. They did have to use the beat, but I am all for using everything you need to get that point, and it's huge to commit there. 120 left. Very unlikely that they'll be able to finish with some time left, just based on the distance they've pushed the cart, but so far, a much stronger showing from Wildplay, and it seemed like they finally understood of who they had to deal with, and it was Hidden. Hidden staying on the Ashe, though. Not necessarily something you see a ton of on defense in last point, but when you're this close to Bob, might as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that he's so close to Bob really does play a lot into it. Also, though, the spot for Ashe, not bad. I mean, it really is like a classic King's Row spot for range. Arpen just stamps James Gordon, doesn't let him get away. And look at the pressure going on the Lumi. Arpen decides, I'm going to go in and just pincering. Wildplay from all sides is NT right now. And this is rough for Wildplay. If they get staggered here, it's going to be over. Sagi finds Hidden in the back. That's really good. No bombs coming out. Sagi suddenly exploding. 2 crucial picks from Sagi. Not done yet. Now looking for Exy in the back. A huge opportunity still. Sagi, though, 25 HP in a prayer. Needs to get out of there.
Bob is going to come in. I didn't see exactly where Bob landed. There's also a rally ready as well. While play 10 seconds left, last gasp.
6 seconds left to go. Kitsune from Kame gonna go right down Broad Street. R3K trying to get some value out of it. Looking for the Tracer, going back over in onto the payload. Right now just trying to get any damage possible to get the Death Blossom up. Death Blossom about to be up. R3K. This tiny little teleport. I don't even know if that was an intended destination, to be honest, but Beat's gonna come out. Wall play, all hands on deck. Sagi's able to get hidden. The momentum is there for wall play. Can they possibly bring this in? 5v4. R3K goes down. No Death Blossom able to drop. Sagi picks up another. Surely Sagi cannot carry the rest of this here. The bomb from Arpen on the point. That's gonna cool things down, Hex. Like, stop it here.
Not getting close to the finish line, but a very good showing from Wallplay, and I'm happy about that. Happy to see it. It's not very one-sided. And I think, you know, Sagi obviously had a really good rounds, but I think they noticed being more aggressive was super helpful for them, especially after first point where the Ashe was sitting in the window alone and just doing it. Like, you have to do something to negate that. But beyond that, just going and throwing in pulse bombs and trying to isolate targets and get executions was so important, because Wallplay, running this Lucio and Kiriko, there were so many times where they would take a ton of damage and then have to retreat. When you're going against like a Brig and an Ana with that healing output that they have, NT can sit and do long sustained fights. NT can sit there and just poke and poke and poke and do better. Whereas Wallplay, there were so many times where the entire roster was at half health and they had to retreat. So if you're going to run this style and you're going to run a Reaper and you're going to be aggressive, then really, really be aggressive. And really just go for it, because you can't just sit there and try to have a long drawn-out fight. It's not going to work against an Ashe.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the fact that they were getting so much good poke also gave Arpen confidence to just go in and be highly aggressive himself, right? Where, you know, if you know, hey, half the other team is at 60% HP or less, all of a sudden a D.Va diving in is pretty scary, especially when it's going to be backed up by a Nano. I mean, you can finish things on your own at that point, and that's often what happened, where you'd see Arpen just go, oh, they're pretty weak. All right, cover me. I'm going in. And, you know, 2 seconds later, it's, you know, 3 kills in the kill feed from Arpen. It was well executed by NT across the board. And now, some interesting compositional swaps going after NT. Going to end out here with the Ram. Probably going to swap off the Widow, but still something that's looking to really dive in and pin people with the melee.
Oh, I just got Reaper in the corner. Dana forced out that Wraith really early.
Yeah, and they're still going for the Reaper after that, too. Lego able to get the better of Jay. Lego chases down the Reaper at the same point. You know, Bloodthirsty Lucio still a thing. And look at this, we're already getting a tick on the point. NT, you know, it wasn't even anything too flashy, just a good wall, throwing wall play. The already not lost to be back, and oh no, Luby needs to get out of there. Luby needs some help. I think Luby's gonna get demaxed.
Well, where was hidden that Lumi was able to just 1v1 him there? It's very strange. Meanwhile, though, 2 ticks onto the points. Tank advantage for NT.
Yeah, and you take a look at this for NT. All they have to do is just kind of stand the point and remove stragglers coming in. Wallplay is not at max strength. Sagi gonna go down, and this is always like a tough spot to find yourself in King's Row, where you're not full strength. You're probably not gonna get full strength, and you have to contest to buy time, but you don't really buy a whole lot of time, and instead, they're getting wiped at a timing here, Hex, that NT is going to be able to get through this all-important archway choke almost for free.
Yeah. And this is a brutal composition for a Tracer to play against, and I think that it might be... Maybe it's something that NT had up their sleeve to begin with, but it also might be a response to watching Sagi just have such a huge impact before, because really, what's your Tracer target that's on this NT team? Lucio is never fun to play against this Tracer. Ana 1v1 could be your death. You're not going to get Mei before Mei blocks, and then a random Icicle can kill you. Hanzo's not fun to play against, and like Tracer doesn't do anything against Brahmatra. So I think Sagi, you know, maybe the best hero is Tracer at this point. Maybe you do a Pulse Bomb, but it just seems like this is a really beautifully tailor-made composition.
Fight is engaged. It's a pretty explosive opening. Arpen just walking forward off the Nano. Fist ahoy. XE will take out Sagi. Yeah, I mean, Sagi landed a Pulse Bomb, but the rest of it was NT just pressing Q off the barrier and the Nano. So
yeah, Arpen didn't even have to use Annihilation. So both support alts Yeah, it's kind of the opposite of what we've seen previously, where it's just let your DPS use their ults. This time the supports use their ults, end up getting good value out of it too. But now that does open things up for R3K. There's going to be nothing to negate a Death Blossom if you can get a good angle, a good setup for it. Maybe Arpen can block it with a shield a little bit, but...
Oh, Soggy got caught. Soggy won the aggression. R3K, though, Death Blossom, as you say, didn't have the best counter to it. Finds May early on. Narpen, Annihilation, and, you know, does get forced back, so the Annihilation ends a little bit earlier than you'd expect. Only stays going while you're in the fray. NT,
he invites
though,
them to suffer, and they decline the invitation.
Yeah, they're just like, actually, we feel pretty happy right now.
Suffer as I have. No, it sounds awful.
Oh, yeah, it was not for me. Not for me, thanks. NT, though, still have the Blizzard in reserve as Premier should be back to the fight here in a moment. Gonna immediately drop it on the payload, not wasting any time. Jay gets caught, immediately frozen out. Hit it, finds Soggy. So, you know, awareness of Soggy has gone up. He's gotten picked several times now, and NT just playing solid on the point.
Well, Lego will finally go down, but it is going to be NT capturing this point. And now Lego's going to get forward spawns. They're back up to both support ultimates now. Meanwhile, Wallplay had emptied their economy. Now, earlier tonight, we saw Kitsune Rush be really, really good right here as a preemptive defensive ultimate. You put it right in front of the box of victory and just let your Reaper go nuts. That window's closed for now.
You can't bring out the fox when you're dead. It is a indisputable fact, and NT just looking to take away this defensive space from Wallplay. Very aggressive, eyes on both spawns right now. So it's going to make you using the Kitsune to get out a little bit more treacherous as they're hidden, thrown in Hanzo arrows, hoping to win the lottery.
Yeah, some pressure has to come up onto Hidden. Hidden's going to be able to get out of there, though.
Meanwhile, Arpen finds Jay. 5v4 set up for NT as the map is in progress. Lumino gets two. Counter dive from Wallblade, not too shabby at all. Soggy and R3K soon to get ultimate here. NT looking low on the point. R3K picks up another, and Wallplay looking decent. Get rid of Arpen, and they live for now. The problem is, though, Hex, 3 minutes is a long time to defend a King's Row C. Like, it's an eternity.
There is a problem still, and that does remain. But Wallplay just has to simply get more value out of their ultimates on the other side of things. So it's not the best composition to deal with a Reaper, as I mentioned. So if the Reaper can get in there, I mean, I guess the sleep is a good option, and straight up killing the Reaper is good. But Death Blossom, I think you can't be greedy on it. If you find a target that's somewhat isolated, you can go for it, and that's what he's doing in the back, maybe.
Dragon, it's a lot of pressure. Arpen's able to follow it up, kill Kame. But as I said, R3K in the back, Death Blossom. Oh, everyone dropping ults, but it's NT that comes out a little bit ahead. The annihilation from Arpen was huge as the dive was coming in. And now you take a look at it. Hidden might be dying in the back. The payload, though, is moving forward, and the box victory is there. Someone from Wallplay needs to get to the point. Please touch the point. Luby able to dive on in time, but this is real close. No margin for error. It definitely puts you in the old Charlie Niner territory.
Yeah, NT not with much to work with right now, though. As long as Lumi can stay alive, Wallplay should be fine on their defense for a little bit because the Primal's going to be there to stall. So here comes the Primal early on. I'd actually preferred if Lumi just sat closer to the card and waited on that one.
He slept in the back.
Yeah.
And they just pulled everyone back to focus down Lumi. And Jay drops the beat. That was a beat to keep Lumi alive. And, you know, it does keep Lumi alive, but it's not the most ideal situation to use the beat. The beat now completely gone. And the pressure's still coming. R3K can't get away. And NT, they know they have the advantage here. Premier on the payload, dropping the Death Blossom, says, just get out, as NT takes King's Row.
Yeah, I mean, as I was mentioning, I kind of wish Lumi would have sat a little further back on the cart and just waited and been a little more passive with that Primal, because if he sits back there, then you always have that safety valve of, okay, if they come in, I can Primal install, and that time allows the rest of your team to build up their own ultimates so that you can start cycling through them and get one kill. You have the defender's advantage. Your spawn is right there, so trades are always going to be good for you. Instead, has to go forward, uses the Primal, and then he's isolated away from the team, out of sight lines, a little further away from his healers, takes too much damage, forces out the beat. So it's kind of that snowball of one thing to the other, where really you need to be playing defensively and passively there. And they didn't. They went for it. Were unable to finish out kills or confirm kills, a little bit of trouble there, and they ended up dropping the map forward. They were in a bad spot. Look, 3 minutes defense, 1 meter to go. You have to maybe try something, but I think that might be an ultimate or a choice that they'd like to have back.
Yeah, I think that was a sequence of events. It all started with the Primal, as you said, and it just, one thing led to another, led to a bad engage, and led to NT taking the point. But Wall play, not Wall face, I almost said Wall face, now facing potentially the end of their tournament life. Can they bring the reverse sweep, or will NT just make it a quick 3-0? We'll have the answer to that and more in just a few minutes. NT is one map away from sending Wallplay out of the tournament. The stakes could not be higher right now for Wallplay, Hex, and they've been trying some unconventional looks at points, but nothing right now really seems to stick.
Yeah, they've had moments, which is all you can expect. Look, I mean, I think these last two matches, I always like to give credit to the underdogs for just fighting as well as they have, and that King's Row pretty close. Like, even when you're a little bit outmatched, these teams have some gusto and some grit, and it just shows you how close Overwatch always is. You can point to one fight or one choice, and it could go the other way completely. So not quite over yet. Our next map is going to be Rialto, which means, or yes, Rialto, right?
Yes.
Sigmas then. So very much Arpen will probably be out, and the Sigma specialist Bono will come in.
And that is exactly what is happening. How do you know if you saw the channel that said the sub part or it was that obvious? But you're right. As Rialto, we got the Sigma specialist coming on in for NT. And makes a whole lot of sense. I mean, the way Escort is on some maps, it's a Sigma playground. And yeah, we might be seeing some door frame here if it follows the other game.
Well, the interesting thing is Rialto doesn't feel as Sigma dependent as perhaps a Havana does. I mean, we've seen plenty of Winston, especially a lot of Diva too. So I mean, it kind of signals that NT might not want to run Diva because Arpen's been playing Diva very well. So it'll be interesting, but also maybe it's one of those things as well where they're up 2-0, maybe feeling confident, maybe like let's make sure that everyone gets to play kind of thing. Let's get Bono some play time because they've got some wiggle room right now, up 2-0 against Wallplay. So it may be that, but I mean you can play Sigma on it. It's just not as hard Sigma as a Havana is necessarily.
Yeah, and looking at here, I do think if this map goes the way that the other maps have gone so far, I really would not be surprised if NT was able to just come out with a first point hold here, because Rialto is also one of those maps that you're not always guaranteed to get point A. Sometimes things can go pretty poorly on the attack, and it will be Wallplay on the attack first, NT on the defense, and yeah, we're talking about the Sigma play. It is Bono coming out on the Sigma. Right now, Wallplay not showing Sigma in return. Could just be Diva versus Sigma, but you just said in the preamble, Diva also pretty decent.
No, I mean, I think the Sigma, I think, is for this right here particularly as well. Just letting Hidden just take this complete front line and put some damage in early on.
Yeah, and Hidden having space on Widow is proven to be a pretty big threat, as we've seen from games this far in the tournament. R3K, meanwhile, look for a little bit of poke here on the Echo. Still has to be careful on the Echo, given the threat of Widow. Widow, not necessarily a hero that Echo likes in these situations. But Lumi, for now, going to the top. Wallplay trying to take this by going high ground in the building first.
Right, you should be able to just knock the Sigma off up top and to be able to take that high ground, which is why we usually see Diva versus Diva on here. And then this has been the point of offense for most teams, is this back corridor to go up top to make sure that the Widow can't sit up there, and then Widow has to fall back, and eventually this composition from Wallplay should be able to push out hard enough that they get the defense all the way back.
Hidden is back on the payload right now. This position
I was
just got it.
very confused. That is the defense on the cart right now.
Yes, we have swap sides. NT, the defenders, now look like the attackers, and the attackers look like defenders. We've done the old switcheroo, as it were. R3K still trying to dodge in. Now it doesn't have to dodge him anymore. Soggy is able to get to the back, finishes him off. So Wallplay working with the 5-on-4. However, Lumi gets chunked down. Lego looking to be in a good spot as Bono just backs up. Because, he's under pressure from two different sides here. Needs help from his team, and it doesn't happen. I thought they were going to come in from the back, and no. Bono just falls to the ground as Lego continues freelancing as DPS map in the back.
This should not be working the way it is. It's really kind of concerning because now Hidden is back into it, and this is, I think, I was thinking about this earlier today, that the difference between talent levels of the highest level of Overwatch League teams and some of the contenders teams is finishing fights efficiently. Like in the Overwatch League, when you have two good teams facing off each other, like you kill all five. right? Like, it's not this kind of scrappy battle back and forth, and it's just the coordination to finish off a player and then move on to the next target, move on to the next target. But NT has been just running all over this map, and there's been no answer so far. And now Wallplay's going to clean it up.
Yeah, and I think the Flux cut 2, maybe 3. It was definitely enough to immediately just throw the fight over. And you know what I said about not being guaranteed point A on Rialto Hex? We might be living in that reality because NT is in a struggle, and the stagger onto the Echo, that doesn't help matters at all.
Now, and we're about to hit just 1 minute on the clock here. And Wallplay has done a good job of banking up ultimates, though. So I think the Echo will remain and come back just because you're going to have the duplicate, which can be enormous. And so a duplicate on a Sigma is really good. Usually you should be able to get a Flux off of it.
Whoa, no. They used the window pretty well. Wait, what? Yeah, where did that happen? Bono just kills Luby. That even had anything to do with the window. That just happens. R3K gets caught by Hidden, and you know there's only 39 seconds left.
Hidden was like spawn camping the bridge, and there were 2 people who found him. It was just able to grapple out. Like, some of these kills have to get confirmed. So like, NT is not playing standard, and so it's kind of confusing that there's just people all over the place. But at some point, the communication has to be there to clean these people up.
Lego finally gets punished for the DPS map, but as that happens, Premier finds Soggy. Bono this time getting tossed by Luby. I don't really know what happened to those two. This is all off camera, but
yeah.
Wallplay does have a window of opportunity here. NT's gonna be able to get the full strength beforehand. And Hidden, oh, gets taken down. Now it's a super good opportunity for Wallplay to not get held at A, even as we're in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say that Premier has to stay alive. They can't get stagger killed here. I don't even know if they're... Yeah, they will have the presence to come back on the point, and, you know, when the Widow respawns, the sightline's going to be directly onto the payload.
Transcendence going to be used by Exy. Lumi got caught away from his team as Premier gets 2. Sigma Clone coming out here from R3K, lands a Flux, but there's nothing else behind it. The hold at point A prophecy comes true, Hex. I almost feel like I spoke it into existence in the preamble, but... Yeah,
it was a little bit of... It felt a little bit of flexing on at certain points, right? So, the Widow behind, and then the Baptiste joining them behind, and then Hidden taking, like, the spawn camp angle on the bridge. The sad thing is Wallplay had a couple of chances there where they were getting kills and they were really scrappy, but then they were just too many angles that NT was coming from, and Wallplay, I think, started freelancing to try to match the NT freelancing, as you called it, and that's when they started losing 1v1s, and that's when they lost control of it. So yeah, we'll see. NT not too far to go, and yeah, maybe a Doomfist here. Maybe Bono could play Doomfist.
You look at this from Wallplay's perspective here, Hex. To stay alive in the tournament, to not be knocked out here and now, they have to have an enormous defense here on Rialto first. Do you like the composition they're running for needing to have that good of a defense, or do you think that, you know, there's something more, you know, off the meta that could be played that, you know, isn't normally as good but could be better in this very much do or die situation?
I mean, I think it's a situation where your best chance is to play what you've practiced. Like, it's not a situation where it's like, well, I guess we go Bastion or something like that. So I think it's okay. I think that R3K, you know, is a player who plays all roles and has played like tank on this team before. You're not going to Widow match up against Hidden. So maybe, yeah, I like the Hanzo there. So I don't think it's time for Wallplay to, you know, pull out all the stops and maybe do something goofy they haven't practiced. They're like, this is what you practice, this is what you play, so yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Ooh, the old the trade out there, Widow and Hanzo both leaving, but you like that more as the attack. You're going to be back sooner, and Frenzy, you don't have to worry about the Hanzo for a moment. Bono, meanwhile, looking to move the opposing Sigma off the high ground, does that pretty effectively as support,
like uncontested.
It leaves the high ground, says, no, I want blood! The blood of the other Sigma. Premier was able to get to the back, finds Kame. Exy helps finish off Lumi. That was Bono and Exy there. And these trades are so good for NT.
Well, both supports, though, down.
Yeah. I mean, even losing supports, though, you look at the presence of both Bono and Premier, it's NT getting way more presence and positioning over Wallplay.
Yeah, now Hidden is going to have the angle on the bridge. It'll be difficult for them to get back in. No ultimates on either side, though, so, I mean, I guess it's, it's up to Sagi. Hit a bomb. Hit a bomb to stay alive. Gets it.
There you go. You brought it into existence. It's exactly what play needed. Sagi, do you have more in you? Getting rid of the Zen alone certainly is going to be putting NT on the back foot. Rumi, meanwhile, near the payload. Oh, Hidden, the equalizer, says, no, you're not doing that again. Finds the Tracer. Premier goes down. Hidden gets another. It's on the Hidden show right now. Has two. Plenty of room to work with. Gonna be looking for the Zen. Does he get the Zen? No, not quite yet. Meanwhile, NT use the flux. Bono going in even deeper. Hidden says, I'm gonna go in there, gets the Zen! Oh, the Hidden show continues. Can you get the Tracer again? He's getting everything, gets the Daft! He can't be stopped! Hidden one after another, looking for the Hanzo, and oh, the point is tapped. NT eliminates wall play.
The shot onto the Tracer is not only a highlight-worthy play, it's not only the most demoralizing thing to ever happen to a Tracer, I speak from experience, but it also means that no one's going to be able to pressure him, right? I mean, the Tracer's job is to pressure down the Widow in that situation. Hanzo shouldn't really be doing 1v1s with it, but it's Tracer to deal with the Widow. So once that Tracer's out of it, wide open, no worries in the world. Hidden absolutely pops off, and this is the potential that Hidden has. Again, we talk so much about this team and the potential. Everyone on NT had great plays individually tonight, and when they can put it all together, granted, maybe wall play is not the highest level of competition against them, but man, NT is a scary team, and I do believe that means NT will be moving on to play against Panthera and for the final spot next week when we kick the broadcast back up. So NT versus Panthera will be the final spot tomorrow. Player of the match, I mean, these were the first couple kills of the whole match. It's going to be Arpen.
Yeah, I mean, Arpen was a force the entire time. Not surprising that he gets that. Where, a little bit of internal knowledge. We do pick player of the match, before the final map. I do think Hidden was a dark horse, started up real fast with that performance, but you can't deny how effective Arpen was all night long. Started off strong, finished strong. Didn't matter really what hero Arpen was on. Didn't even have to play, when Sigma came into play on the final map to still have, this player of the match spot committed. Just really solid tank play, and Arpen's been doing this all tournament long, even in the match that NT lost.
Yeah, very flexible too. I mean, we think about the first night of the tournament, the Doomfist absolutely dominated the stage on Antarctica, and the Ramatra it's been very solid. So it's always something that the other team has to play around. I do think the Diva has been their best hero. But like I said, the versatility is there, and I think it's one of the more versatile tanks remaining in this tournament. Granted, Bono is still their Sigma specialist. Whatever, fine. Bono play is absolutely fine, but I think Arpen is kind of the mood setter, and a lot of the times these opening kills are coming from the tank and not the damage.
Yeah, and it's been cool so far in the tournament. Of course, these are today's results. If you're just tuning in, the VOD is there. You can go back and look at it. Group A, Daft having a moment versus Honeypot, but Honeypot able to clearly get over it. SPG kind of crushing MDY. Panthera, they were out for blood, and Becky was the one leading the charge versus Varel. And of course, we just saw NT versus Wallplay, where NT just firing on all cylinders, and Wallplay, a bit mechanically outclassed all the rest. But it does set us up, Hex, for next week.
Yeah, there haven't been many surprises in this tournament. It's kind of gone according to plan, I would say. Maybe Honeypot's a bit of a surprise, but don't tell Avril I said that. I mean, they are still representing the Australia region, but for the most part, it's kind of gone by the chalk, as we say. The higher seeds have really kind of held sway in this tournament for the most part. I think maybe one of the bigger surprises was even Panthera going to the lower bracket, but that's against Rhodes and the other group. But this is what's left. A couple teams have qualified. Of course, the lower bracket, Honeypot and SPG are still alive. That will be an elimination game, which we will kick up on the broadcast either, I don't know what day it is for you all. It's kind of Sunday night, Monday morning for me. It's 1 a.m. Pacific going into next week. And here's bracket BZP. We've been following this whole time. Any surprises for you?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest surprise to me, which again, I think if you look closely, isn't that much of a surprise, is the Rhodes or Panthera. And, you've explained it very succinctly in that it's just, going into any contenders multi-region matchup, you tend to favor the teams from Contenders Korea just because it is historically the most competitive region. But Panthera met their match in Rhodes, which played a very aggressive style with a lot of high mechanical skills. So the Poker Face v Rhodes matchup, I am super looking forward to. It should be fun. But you look down on the other side, Panthera versus NT. That's going to be a tough one where, you look at everything we've seen, you favor Panthera. But NT has a lot of talent on it. And it's one of those matchups that you don't feel 100% confident as Panthera. You know there's a possibility of it going wrong. And that's why, when it happens, you should be here to watch it live because you never know.
Yeah, still one slot open for each of these groups to get in there. Each of these groups still only have one non-Korean representative, so it's Rhodes representing Asia Pacific, well, essentially China, and Honeypot representing Australia. And you know what? I always root for I want the best teams to win, but I'm going to be straight up with you. Part of me is rooting for both of those teams. I kind of want to see what those regions can bring into the mix, because I think both of those regions, especially China, I always think always has a curveball for us, right? And this goes back 6 years of my Overwatch casting history of watching Chinese teams. There's always something different and something interesting. And a lot of times you'll see other regions and other teams start adapting it. So I think it's really important to have these other regions represented because it keeps the ecosystem really healthy.
Yeah, I mean, I could agree more. And also, it's certain styles of play, right? Where, you think about the history of a team like Chengdu, which was, historically the most Chinese team in terms of player roster in the Overwatch League.
Yeah.
You never really knew what you would get any given week of Chengdu in a lot of seasons where, they had their seasons where they're really good, the seasons where they are more mid. But, you would have unconventional styles, you would have a lot of aggression, and you'd have takes on the game where, sometimes it'd blow up in their face, but other times it would catch people completely off guard.
Let's run far into goats. Why not? I love that kind of thing.
Yeah. And also on that same note, teams internally, the thing said, the whispers of the Overwatch League is that they weren't always the biggest fan to play against, Chengdu, because how do you scrim to prepare against a team that is, so different? And it's hard. But from a spectator, you love it. It's great. So getting different regional differences definitely is a value add when it happens. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, absolutely. So we shall see. I mean, like I said, there's only 2 more elimination matches. After that, I think we're going to fight for seeding. We'll explain it all next week. I mean, it's been a really fun 3 days. I mean, I did my best to prepare for this tournament. I watched as much tape, but once you get into it and actually watch the teams live, now I've got my favorites. I've got players I really like, and it's pretty much 100% tracer meta, which I love. And it's just been a blast doing it for these 3 days. And I actually I'm actually bummed out. We have to wait another 3 or 4 days before we get to see the conclusion of the Spring Stage Open East.
Yeah, I mean, the meta has been super, super healthy, which you can't always say. We've had some dark times in the Overwatch League, Overwatch in general, as far as meta goes, but it's been bright. The tournament has been awesome. And the best part is we got more coming to you next week. You won't want to miss it. But for now, we are going to have to say goodbye and good night. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.